besides all the winter combinations, we've got the nursery tables that we provide a winter combination in the Wairarapa and the Wairarapa.
It sounds like something the government's been trying to do. Have you looked at some of the agencies?
Interestingly, Trust House have been the first fully registered community house provider in New Zealand back in 2000. And we've been working very closely with the Trust around various community houses to make sure that the housing that we provide is managed to be
What are your future plans for community housing?
we would like to expand the social housing that we currently have. Probably more importantly, what we would like to do is make sure that the houses that we currently have are fit for purpose for all of the members of the community, and it will continue to be developed.
More information about community housing.
All of the information on Trust House,
I'm here with Ellen from Trust House at the Grill at Semifinal.
There's a fear in town, a pretty bad element, you know. Shearers are rough people, you know, we'll have to be very careful. So they were certainly covering the bases as far as that goes. Don't forget that it was all very fine for a young farmers club shearing competition where you probably had a maximum of 20 or 30 entries to do all the bits of paper and work out the score and everything. Somebody had to organise a system to do all of that for big numbers. I don't think they had any idea how many numbers it was going to be. It was pen and paper work. There were no computers. All of the little ticks on the card had to be added up. They had to be put on another colour, and then the scores worked out, multiplied by the number of sheep and whatever the method was used. Fairly heavily weighted at the time because of the way it was working, and I think we started off with 10 seconds per sheep. 10 seconds per second for a point. So time was pretty important. It was over where the TV channel now up there, TV screens are up there now. There was a platform up the top. And the idea was the judges, more judges, would be able to stand up there on the platform, look down at the shearers like that and judge them. I think that lasted about the first heat or a little bit later. I couldn't see one shearer bend over and get on his long throw. But nevertheless, the referees and various people who shall be nameless used to be up on top of there, looking down like we reckoned they were up there so they could see down the front of them all stretches from up there. We always worried there was only a plank of wood on the poles that held the whole lot together, and people up there, we reckoned at one stage, sooner or later, somebody was going to get too keen. And remember that the early judges and things used to be allowed to have a beer in between heats and things. So it wasn't always quite as clear what they were actually judging or anything at the time in those first few sessions there. And if they lead too hard, they're going to have somebody on the stand. I spent umpteen hours, I wasn't enough at that stage to do a bit of arithmetic, working out the calculations on an enormous great spreadsheet on paper, so that you could take the points on one side and the time on the top, go down the two, and in the middle there you had your result. All of that, all those points were thoroughly checked by two people at least, and a little room upstairs after each event. So we had a team of whiz kids and adding up numbers and things up in the top room, getting the results right. But we were dealing with the crazed Romneys, and they were beautiful sheep, really were, true and red. But they literally had wool on every part of their body that you can imagine, right around the waist, right down the leg. And in those days, you had to take all the socks and everything off. And only went to 99. And a lot of shearers were actually, not a lot, but enough shearers were actually making a tumble over to start on one again.
Good morning to our audience on the World Wide Web. Yes, it is a little bit early. This is a Friday morning. This is day 3 of the Golden Shears 2020 60th birthday. And what a great day it is. Actually, Golden Shears is a bit like hanging out the washing. The minute you do it, it starts to rain. And that started to happen around here. We're not unhappy, although a little bit mindful of the logistics that all creates for Golden Shears, but it's going to be a great day, a full day of competition, and really starting to head into those finals, getting to the sharp end of the competition. So Friday morning we've got a full calendar, but with me today I've got a special friend and colleague who's going to be doing a bit of work for us at Golden Shears this year, and I'll let her introduce herself. Welcome Louise to Golden Shears.
G'day Mavis, thanks very much. I'm really looking forward to it. There's something really special about Golden Shears that happens not only everyone here in New Zealand but all around the world. So I'm going to be helping out with the Woolhandling commentary, which will be really interesting. Looking forward to doing it with your son Tua. He'll be definitely taking the lead on that, and I'll be hopefully getting a wee bit of time.
I'm sure you'll do all of that, Rowena. So Rowena kind of does this stuff for a day job, don't you, Rowena?
Yes, but rugby, not shearing, so
sport.
I'm sure there's a lot of crossover, but yeah, I think it'll be a little slower paced in some places and a bit faster. There's not so many breakdowns as in rugby, but no, my day job, I'm an executive producer for the country radio show here in New Zealand. We've been going for 25 years. And we're on the between 12 and 1 lunchtime, so hopefully catch you guys when they go home and have a bite to eat at lunch and just, making sure they know everything that's happening in the cultural and business world, from economics to politics to policy changes and sport and everything in between.
Oh, that sounds fantastic. Well, we're so lucky to be able to have you here. You kind of followed the shearing scene for quite some time now, haven't you?
Yeah, indeed. And it all actually kind of started over a drunken conversation, as I think most great things do. And Semifinals funeral here in New Zealand, when I was speaking with Sir David Bacon and Jack Bacon, and they said, hey, look, in a couple of years we've got the world champs over in France, why don't you or my boss Jamie go along? And I said, absolutely. Woke up the next morning and I'd already opened up a bank account that said world champs. So we went from there, and it was an amazing experience just getting to meet shearers from all around the world. And we've done a couple of farm tours over there to go and look at the Lindsay and the chalet, and yeah, just absolutely love everyone. And I'm so proud of how all the people teams as well.
Yeah, we certainly had a good time, and it was great to be able to support the New Zealand team. And yes, it was really cool to have you, Rowena, to take us through, the lens that you carry when you come to these events, and especially that of a sporting commentator for a pretty major sport here in New Zealand. So that's cool. But look, let's just have a look. We've got a big day ahead of us here, and yes, you're on the boards first thing this morning with Tonga in terms of the open Woolhandling. Now we have got a magical lineup here.
Oh, there's some amazing games coming through in there, and a broad range of experience as well. We've got some new ones and some names that have been around for absolutely years, and I'm not going to tell you which one's which. But we've got Tina Lemony in there as well, and a couple of her daughters, Katie Agodia and Marnie Morale as well. So that'll be interesting. And it just brings another dynamic, doesn't it? The family competitiveness.
It sure does. It sure does. And it's been like that the whole time through. Yeah. So we've had the winner of the novice Shearing. His brother led through to the intermediate, and I see now his father's actually gone through to the next round as well. So
And that's something we really see in shearing and in Woolhandling, as it really is a generational, intergenerational event. We've also got Ricky and Angela Stevens. That's going to be a tie-dye battle in their household, no matter who comes out on top.
That's right. And last night I was lucky enough to go to a champions mix and mingle. And it was really cool to be amongst people such as Aroha Gaba, Bill Greenshield, Tina Lebanon, Aukie Mason, Nicky Little, all past winners. And then they had the winners, past winners of the wool pressing and shearing. So Glenn Hopper were one of the very early pressing winners. And then those heroes of I'm not going to say you, that sounds really quite morbid, but people like Martin Ngātaki and Roger Cox, Snow Quinn, the Kringle brothers, it was like stepping into a different world last night with all of those legends of the day. So it was look forward to hopefully bringing some of them to you through the day. We had a bit of a glitch yesterday afternoon, so the interviews kind of went to the board for a little while, and that's okay, but we'll certainly do a catch up and bring in many of those cool people to you as we can through the day. But we're just about ready. I've said to the boys for the wool handling. That's your gig, Rose.
Time for me to get to the stage, right?
Not yet, but look, we just want to acknowledge that we're the sponsors and the partners at the moment. Sheer expertise, done a sponsor for a start.
Yeah, and especially at the moment, because there's been such a challenging summer for New Zealand farmers. We saw a lot of rain early on, so that meant an excess of pasture and feed, and then it's gone completely in a certain direction, and we've had a really sustained period of drought. We are starting to see some changes in the weather pattern, which is going to create rain, but it's a little too late and too little for this competition. So just full credit to the farmers who have managed to get the sheep in the ideal conditions for this competition. They don't all have to be at the same stage. So there's a whole lot of different categories that they've been catering for, and they have really done an absolutely superb job.
They sure have. So just a shout out to White Steers from the Wairarapa farm that has been able to maintain an awesome block of wool that was handled by the owner all the way through. So with that, I think we better let this lady get down and get her job done. Thank you.
What's that?
Did what last day come across that when they
Coming through.
Yeah. Maybe we could keep going.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I'll turn that down.
Well, if I'm pleased, I mean, if you... Yeah, even after we almost put it down. Yeah. The second one is just done here. Thanks, Joe. All right, thanks, Joe.
Their voices weren't coming out the top of it.
Oh, yeah. I thought just keep going with the stuff exception.
That's
Well,
what we
recent
did.
shearers of Paddy Mason, Masterton Mason, Leon Morrell, Sean Edmonds, Lee Edmonds, Pete Spillman, Marcus Tartner, Brett Roberts, Artemis, give them a hand, wool handlers. These are our resident shearers. You've got to be nice to them.
This is the overall family.
And there's going to be those numbers.
And this will probably be about an hour and a half.
Those probably numbers. Which we will see.
we have all the creases, like yourself known as the secondary table here, ASAP front. We have a very big day to get through the program, so we need to get our first feet underway. So make yourself known down here, please.
Party everybody, you are on table number 1 and please 2, Evergreen table 3, Grenard Power on the 4. Lovely to see Grenard here. And you can see it on TV. So these Woolhandlers this morning, they will be handling 4 long releases. The seal time is 1 minute and 10 seconds. So that's once the shearer has pulled the cord, they have 1 minute and 10 seconds to tidy up their area. And these Woolhandlers are the best in the world. Shearing expertise are the sponsor of this event. We'd like to thank Shearing expertise. Shearing expertise does a lot of work behind the scenes in the Golden Shears and on the scenes. classified shearers for the shearing for the wool handlers. They organise a lot of the sheep, they crutch a lot of the sheep. The head mason of the boys with the big things to be right.
So everyone's just starting to set up. Good morning everyone, and hope everyone's well rested. About getting up these boys for the first test, shearing the wool handling test, and testing all the right here. These are the skilful certified leadership, not just in the wool shed, but in the industry. And they put themselves out there. They make sure that practices are as much as possible improved, not just in the wool shed, but also in general health and safety measures. These are the pre-road tests. And while I've got the mic and we're waiting, I just want to introduce you to a fellow commentator who's going to be working with English commentators. This is Serene C. We're really happy to have her. She's come from the Deep South, worked in radio as a sports commentator, mainly for rugby, but she has graduated now up to Shearing Sports, so very proud of her to be graduating up there, guys. So Rowena joined the team next week as part of the facilities, so she's certainly well acquainted with the high-level competition at the second element of the game. Had a little bit of a memory of some of the names in the Whānau section all the way through, not just Sydney, but all across the field. That's something that all leaders know that we're sharing the wool handling industry around the world. We see the same families in the time and time again, and that's one that time and time down the generation, and they can all really figure it out as well. It's pretty cool, right? How we going to movie? Getting close to the green light here?
We're waiting on a few of these old photos to report the players. Just getting out of the walkers and coming down to the corner. We have a green light. We have a green light, neighbours. The shearers are on the board, the wool handles up there with the study in the orange t-shirts. Timekeepers are ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, down here on stand number one, table number one, we have Tanya Kiwai. Tanya is from all over the place, but she called the Wāhu home. Ash Boyce is the wool handler on stand number two, and he is from a wonderful warm place called Evergreen.
Thanks very much. And here's another one who's just very the island. And then on stand three, we have Adrian, the sister of Jimmy and Leon. Certainly names to that make you sit up. And it was lovely to see, I think it was her daughter that competed in the earlier novice grade, Shantae Walker. So another intergeneration. Down here on the end we have Gwinnett Highlight. Gwinnett's, she's just a favourite, so Welsh lady, proudly Welsh, but has some beautiful children from my cousin Jill. And it's lovely to have you here, Gwinnett, competing and being a top lady around. What are you thinking so far, Rose?
It's really good to see shearers ladies catch that follow the medal at the top of the sheet, make sure none of it is competition age. 9 buckets they have to separate out to top of different lines, coming through those. So if you were to listen, it's not a great start.
Toma, here we go, the first throw coming up.
This place down here on table number one looks like it's going to be a little bit flaky. Lovely throws down there. Tanya, a little bit of Ash overthrow. Tanya, a bit of bunching. Is it nerves, neighbours?
I think some of the best throw for today comes from down here on Gwinnett. She had that fully controlled.
Sorry, mate, I might just jump in there. I might going. Okay, on the men's pressing on number 1, we have Anthony Crew and Darcy Tom, and on press 2, Conan Harmon Gray and his brother Shane Harmon. Okay, press is ready to go. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thanks very much, Mavis.
Okay, so the wool handlers, they run back to their shearers, they have skirted half of their fleece. They need to get back to their shearer, get the top knot all off, as Marina was saying, it's got a hollow fibre around the head. It's sort of like a straw, it will not accept any wool dye. So that needs to go into another processing bin. So in these bins around the sides of the table are actually processing bolts that need sort of different wash systems to get themselves back to the white colour. We've got the wool on the brisket called the frip. That will not ever be able to be made white. And then you've got everything that's used. When they throw the fleece on the table, the second cuts drop through. So there's another fault. And for the second cuts, they use those to make tennis balls. But shearers, coming down the last side, come on wool handlers, they need to have a nice tight compact roll from bridge to the shoulder. Few of these wool handlers are running, Mavis. The pressure's really on.
And here we go, this slide on table 2 and table 1. This is what we're taking on the tables that are going to run very steady. A little bit of bunching forward now, but as much bigger stronger, very just flowing and here.
Yeah, so anything that's overhanging or any the size of an A4 sheet of paper, that's 1 point. So when the wool handlers throw the fleece, you'll see the judge bobbing up and down. And just getting their bit of exercise for the day, and they're looking to see how many points that these wool handlers have lost. And it's the same with the bunching on top of the fleece. If there's any bunching the size of an A4 sheet of paper, they will get penalised for that as well. So the shearers are moving into the undermine. A lot of points can be lost around the undermine. You have short wool, you have soft wool, you could have a bit of stain, maybe a bag or two. So that all those things need to be processed around the undermine, and those little bits of wool are not to touch the fleece wool because they're being there as contamination rolling.
So I can see some of the points starting to appear up on the screen above the wool handling. What are some of those points coming through for?
Those are the time points and the board points. They're up there. Sorry, those are just the board points. So that's what these judges in blue are doing on the board. They are watching these wool handlers. You can get penalised very severely on the board. A lot of those points are probably for the throws that these wool handlers have had. But these are the open wool handlers. Adrian Samuels, whoa, what do you think of that, Rowena?
Yeah, not a bad throw indeed. A little bit of overhang there from her probably weakest throw of the competition. But as we see there on table 1 and 2 as well, they are improving as we go. Less overhang with every throw and just a little bit of bunching there for Nadia.
Yes, that's right. The secret is if you have a good throw, you end up with all the first pieces and all the fault wool that you need to pull out around the edge of the table. Sometimes when you have bunching, there's little bits that are tucked up underneath and you actually have to go and find them. So when you get a good throw, and it's also a great boost of confidence for these wool handlers. You know, they start feeling good, they'll start walking around with their chest sticking out when they do a good throw. So here we go, shearers are into the undermine. They'll take the top one off. So this is the fourth and final sheet, Rowena, and after the shearers finish this, they will pull the cord, and then it's 1 minute and 10 seconds, and that's the seal time that these wool handlers have to clean up. They have to remove all the faults, roll these fleeces up, sweep the board, and then I think after 1 minute and 10 seconds, it's 1.35 seconds. So roll up time on table number 3. Tanya Piwaidiani on table number 1. She's looking a little wee bit flustered. Come on, Tanya. Down the last side with these shearers. This is a typical shed situation, Rowena. Shearers do not wait for anybody.
And I think
Okay, so here we go. Shearers pulled the cord, 1 minute 30 seconds. Parnia turns, throws, ready to throw Parnia. Ash boys here, a little bit of overhead. How's it down there, Rowena?
Yeah, that's right. From
Yes, the cleanup is in hand. I'm watching Parnia. There's such concentration on her face. Last time I see her do that, she was on the pokies at the Mangatara Hotel. Come on, Parnia, let's go, sweetie. Pull your finger out. Just pretend you got the jackpot and go. Ash boys, roll up down there, Rowena. Those two have already got room in hand.
Done nice and quickly, can start to clear the board as we see Gwinan doing. Adrian's already managed to clear most of her board, so anything that's left behind the size of a credit card counts as a point. They're making sure they get every last skerrick of wool as part of the clean-up. They'll shake their tables as well, make sure nothing is caught and left behind that the judges will see and penalise them for.
Yes, you're dead right, these wool handlers. Some of them, I don't know, some of them leave a little bit behind, makes you wonder what their bedrooms look like. But most of them are very, very tidy. Looks like Adrian Samuels will be the first with their hand up. Well done, Adrian. And Ash, boys, he's the rose amongst the thorns up here. He's nearly ready to put his hand up. Come on, Ash. Well done, Ash. Parnia, hey, there we go. Okay, Nuki, can we have our next team?
Thank you. Once the wall has been judged and away from the board, you can go up. Put Logan, Kamura on 1, Kimberly Draft on 2, Emma on 3, and Molly Kidd on 4. Heat number 3, if they can please be ready, Nio Hansen, Bettina Marlborough, Trish Hockey Ludlow, Angela Stevens, and I'll read out heat 4.
Are we having a semi, John?
Marika Braddock, Chelsea Collier, Candy Hiddy, and Samantha Gordon. Those are the first 4. We have 11 heats to get to, so we have a full field. Thanks.
All right, we're still ticking away down here on the pressing. This is the peers pressing. Fast-paced action by Jolly it is. We are looking for a 160 kg bale. It takes teamwork. It takes muscle and power. This young shearer right here beside me, Darcy Tong, is on the arm. The cavalry will arrive in a minute or two, I'd say, once Ant Frew, his teammate, has done the housekeeping. Darcy's having a yarn to him saying, mate, get the housekeeping done. Flick it under the carpet if you have to, under the mat. And join the battle. And so he does. 160 from going on yesterday is a really tight bale. You've got to get some muscle power in there. You've got to lock it all down in this bottom box.
Hey, Gerald, if I can just pop in there for a second. Open wool handlers, you are to take out the really bad seed that's in there, the really bad stuff, and there is a bit of rattle on some of these fleeces, so you will need to keep an eye on that as well. So wool handlers, you have about 40 seconds to get yourselves organised. Once we get the green light, we'll have our shearers on the board ready to go and we will begin. Gerald.
Yeah, thanks, Tuma. So over here, a couple... especially one well-known presser, Conan the Barbarian, we call him, Conan Harmon Gray, and his brother.
Sorry, Gerald, we have a green light down here, and it looks like we're ready to go. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, on your marks, get set, go.
Joe Hopkins, please. Joe Hopkins, to the announcements, please.
Yeah, and of course his brother Shane Harmon's having to go. It's his first time, so pleasure to have you have a go here, Shane.
He's helping out his brother by pulling that flap over. We want a nice, tidy, presented bale. Press 1 saying, well, we've got all that locked and loaded. Let's get those flaps up and ready to staple her off too. These judges beside me here, exceptionally dedicated and conscientious judges. They don't take their eye off the ball of any second, of any minute, of any hour, of any day. I've had the great pleasure of watching them from a distance for a few years now, and we've done a big stint yesterday over a lot of hours in a row, and not once do they look away. They're very astute, and the presses know that. So you've got to be on your A game at the Golden Shears anyway, but again, under the watchful eye of these volunteer judges. So thank you very much to Peter Cox and Carl Cox for what will be another terrific effort by you too. Right, it looks like we're just about to, it's taken time there on press 2. How do we go? Oh, that sets a bit of a target, 10 minutes, 48 seconds. That's to bang down a 160 kg bale. I'll go back to you, Tuma. It looks like we've got the first throws of heat 2.
Yes, the first throw is about to hit the tables. Oh, that's a monster fleece. Well-grown fleeces here. These wool handlers, they will need to make sure the setup is perfect. Lovely throw down here from Kamita. Best throw. Young Kimberly Braddock on table number 2 has the best throw. So here's her sister-in-law, Emma Braddock, is starting her work. You haven't got any time to sit there and think, oh, that sucked. You need to get in and go. We got young Logan Kamita here, table number 1. He's pulling out the neck wool. So these wool handlers working away frantically. They'd like to try and get a half of their fleece done and come around and do the neck before they have to go back to their shearers. Shearers are warmed up now and they're starting to shear away quite openly and freely. Thank you to our shearers, Rowena. We wouldn't be able to have this competition if we didn't have these guys up there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see that cross-discipline collaboration here. The shearers will be into their work later on in the day, but just having a nice wee warm-up here to help out the wool handling. And I think that also goes towards the spirit of the competition in terms of shearing and wool handling. Everyone gets amongst it, supports everyone else.
Yes, you're dead right. There's a lot of support in here. It's funny because you'll see these wool handlers giving each other a kiss when they see each other, and then as soon as they're on their board, they get all ugly at their mates. They're a very weird breed, these wool handlers. But roll-up time down here on table number 1. You need to roll from the bridge to the shoulder. And it's got to be nice, tight, compact, or you will lose a lot of points. Kimberly, she had the best throw. Walking around her table, maybe her fadge is in the wrong place. You don't want to be walking around. You want to, where everything is nice and handy. Fleece number 2.
Good throw there once again by Emma Braddock. A wee bit of overhang though for Molly Kidd on table 4, and the thing, Timmer, is if you do get a bit of overhang, you don't panic, you stick to your plan and you carry on and don't let it get to you.
Yes, you're dead right. There's no time to panic. Once panic stations start, you may as well go and sit in the crowd and watch, because you're not going to be concentrating. You're too busy worrying about how you look. Some of these wool handlers are good. They get up there looking all scody and get stuck in and do the job. And then you'll get some glamour queens. They'll come in with a foot of foundation on their faces, but that's okay if that's how they feel comfortable, and as long as the job gets done, it doesn't matter what they look like. So into the undermine work, these shearers, top knot wool comes off, that goes into one basket. You'll notice with these wool handlers, Rowena, you know, they stand there and they don't have to guess where they're throwing their wool. They already, you know, it's imprinted in their brain.
Yeah, well, I guess they're doing this day in, day out, every day of the year practically. It's something that, you know, if you play a sport, you've got to go and practice. This is their sport. They practice it every day. So they're just doing a show, a better version of what is their day job and getting recognised for it, which I think is fantastic.
Yes, that's right. They are getting recognised for the hard work they do. Logan Kamita, he's got the fleece and the fadge. Emma Braddock, she's happy. We got Molly Kidd up there. So what these wool handlers need to be doing is they need to be at the board, feeding the fleece into themselves, nice and flat, and then they grab the top, the back legs, squeeze the rest of the fleece together, and you'll see them squeeze it, and that's a great throw down there.
All right, we have some bar weights here, Tuma, and we're looking for a 160 kg bale, and this bale's from press 2, Shane Harmon and Conan Harmon Gray's bale, and it's a 156.5, ladies and gentlemen. That's only 3.5 kg short. That's a beauty. How do you do that?
Okay, Gerald, back down here. Wool handlers, you only are to take out the bird's nest. Okay, the bird's nest you are to take out. You can leave the little babies in the nest if you like. So here we go. We have sheep. What sheep do we have? We have, is this the final sheep on the board? I think it is.
Yes, yeah, it is.
Okay, so we've got Molly Kidd down here on table number 1. She's from Turamia. That's not far from here. She's working away. She's just got her neck all out. She's got her neck in her pieces. I'm not sure what she's pulled out there. That might be a little bit of that bird nest that we're talking about. Roll-up time down here on table number 2, young Kimberly Braddock. So these wool handlers, they all look like they aren't too much over their comfort zones, Rowena. They look like they're still fairly comfortable. I can't see any sweat.
No, I don't know how they do it. They're moving around their tables, they're racing back and forth to the board to make sure there's none of that cross-contamination, and they still look unflustered. Beautiful throw there by Molly Kidd on table 4, the best throw that she's pulled out this morning. Fantastic work, Molly, and another great throw as well from Emma Braddock on table 3, Tuma.
Yes, you're dead right. So once the shearer pulls the cord, they have 1 minute and 10 seconds to process this fleece, clean up their work area, and then if they go over that time, it's 1 point for every 5 seconds. So a lot of pressure on these wool handlers. Come on, wool handlers. Also, you can see who's the first one to the smoko box. So we've got Emma here on table number 3. Looks like she's doing a good job. Kimberly, doesn't look like a lot of work left on that fleece. Young Logan Kamura down here, table 1. He is the first one with the brim in hand. Logan has won a fair few open titles, this young man. Don't really see him at all the shows, but he is definitely a prospect.
All of the fleeces now in the baskets ready to be taken away. All of our 4 competitors on clean-up, frantically working their brooms around under their tables, making sure they don't pick up any extra penalty points outside that 1 minute 10 for seal.
Well, Logan Kamura, he was super organised and he's finished super fast. So Kimberly's down here on her hands and knees. Little bits left. There she goes. Her time's taken. Emma, a little wee bit behind. Time for Emma. So once the wool leaves here, it goes out the back to another set of judges, and we call that place the dungeon. We only have the pretty judges up here and the not so pretty at the back. It's a good thing they can't hear us, though. They should be very busy, Rowena.
I was just thinking you're going to get a few clouts around the ears, Tuma, for saying stuff like that, but you know your boundaries, you know you're safe and they can't hear you. Well played.
Okay, Nuki.
Thank you, Tomo. Heat 3. Table 1, Nio Henson. Table 2, Katrina Nahoro. Table 3, Trish Mookie Budlow. And table 4, Angela Stevens.
Okay, wool handlers, you will have about 40 seconds to set up. There'll be new baskets coming to you guys. You'll have about 40 seconds. If you can take a second up to sweep your board, that would really help. Well, Rowena, we've had 2 heats Gerald, you want to crank something up?
Yeah, thanks very much, Tuma. Yeah, we'll take every second we got at the moment. Hey, now, as you know, we've got a very big program, so there's just been discussions on semis and the likes, and the peers this year, the final is going to be up on stage later tonight, okay, under the bright lights. So we are having a semi-final. There will be a semi-final of the peers, so thank you very much to the committee at the Golden Shears here. So we've crunched some figures and some time and the likes. There will be a semi-final later on this afternoon for the peers. Okay, we're still looking for a 160 kg bale. On press 1 we have Kushla Abraham and David Gordon. On press 2 we have Joe Gordon and Adam Gordon. Kushla Abraham's maiden name is Gordon. We have a family of Gordons on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Sibling rivalry. One whole family. In that case, the Gordon family, are you ready to do battle? Yous are. Judges are ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thank you, Tuma.
Thank you, Gerald. Will we have the green light? Shearers. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Heat 4, can we have you to the left of the stage? Marika Braddock, Chelsea Collier, Candy Hiddy, Sam Gordon. There is a little bit of rattle in some of these sheep wool handlers. You guys will need to keep your eyes peeled. There's a little bit of bird's nest in there just to take out the heavy bird's nest as well. Now there is a bit of lag in the remote control clickers to up the top, so sometimes your score might change once you put your hand up, but there can be a little bit of lag in those clickers. So when they roll these fleeces up, Rowena, they are to roll them from britch to shoulder.
Or as I say, from bum to neck.
That's it.
The whole family there, I think. Well, I don't know if there's any more, brother.
Yeah, britch is not such a nice word, really, if people might take it the wrong way. So bum to shoulder sounds a lot better to me.
It's hard to know when you're not from the industry what's the polite way of saying things, what's the okay way of saying things. But one term I did notice, I know what rattle is, and I know speaking to a lot of the wool contractors, there's been a lot of issue with that this season, and the wool auctions are saying, oh, we've got a throw on table, one beautiful throw there. The wool contractors are saying it needs to stop, we need to make sure it stays out. But bird's nest, Tuma, that's one that's new to me.
Yeah, bird's nest is a VM, well they call it vegetable matter, and because it's been so dry, you know, these sheep are walking through a lot of dry thistles, things like that, and it gets caught up in the wool. So that's what they're calling a bird's nest, is the VM. There is a little touches of VM in here. There's little wee bits, but they really want the heavy hay paddock kind of thing pulled out of these sheep. So into the under my wet, these shearers. Now in these baskets we have frib wool, we have the main belly wool. The main belly wool is very good wool, it just needs to go through a different wash system to get it up nice and bright again. And then we have the short wool from around the bum, the fertiliser works. We have the sock wool there. That sock wool is a medullated fibre. That needs to come out into its own little basket. And then the wool around the head, that's a medullated fibre as well. So that's got to go into its little basket. And then coming down the last side, these wool handlers they need to grab the cheek wool, and then they'll start setting up their fleece ready to throw again. We've got Trish Mookie. She's from Wairarapa on table number 3. Lovely to see her. She's a lovely person. This Trishy, she does a lot for Netball New Zealand. Angela Stevens from Napier. That's the daughter of the legendary Johnny Kirkpatrick. She's been making a lot of finals this year.
Second throw almost in sync from 3 out of our 4 competitors. A little bit of overhang on some of the tables, but across the board, not too bad an effort, Tuma.
No, a very good effort from these young wool handlers. Little wee bit of bunching, but nothing too severe. It's better to have bunching on the table than having wool lying on the ground. It's very hard to skirt when it's lying on the ground. So these wool handlers, they dart back to their shearer. We've got Katrina Ngāhoro from Taumaranui. Taumaranui is another place with a lot of sheep. And it looks like she knows what she's doing. She's probably a lead wool handler. Most of these open wool handlers are lead wool handlers. Some of them are retired and are teaching, doing other jobs. So here we go. These wool handlers working around. Back to her basket. We see Trish. Trishy has a look, not happy. So we've got Ngaio down here, table number 1, working away quietly. Gerald, what's happening down there?
Yeah, well, the Gordon family are at hard battle, as you would expect, nothing less of a sibling rivalry. So Joseph and Adam, they've got a good clean press, tidy around it, these young fellas, and nice clean top box and the likes as the wool starts to arrive to the wool tables. Down here we've got Kushler and David. They're just at the stage. Kushler says, yeah, we need to have that a wee bit tidier, starting to get the wool out of the way. We don't want that getting caught up on the cap, of course. That will create major issues when it comes to trying to lock that wool down and get those pins through. David says, okay, well, I'll get these ropes all sorted, Kushler, you do some housework. I'll get on some heavy duties here. And so he does. He goes to work. Meanwhile, the tag team over here, they have not got far to go. They have not got any colour in their face or any perspiration on their shoulders at this stage. It's walk in the park time for the youngsters. Come on, you're going to have to rattle your dags, you two, David and Kushla. Here we go now. You're going to need a big flurry to beat these boys for time points. They've got to bounce in their step. They are on their toes at whatever it might be. 8:30 in the morning. They called into McDonald's and had a couple of those black short shots of coffee. They swing that top box round, but here comes David Gordon and Kushlin now. They have got some wool in there. Holy smoke, she's starting to wind up as we would expect with pairs pressing. All the way to the floor. Bring them home. Come on, Masterton. These are your Masterton born and bred. Oh, Kushlin. Oh, there was a big breath there. One more, David. One more. Top box off. Great stuff. Back to you in your throws, Rowena.
Yeah, final throw there on table 2 and 3, 1 and 4 now as well. This is their final fleece on the tables. Pick of those throws, Tuma, would have to be 1 and 4 there.
Lovely throw down here on table 1. See, she just cleans her board first. You'll see a lot of different styles and ways of doing things with some of these wool handlers. Some of them like to just get stuck in and get the fleece out of the road first. Others like to sweep the top board and leave most of it down the front end. So when they sweep, there's not a lot left to sweep up. It's about having a good pattern.
Trish Morkey with the roll up already puts her in a great position to see out this 1 minute 30 she's got for the seal. Frantically working a broom around her work area, making sure it's nice and clean and tidy. She won't want to pick up any penalty points there for the clean-up as well.
Yes, you're right. These wool handlers, they don't want to be picking up unnecessary points. We've got young Ngaio Hansen down here, table number 1, cleaning up under her table. So you'll see some of these wool handlers, they really get stuck in. It's all about preparation before it comes to this this part of the job. Ngaio Hansen, she's down here looking around. Come on, Ngaio. Ngaio's the oldest of these sisters. So she's the one that's been blazing a trail, and the other sisters are really following and taking that in heed. So we're probably about a minute 30 now, maybe even a minute 40. Well done, Maya Henson. Trishy's happy. She puts her hand up. So just waiting on Angela and Katrina. You can lose hundreds of points out the back, Rowena, so these wool handlers, you really do need to keep that quality. Some get a little bit flustered and just end up throwing it any old where.
There we go. Katrina and Angela both finishing as well. And I know, Tuma, that there's not many points often that can separate first to fourth in a heat, so every little point counts, every credit card of wool that's left behind, every point off every overhang or bunching can really make a difference at the end.
Heat number 4. Malika Braddock, Chelsea Collier, Candy Liddy, Sam Gordon, please.
Very good. The youngsters have got wrapped up. We've been calling that up. Adam and Joe, 9 minutes 51 to pump that bale down. Conan and Shane, the heat before that were 10:48, so they've put a good 50 seconds on it. That's the time points. Once again, the aspects of all the safety aspects, all the lifting aspects, technique and all those sorts of things are coming to this too. And of course the bale weight of how close they are to the 160. But here we go, David Gordon and Kushla Abraham. The place is nice and tidy, but look how tidy these youngsters had it. Holy smoke. Nice tidy house. Now David says we'll get the corners sorted. Sister, you just get that door shut, lock her down for the next contestants. They're getting close, they're having a bit of a chat. No, you don't need to talk when your family, your bloodline, you know instinctively where each other are, and the hands are in the air, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go there, 11 minutes and 9. We're looking for 160. We'll stay here until you're ready to go, Tuma. So we'll pump one of these bales on. So this is Joseph and Adam Gordon for this first bale. How are we going here? The anticipation. You're born and bred Masterton family. You're looking for 160. 162 on the dot, ladies and gentlemen. Joseph and Adam Gordon. They'll be skiting about that.
Well, we have a green light down here, Gerald, so we'd like to get this heat started. We've got a lot of heats competitors, and we're going to keep the pump on. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, Gerald, let's hear what that other weight was.
Yeah, so this is Kushla Abraham, maiden name Gordon, of course, and David Gordon, her brother. They had some more Weet-Bix and had one extra shot of coffee. 165, ladies and gentlemen, still a sensational effort. 5 Ks of wool out. Holy smoke, that sets the bar. Just as well we've got a semi. It's going to be really, really tight.
Okay, down here in the Woolhandling, Share Expertise are the sponsor of this event. Thank you very much to Share Expertise. So into the undermine work, these shearers, wool handlers are with them. We have Marika Braddock from Eki Tahona just up the road. Her sister Ngaio Hansen was in that first heat on that exact table, and her throws were pretty good, so Marika would have been watching that shearer. Down in Gore, in the south, we have Chelsea Collier, table number 2. Chelsea did very well last year. I think she made the final here, so she'll be wanting to repeat that performance. Another South Island girl on table number 3, Candy Hitty. She's from the Matoda. And on sand number 4, we have local sensation Sam Gordon.
Good to see the two South Islanders from Gore and Matoda. Tuma, of course, were hit badly by flooding last month, so it would have been a bit of a rocky preparation for them, trying to make sure everyone they know has been safe with all the flooding. A lot of houses inundated with the water, a lot of farmland affected as well. Stock moved to high ground. And a beautiful throw there by Chelsea Collier on table 2 and also Candy Hitty on table 3. So it obviously hasn't upset their preparation too much at all.
Yeah, I was talking to a few South Island guys and they reckon that their December wasn't the flashiest. But they said they've had a good January and February. So these guys, they have had a little bit of preparation. Just watching Marika here, around the top of the table she works, looking for that neck wall. Chelsea Collier, she's got these lovely blue eyes and they will be scanning everything at the moment. She'll have one eye on the fleece, one eye on her bins, the other eye on her shearer. And Candy Hitty, you said that she had another good throw. Doesn't look like there's a lot of work to do on this fleece, so she'll be very happy about that. And Sam down here on stand on table number 4, well, she's a wonderful competitor. Come up through the grades. And now, look, she's working up there with a smile on her face. So not a lot of pressure being felt, I don't think, by these wool handlers. Shearers, come on, look, guys, keep these wool handlers busy. So just watching young Marika here. She looks like she's ready to nearly roll her fleece up. Down the end, Samantha Gordon's rolled her fleece up. Have a look around, Samantha.
Yeah, if you can get your fleece rolled up nice and early and into that basket ready to be taken away, it means you've got way more time to spend with your shearer, making sure you can separate that wool out nice and early, prevent any cross-contamination as much as you can.
I see we've got Kieran McNulty here. Good morning, Kieran. Welcome to the Golden Shears 2020. This is the open wool handling class. And these wool handlers are about to throw. The neck got stuck. Chelsea, that's a lovely throw again. Young Candy Hitty, a little wee bit of overhang, and not a bad throw from Sam. These are well-grown fleeces, ladies and gentlemen, and because we have not had a lot of rain, there's not a lot of binding of the wool, and it makes them very, very difficult to throw. So when you're actually setting up your fleece on the board, it's that preparation that will save you here when you throw the fleece. Because if you just pull the fleece into you and grab it and throw it, you're going to end up with front legs coming off the table. So you need to keep everything, pull it into you before you start your pickup.
Thanks, so I'll just read out heat number 5. Rose Puma, Anna Braddock, Kieran Herbert, and Brittany Tibble. And heat 6, Lane Morrell, Joel Henry, Bernie Waihapi, Tina Limini.
Just going back to what you were saying, Tuma, about the fleece and how challenging it is because of the weather conditions. At every competition that these wool handlers compete at, are they seeing different sheep? Are they seeing different fleece condition around the different parts of the country as well? Is that making it easier or harder coming into today?
Well, predominantly the shows that we have in the North Island are actually second shear, where all of the processing is done on the board. It's only with the long wool that we bring the tables out. I think there may be 4 shows in the North Island that are long wool, the rest are second shear. Lovely throws down there on tables 3 and 4. Nice throw down here from Marika, is a little bit loose. So these wool handlers, they have a wool handling circuit, and that's what they need to enter before they compete. And I think it's 4 second shear shows and 4 full wool shows. So they will go and do these, compete at these shows, and then they'll have like a major final for that. Probably this year.
Hello.
This time next year at the Golden Shears.
Might just jump in there if that's okay, Tuma, thank you. So press 1, Jarlin Benioni and Quinton Miller, okay. Piers pressing over here. Husband and wife, Ricky Stevens and Angela Stevens. Okay, very familiar. Presses, are you ready? Judges ready? On your marks, get set, go. Thank you, Tima.
Thank you very much, Gerald. So back here on the wool handling, these wool handlers, the last fleece is about to come off. So now the preparation starts to begin for the cleanup. These South Islanders, they do a lot more full wool work than we do in the North Island nowadays. A lot of farmers in the North Island share 8-month and 6-month. So full wool really is not something that we do a lot of. Candy Hitty, that is a lovely, well-rolled fleece. So here we go. 1 minute and 10 seconds we'll start. We'll see the fireworks, and we've got to see a bit of running here from Wairarapa. Here we go. Come on, let's go, girls. You need to really get stuck in. Ooh, how's those throws down there, Rowena?
Yeah, nice throw on table 4 from Sam Gordon. A bit of local knowledge coming into play there. Again, a lovely one from Candy Hitty. Wee bit of overhang at the end, but she won't be flustered. She'll just carry on with her plan regardless and make sure she gives this final fleece her full attention.
Full attention is what's going on down here with Wairarapa Braddock. She's got a little bit of a smile. Come on, Wairarapa, you haven't got time to smile. We got Chelsea here, roll-up time for Chelsea. Loose fleece, so she needs to pay a lot of attention to that. There we go. We got the fleece in the faz. Chelsea's got the brim in hand. Oh, she's taking these other wool handlers to the cleaners, this girl from Gore. Under the table she works. Come on, this young lady from Ekitahuna. We got the young Masterton girl. Oh, she's chasing hard too. But it's the Chelsea collie. It looks like she might be the first. Samantha Gordon down there on table number 4. She's right there with her as well. Come on, guys. 1 minute and 10 seconds has already ticked by. Stop farting around. Here we go. Well done, Chelsea. Samantha. A little bit left for her to do, and she'll put her hand up. A lot of work on these fleeces. Well done, Samantha. So we've got Wairarapa from just up the road in Ekitahuna. She has a look around. Well done. Well done, wool handlers. Final touches for Candy. There we go. Well done, wool handlers. Nuki.
Thank you, Thomas. Heat 5, Rose Kuha, Anna Braddock, Karen Herbert, Brittany Tibble. Just wait for the wall to be taken away and the judging to be fully done. Heat number 6, Lani Morel, Joel Henare, Turi Waihapi, and Tina Rimini.
Rightio, back down here at the pressing. Jarlin Benioni's in the...
Hi, welcome back. And as you can see, we're right in the middle. We've started the open wool handling heats, and it's racking on pretty well. We're on to heat number 4 already, and we've had some of the big names. One of the interesting things is that these fleeces look a little bit smaller than what we've had in the past through the novice and junior seniors. So, you know, these open, they may have got away with a bit of a lucky draw here. But I've got a guest with me today, and I'd like to introduce Tez Hawaii. Tez, tell us about yourself. What are you doing here?
I'm living here in New Zealand at the moment. I'm originally, born and bred in Wales, and my father is from Dunedin in New Zealand, so I've sort of grown up coming over here and grown up in the sheds, really. So, yeah, I've emigrated here last year, and, loving it.
Well done. Yeah. So, you competed at these 2020 Golden Shears.
Yeah.
Tell us about that. How'd that go?
Oh, it was amazing. I just come here, just the first time at the Golden Shears, and just amazing venue, amazing amount of competitors, and I was in the last heat, so I had to watch in the junior heat, so I had to watch, and work myself up a bit. But it was awesome, and I didn't come here expecting anything, just for the experience, really, and I would recommend it to any junior or any grade shearer just to have a go, and it's nothing like nothing else in any other competitions. So
I think you're dead right about that. There's nothing else quite like Golden Shears, and people kind of think Golden Shears is just a bigger of everything else, but in fact it's a lot more than that. And this year with the 60th, we've got the Evergreens. So some of those Snow Harrison. competed in the very first Golden Shears ever. I mean, how wonderful is that to get these, you know, and I don't like to say old guys. I should be a little bit more respectful than that, but they're just beautiful treasures to have and to keep coming back, Tess. And I see that your mum just finished competing in the open Woolhandling. How do you think she went?
Oh, I think she did really well. Her first throw was amazing, and she just looked like she was having so much fun.
Yeah.
And, you know, we took part on the elite shearing course on Monday, Tuesday, and that just really helped us get your mind into gear, get your pattern, get your, you know, especially with the wool handling, just knowing what the judges are looking for and what they're looking at for at the back, and that really helped my mum to know what to take out and all that. So it was really good to do that. So I'd recommend going on any elite shearing course. Is it wool industry training courses now?
Yes, it is. And just going back to your mum, so she's been a Welsh representative at the Worlds. She has.
Yeah, she's represented Wales twice now, I think, or 3 times. I'm not sure, but yes, she's always trying to get on that team and always doing the circuits in the UK. And she does all the shows. And when I was growing up, I did do the shows, and it's just fun, I reckon, you know. And if you want to get into the teams or want to compete, you know, professionally or whatever, you know, it's good to go to them. And
it's all there, isn't it? Yeah, no, she did so well, and I'm really pleased that New Zealand is teaching the world how to do it better.
Yes. So I just want to shout out to all the Welsh fellas that are over here at the moment. There's quite a few young boys and girls competing, and just good on them for coming out here and having a go. And just like me, going to learn how to shear. And there's Sam Jones is in the junior final today, so good luck, Sam. And just good
cool. And what about for the people at home back in Wales?
Just I think come out here if you want to learn how to shear or rousey. You know, it's such a good place. You just do this kind of thing that they're doing on the screen now every day, and you just learn how to do it, and you meet so many people doing it. So, and go on all the courses, like you just learn it. And
oh, fantastic. And you should greet them in your own native tongue, Tess. You really should.
Just hello pawb adre'n Gymru, poblwch I bawb heddiw, cachwyl.
Oh, that's fantastic. Sounds beautiful. And I'm sure it meant beautiful things too. All right, so we're now going to head back into the stadium. We're on to heat 5 of the wool handling heats. And we've got some big names up there as well. We've got Karen Herbert, a past world representative for New Zealand. Anna Braddock, who's been coming through the ranks. She's been just smashing everything in front of her. Brittany Tibble, another one who's really come through the ranks, and she's doing so well. She's got a new little bubba that I had a bit of a cuddle out there with before. And on stand number 1, Rose Puha, who has been one of those trainers on the industry training elite. So let's get down to the stadium and enjoy.
Fingers have been absolutely flying on the tables. We see Karen Herbert with the roll-up for the first fleece in the basket. See you later, son. Same for Brittany Timble. They'll be ready back to their shearer to start making sure their lines end up in the right baskets.
Is Rose a bit past it? She seems to be struggling. Okay, lovely throws down there, a little wee bit of overhang. This is when the pressure starts to kick in. That was actually a really good throw from Rose, because that fleece, I don't know, it just didn't hold together, kind of like a second shear fleece. So that was a really good throw from Rose on one. Not a lot of first pieces in there.
Here we go, Tumachi. Oh, the hands in there. What was that time? 9 minutes and 3 seconds. That is the quickest time so far. 9 minutes to pump that bale down. Waiting for the weights after that. Whoa. That's how it's done. They knew each other instinctively of what will work. Probably not a lot of preparation beforehand. It's just get up here and we'll make it happen. So
could we have Poland Greg Harmon, Jess Stewart, Tiana Phillips, Kevin Little? That's the junior woolhandling finalists to run straight after this open woolhandling. With a comfortable enough test in the draw and get real sorted. Thanks. You need to record all those calls to the
Yeah, thanks very much, Noogie. Hey, once again, a big thank you to our sponsor, Farmlands Cooperative and Woolpacks New Zealand. They've been a long-serving sponsor here in the pressing and are really proud to partake that way. So, and the interesting thing is they are very interested in it. Normally the manager from down here, Calvin O'Reilly, he'll be in the audience somewhere, some stage, because he loves watching this pressing. And yeah, once again, a big thank you to you guys. So the finishing touches happening here on press one for Jarlin B. Leone and Quinton Miller. They've worked their way round and it's clip up time. So back to you, Tuma.
Oh, thank you, Gerald. Just another fleece has hit the tables. Anna Braddock. She's another one of these Braddocks. She's the little sister. She's having a really good run up there. If you have a look at the points up the top, those points will show you how these wool handlers are working around their shearers, making sure that the shearer has always got a nice, clean work area. And they also show the throws, how their throws are going, if their throws have been nice and flat, or if their throws have been a little bit over. So all of these wool hands, they generally have the same pattern around the shearers. Just some of them, it's all about basics, Rowena, getting the basics right. When you get a good basics, then you're good to go.
And one thing that we also see with these wool handlers is a lot of them will be competing against their mentor, competing against the person that showed them how to move around a table, where to lay out their baskets, which order to do things in. And I think that's really interesting. And we often see as the student progresses, they like to really take on their master, Tuma.
The wool handlers are working away with their shearer down the last side. 1 minute 10 seconds is the seal time. Rose is having a look at her shearer. I think she's giving him the evils to slow down, but no, sorry Rose, it doesn't roll like that. These shearers will not stop. Kieran Herbert looks like she's got a monster of a fleece. Young Brittany, table number 4, her fleece looks like a nice little fleece, as done the show's young Adam Braddock. Let's see if these wool handlers use them or waste them. Lovely throw, a little bit of overhang here on 2. Rose got all hers on the table. How are you looking down there, Rowena?
Yeah, not a bad throw from Brittany Timble. A fantastic throw as well from Kieran Herbert. As you said, she had a monster of a fleece, just pausing after that initial throw to make sure she contains it onto the table, tries to spread it out, avoid any bunching as well. She'll be really pleased with that final throw.
Just watching Rose skirt around the top of her table. Brontosaurus pieces coming out. That's the pressure coming on from the 1 minute 10. Anna Braddock, long, ooh, lovely looking pieces there. Come on, roll up time. Kieran Herbert, she's biting the old lip. The pressure's on and she knows Brittany Tibble. She's really taking it to these other young guns. So Rowena, Brittany, how does her pattern look? Does she look like she's organised down there?
She looks as though she has absolutely got it under control, frantically managing to get rid of all of the loose pieces of wool. There's no mucking around here. She knows she's got to go hard for the next wee while and it'll all pay out in the long run. Still needs to give her table a wee bit of a shake there, get it all off the table. There we go, nice and contained at the front of her area. She'll put it all into a pile and then start shuffling it with her hands into her final basket.
Do you think that it would be better to leave some wool behind than to incur penalty time points? There we go, Anna Braddock.
It's really hard, I think, for the wool handlers because they don't have a handle completely. There we go, finish from Brittany Timble, fantastic effort from her. They don't have a handle on this 1 minute 10. There's no board they can look at to see that time. There's no countdown for them as well. So I think it comes down to experience and judgment. Where are those penalty points going to start dropping down to 1 per second? When do you just draw the line? Finish there from Kieran Herbert on table 3 as well.
Well done, Rose Puha. Okay, back to you, Nuki.
Open Woolhandling Heat 6. Lani Morel, Joel Henare, Kuri Waihoki, and Tina Rimini. Once the judging has all been done, you can head up the event. Heat number 7, Marianne Beatty, Jeremy Goodger, Hagan Corona, and Arno Hargado.
So I'll just let you know the weights from the last heat. So Ricky and Angela Stevens, we're looking for 160 and we come in with a 147.5. So well done to you guys. And Jarlin Benioni and Quinton Miller on press 1 there, come in with a 158, ladies and gentlemen, 158. So it's a really good effort. So well done to you two teams. And we roll on.
Clever shearers to the board. We have the green light. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, table number 1 from
All right, I'm going to take a bit of liberty today simply because I can. I thought this is such a cool heat. I really wanted to explain and work through this heat with you, the viewers, wherever you may be. So here we are. This is the 6th heat of the open wool handling. Now this has been a highly contested, very highly contested grade this year. So on stand number 1 we have Lani Morel. Now everyone knows Lani, daughter of Tina Remenet, daughter of Dion Morel, champions in their own right. They've got it running through their veins. So she's preparing herself at the moment around that shearer. You've got the full view there. You can see now, look who she's right next to, Joel Henare. Now, Joel needs no introduction. I think he's been an 8 times winner of Golden Shears, 3 times world representative. Joel has done it all. He's not actually working in the industry at the moment. He's found with a family that he needs to do other things. But look how he's setting up that fleece, getting that, being right on top of him, getting that medullated fibre, which is those hairy fibres from around the head, just making sure that they don't contaminate any shorter pieces that's going to contaminate that beautiful fleece. He's just making sure that it doesn't come close at all. Setting it up, that's the big thing for once they get to throw. Here they go, preparing to throw. Let's have a look. Lani, lovely, a little bit of overhang there. Joel, good, nearly pretty much near perfect. Funi Waihape on number 3. Let's have a look at this in slow-mo. These are the new toys we've got at the moment. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Unwinding, stretching it out. Beautiful throws, all 3 of them. And down the end, one of the masters, Tina Remenet. So Tina, as I said, mother of Lani. But let's just watch Funi for a moment. She's a very accomplished wool handler. Alexandra, she's an expert in the fine wool, expert in the crossbreds. And if you take a minute to look at your screen, look down the bottom. You can see the number of sheep that need to be shorn. She's on sheep number 2, which is just about the last sheep she will shear, if I'm correct with this. Her time, she's sitting about in the middle. On the board, you can see there's probably half red, half green. So green means great, red means, she's clocking up some penalty points there, and they'll be evident on the screen as well at some point. And there's her total. So, she's sitting in the average at the probably 50 to 60% okay, or 50% at least. So that's just a bit of an explanation, and there you have a bit of a graph of how they all stack up against each other, and those are the points though without outside points, so it's only half the story. Let's just go back and see how they do this next fleece. Yeah, so much more control, so much more control. Little bit kind of hesitation held there by Lani, and as a result, her fleece didn't quite push out as much. Down the end, Tina, look at that. She's scrunching it in, compacting it, settling herself. Yes, beautiful throws. A little bit of overthrow for Tina, but nothing that she'll worry too much about. So the whole objective is to remove all the processing faults from this wool clip. Here's a beautiful vision of how clean Funi has her board at the moment. Every time that there is wool left on that board the size of a credit card, they're earning a penalty. So, it's not just about getting the work done, but it's getting it done in a way that is methodical and tidy. Here's Tina Remine. So she's on sheep number 3. Her time, she's probably just on the average. Her board points, this is telling me that perhaps her board points are just potentially a little bit higher than her mates. And that sits at the total as well, that last screen. And if you look on, now it's on my right, but it's on my left, but it'll be on your right. The totals, those are the points that we see at the moment. So Funi is sitting on 20 on the board, and who's Joel? 12. So, what we see happening is being reflected in the points. But we do have to remember there's a whole new set of judges that sit around the back that are going to also really take what they're given in terms of the baskets to make sure. Look at that beautiful throw by Joel. A little bit of overhang by Funi. She'll be disappointed in that. Tina's got hers on the table pretty well. Here's a bit of a replay of that. Tina's she's not hurrying. See her shearer's back out. She's saying, no, I'm going to get this right. Compacts it, turn, balance, out. Beautiful. Back to it. Joel's already got that third fleece off the table. But look at the cleanliness. Look how tidy that is. And this is what you need in a shearing shed. There's so many wool fibres, so many different processing faults that you need to be totally organised to ensure that that beautiful piece of fleece wool there isn't contaminated by colour or short fibres. All we have to do now is get our marketing people in the wool industry to tell our great story, because this is a great story. Here's Lani Morell. She's not shy to this work. She's a beautiful little wool handler. She knows what she needs to do. Making that roll. Now the purpose of a compact roll is, now that probably got a little bit loose, but she's recovered well with that. And the purpose of a good roll is so that when it gets to the wool store, it's easy enough, if need be, for these fleeces to be unrolled and reassessed. Joel, let's watch us throw. Keeps it low, keeps it very low. Nice one for Lani as well. A little bit of overhang, maybe it wouldn't be one whole A3 paper, which is your measure of fault. Joel's got a little bit of bunching there. Nothing to be worried about. That looked like a lovely throw from Funi. So here she is working around. There's a whole lot. There's another 6 heats, I'm pretty sure. So, this might look good and they're doing a great job, but there's 6 other heats just got their eye on it as well. They've been working all year to get to this. Look at Joel. He's already on the clean-up. This man is so organised. so organised. He's thought about all of that, and those points reflect it. Look at that, 18 compared to a 45 to a 50. Well done, Joel. He's back here on a bit of a mission, actually. He, even though he's retired, he's going, no, I don't know if I'm quite finished yet. And sometimes that break away from the industry kind of gives you some renewed effort. But I was talking to him yesterday, and he says, you know what, Mavis, this is where my heart is. And it's funny how sheep and wool and farming and the agri sector, it does get into your blood. It does really certainly start to own you, and as a result you have people like Joel who works in a different industry, who makes time to get into the competitions again. Well, look, I've hogged that, and I'm going to now take you back to allow this to go back to the stadium. I hope you're enjoying it. Please give us some feedback, because on behalf of President Sam Saunders and his team, they have worked really hard all year to be able to bring you a fabulous 60th birthday Golden Shears, and real compliments need to go to Noise Productions. This Toby guy, he's a techo who is extraordinary, and that's you can see it, it's all on your screen. Great graphics, great information. Thank you, Toby. So let's get back to the stadium.
Very good. Right, down here at the pressing, well, running time here, 7 minutes 35. And Cameron Hicks and Jerome Graham are off to a flyer. They have got to the...
Marianne Beatty, Jeremy Goodger, Hagan Karunia, Aroha Garvin. Heat 8, Bill Green Shields, Paige Broush, Cherie Alvesta, Ricky Stevens. Heat 9, Sarah Higgins, Rachel Hutchinson, Penny Kitty and Leona Smith.
That was good. 8:01. Wow. Cameron Hicks and Jerome Graham. And Jerome, that was his first go. He just powered through it. He's got a big frame and he's got those muscles in there doing his thing. Then we've got Jono here. I think Jimmy was doing the pressing, because actually I just looked back at my notes, and Jono Hicks, of course, yesterday we were looking for a 160 kg bale, and in the individual pressing he pumped out a 173, I think it was. So he had plenty of power. Those days in the gym have served him well as far as power goes. He said, Jimmy, you get up there and get a feel of this wool.
Yes. Just to make an announcement, could the Evergreen finalists come and check in and receive your singlets and t-shirts? The Evergreen Woolhandling, Rangi Roycroft, Rose Puha, Dana Tahavu and Waina Peniha. The grade 2 shearers, Peter McCabe, John Hand, Richard Pearson, Philip Woodward. Grade 3 Evergreen, Sid Tartana, Alan Brinson, Jeff Crengy, Hugh McCarroll, Ian Harrison, Ian Stewart. And the grade 1, Russell Knight, Dave Brooker, Bruce Pankhurst, Stephen Cooper, David Hodge. If you could report in, please, that would be great.
Shear expertise, wool handling, heat number 7. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, we have Marianne Beatty down here on table number 1. She was a member of the New Zealand team. And we have Jeremy Goodger on table number 2. Jeremy, if there was a master presser, this man would be one. Who have we got on table 4? Is it that Pagan Claudia, or is it Rowena?
Yeah, it is indeed. From Alexandra, fantastic to see her compete in the World Champs in France in July last year, taking out the team title with Cherie Alabaster, who we'll see up on the board very shortly. And then Aroha Garvin from Australia as well. So good to see some Australian competitors coming through. Of course, I understand she is from New Zealand, Tuma, but more recently of Australia.
Yes, that's right. The Aussie dollar, it got a hold on there. It does it to a lot of the Kiwis, but a lot of them come home in the end. So we got Marianne Beatty. She's been a team member. I think it was her and Joel Henare. And we've got Jeremy Goodger. Jeremy has won the pressing title here maybe 15 plus times. I probably should really have a look in the book and know what I'm talking about instead of just guessing. And Pagan Claudia. Seen her up at the Māori Sports Awards when her and Sri Alabaster won the main award up there for the team's event. And we have Aroha Garvin. Aroha Garvin's been here when she was representing New Zealand. But now she's with the Australian. And look at that, if she was representing New Zealand, that wouldn't be there. It would have been on here.
Fantastic throws there by Jeremy Goodger and Pagan Kurodi. A nice one as well from Marianne Beatty on table one. Aroha just taking a wee bit of time to adjust to the loose fleeces here with a wee bit of overhang on the left side of the table. She's still managing to process it. She won't let it get to her. She'll just adjust for her second throw.
Okay, so we have the big hulking figure of Jeremy Goodger. He's been working out in the gym a lot lately, and he said he's been doing a lot of running.
And it looks as though we have a wall press that is being weighed over there, Gerard.
Thanks very much, Rowena. We just weighed a bale. They took, it was 8 minutes they paired that bale up. This is Cameron Hicks and Jerome Graham. So we're looking for that 160. They done a 154. So it's they've got a lot of time points up their sleeve, and we'll see how that goes from there. Of course, the lighter the bale under the target, the more penalty points you lose, due to the fact that it's an easier job. You haven't had to put as much wool up, you haven't had to pull as much wool down, all those sorts of things. If it's a heavier bale over the target weight of 160, you lose less points per kg because you've had to work harder to get to that stage. So this is John O'Hicks and Jimmy Samuels. Then they are former winners here, and they have done a 163.0. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'll go back to the tables. Thank you, Rowena.
No problem, Gerald. We've seen our second fleeces on the table. Beautiful throw from Pagan Kurodi, a tiny bit of bunching at the end. Aroha Garvin just once again coming a bit unstuck by the New Zealand fleeces, being very loose at the moment with the long wool. How are we looking on your side, Tuma?
Marianne Beatty threw an absolute little honey. So we got Jeremy Goodger, he's running back to the table. This man has been doing a ton of running lately, and he said it's actually making him tired. But he does a lot of training. You'll see him on his Facebook. He starts training about 2 months before the Golden Shears starts. And that's what you have to do to become the pressing champion so many times. You've got to keep yourself in shape because you don't get any older, get any younger. So Jeremy reckons he's coming up to 40 shortly. He still only looks 25 to me. So here we go. Roll up time by Marianne Beatty. She's rolled up half that fleece, ready for the roll. She'll get that cheek wool. Don't want it to touch the fleece because they deem that as contamination. There's 3 categories that this comes into when you're sorting wool, and it's colour, length and contamination. So we want the nice white wool away from the dirty wool, as you could say. So we have first pieces, second pieces, locks, eye clips, sock wool, belly, frib. Maybe a little bit of stain. Marianne got a very loose fleece, places it down nicely. A good throw there from Jeremy. How's that throw on number 4?
Yeah, better throw there from Aroha, stepping around the table as we saw Tina Nevini do in the last final. Just making sure she can reach the end of that table. Still a little bit of overhang on the far side of the table from where she threw it, but much better than the first 2 throws. She'll be pleased with that. And another beauty from Pagan Kurodia on table 3. But Aroha Garvin just absolutely rocketing through her mahi today. She is making sure she's got as much time as possible up her hand to make her way back to her shearer and start sorting the wool on the board.
Well, just watching this young Marianne Beatty down here on table number 1. She's having a wonderful time with her shearer, her and her shearer. Some shearers and some wool handlers, they gel, some do, and no, they don't. But these shearers, they've been hand selected. These shearers have been selected for the way that they conduct themselves around the sheep, the control of the animal, and actually trying to keep that fleece together as you shear it off the sheep. You'll get some shearers, they'll be shearing and the sheep starts kicking and ripping the fleece to bits. Well, these shearers here, they are hand selected for the Golden Shears by Paddy Mason, Shear Expertise, the sponsor of this event. So thank you very much to Paddy. Marianne Beatty, she's doing a little bit of what Joel did. She's just working away under the table. She's got a little wee bit of time while that shearer works his way down the last side. So that's these strategies that come into play. These young mind games, always thinking. Always thinking. So here we go. We've got the 4th and final fleece, Rowena.
Yes, we do indeed, and I think it's going to be Marianne Beatty with the first throw. No, here we go. Aroha Garvin making her way up to the table as well, and all 4 of them will practically throw together. Fantastic effort from all of our wool handlers, and beautiful throws right across that board, Tuma.
Well, it's the 1 minute 10 seconds, Rowena. The 1 minute 10 seconds starts as soon as the shearer pulls the cord. No time to make friends. And we got the big Jeremy Goodger, the rose amongst the thorns up here. Come on, Jeremy. You need to get a wriggle on, my man. We got Pagan Karodia, New Zealand team member.
Roll-up time for Aroha Garvin on table number 4, already in the basket. I told you, Tuma, she is absolutely on fire here today.
Well, she needed to just warm up. Come on, you other wool handlers. Marianne, Jeremy, Pagan. Pagan's a true quality wool handler. She will not let anything else phase her. Look at her, the way she's looking at that fleece so lovingly, thinking, oh, you're a beauty, you're a nothing, a 0 at the back. Here we go, brim in hand, Jeremy Goodger. He'll start swinging the old taiha around shortly. Here he goes, Marianne Beatty. She's got the brim in hand, Pagan. Pushes the table out of the road. Get out of the road. But that Aroha Garvin, she doesn't want to lose their time points, Rowena.
No, she doesn't indeed. Hasn't given her table a shake though, so still a bit left up on there, but frantically sorting the wool at the end of the table. Grabbing the final bits now. And hand up from Aroha Garvin. Pagan Karodia joins her as well.
I think Marianne was just a little bit quicker.
Yeah. Oh, I tell you what, it is so tight in this competition.
I think there's a little bit more urgency with these wool handlers. Okay, Nikki, who's our next heat?
Heat number 8, Golden Shears, Paige Broush, Cherie Alabaster, Ricky Stevens. Heat number 9, following this will be Sarah Higgins, Rachel Hutchinson, Penny Kitikiri, Leonora Smith. Heat 10, Misha Atkinson, Monica Putai, Maxine Pugh, Priscilla Abraham, and heat number 11 will be Ronnie Goss, Waina Penihart, Carmen Smith, and Ratapu Moore. That's the 11 heats to come, please.
Rightio, down at the pressing, still in the pairs, we've got this heat and 2 after this to do. So on press 1, Denise Langlands and Catherine Maluli. On press 2, Tafetu Brown and Cody Lambert. Are you ready, pressers? Judges ready? On your marks, get set, go. So you may be thinking, this pairs pressing, where is the mixed pairs? Is this a different grade for the woman? No, there's one grade. That's what I'm trying to get across. There's one grade here. If you're big enough and brave enough, you jump on here and have a go at the pairs pressing, and that's how it rolls. So they're rolling up the top boxes to get the pins in. Why would they do not that and not just bend over and dive their head in and sort of shuffle it round? 1, it is easier, but 2, longevity and well-being, okay? Get it up to a good height, get down, put the pins in instead of diving over and carrying on, all right? So these are some of the things that the judges are taking care of. Once again, opening the door here. Denise says, yeah, we'll open that door, put that in. You've got to keep good contact, points of contact when you're putting the top box down and up, because there's a bit of weight in that top box if you've never lifted one before, okay? It looks like poetry in motion, but when you watch a shearer, for example, it looks like poetry in motion, but if you held onto a handpiece and you've never done that in your life, you'd jump backwards straight away, you touch it, you think, oh, what's that all about?
Okay, Gerald, we're about to get heat number 8 underway. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go.
Just while you're there, could we have the Evergreen finalists please come forward here? There's grade 3, grade 2 and grade 1, and also the Evergreen Woolhandlers that made the final. Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you very much, Nuki. So we're on to heat number 8. We have 11, so 3 to go. Table number 1 from Taumaranui, but now living in Australia. Bill Greenshields, great to see Bill here. He's working over in Australia. I said, when are you coming home, mate? He reckons, no, not yet. But good to see him here for the 60th anniversary. He was here at the 50th, I think, and it's good to see him here. We have Paige Roush. She's from a little place called Parongaho that's out on the coast. A good little wool handler. Haven't seen Paige for a while, but great to see her up there. Table number 3, we have
Shearing Alabaster, yes, school teacher from Taihape, well used to being up here at the Golden Shears, also competing internationally. We saw her and Pagan Karodia, who was in the last heat, take out the world teams titles in Lidora in France in July. Fantastically working together. Great to have her back once again. That sheep starts to kick. She'll be sending it into the corner for 10 minutes like the school teacher she is. And we also see Ricky Stevens on table number 4 from Napier. We saw his wife Angela, daughter of Johnny Kay, the legendary shearer in one of the earlier heats. They then went and competed together in the wool press, and now all of the love goes away and it's back to competing against each other once again in this wool handling. Ricky will be the first to throw, and it's a beauty. A little bit of overhang on this side. Fantastic from Shearing Alabaster. Bit of overhang as well, but we're seeing a lot of that this morning with these loose fleeces, Tuma.
Yes, it's making me wondering if these wool handlers are not treating these fleeces with the respect they deserve when they're setting them up. It comes down to the setup. When you set up, you need to make sure that you bring the fleece into you. Some of them are just pulling them straight back, and that's where you're ending up with the front legs hanging over the side. But we've got this young Ricky Stevens, Rowena. He went to the Taumaranui show and he ended up winning the open wool handling there.
Yeah, indeed. Who was it he managed to beat in that one? Joel Henare. There would have been some other big names there as well. A big confidence boost for him.
Oh, definitely. It's one of these things, you know, once you break through, you just want to look at how you can work better on that and get better. But Ricky's one of these guys, he's come through the grades. I think he started doing the wool handling for the triathlon, but then he found that he could win and beat his wife. And he's got to be able to do one thing better than his wife.
I wouldn't have liked to be in their household when that conversation was taking place, though. Walking a very fine line there. Roll-up time for Shearing Alabaster. She manages to pause and just go back and see her shearer, make sure she gets that top wool that's hollow. Make sure that is separated so that it doesn't make any flecks in the carpet or whatever garment it goes to create. All of our fleeces now in the baskets and the shearer and the wool handlers getting ready for their second throw of the competition. Here we go. Ricky Stevens on table 4 will be the first. Holds it together a lot tighter than he did in the first one, as does Bill on table 1. Bit of overhang from Paige on table 3, and again the same for Shearing Alabaster. Challenging fleeces we're seeing today, Tuma.
The very, very well-grown fleeces. These wool handlers are working away. Gerald, how are you getting on down in the pressing arena?
Yeah, well, she's wind up time down here on press 2. Tawhitu says that's the story. We've got to balance that box as it goes up. Make sure we're not losing time where everything starts jiggling around the place and we're getting a whole lot of, friction going on. So the bit of a tidy up job here. Cody Lambert says, yes, we have to get that wool in nice and tight. Okay, you have that hanging round. It's not tidy, it doesn't present the bale well, and it doesn't pull down as well. When it comes to later on, okay, that's the key. When it comes to later on, they try driving those pins through to hold that 160 kgs of wool in the bottom box so they can clip it off. It gets in the way big time. And you'll see them the odd time when they have to have that 2 or 3 goes at it, boom, 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 to get it through. That is why, okay, that loose little wool ends up getting in the slides of the cap that's at the top at the moment. Okay, a bit of a chat going on the press one here. I don't think it's about having a cup of tea, but just, yeah, once again, first time for Denise Langlands. And Catherine saying, yeah, well, go and grab the cap over there, darling. Get that over here, please. And just tidy it up around the corners. Look busy anyway. Just make out you're working at Burger King or McDonald's and just don't stand still. Just keep moving your feet and look productive. Anyway, we saw it a wee minute ago with Cam and Jerome. Jerome was the first go and they come home with an absolute ripper of a time and a good bale weight. So plenty of action here. So this young fella, Cody Lambert, does the second check. Quite a wise thing to do. Square off the top box. He can feel there's way too much pressure coming on this arm and strain coming from him. Something's not right. The rope's not right. The top box is not square. There's something not right. It's very similar to before when I was mentioning John O'Hicks and Jimmy Samuels. Is how do they know it's 160 kgs of wool in that bale? They're sensing it under their feet, the pressure and the spring of the wool. And all wool types and the likes are different. As we're starting to hit the floor now, ladies and gentlemen, Te Whetu's come as the cavalry. Right, boom, boom. It's that sound of it hitting the floor. It just gives you that wee bit more adrenaline and think, yep, we're making ground. We're heading the right way. There's going to be some wool in there. It'll be interesting once we get that weighed up later on. Great event, the Piers Pressing, and once again a big thank you to Farmlands and Woolpack New Zealand that have been involved here for numerous years. So Catherine Malurley says, okay, I've got that up and done. We'll swing that round. Once again, we've got to get some housekeeping done here, ladies and gentlemen. See all this stuff hanging around? That has to be tidied up. In this case, they could pull it off and chuck it into this heap, but they're thinking, no, we want 160. It's going to go into the bale. Okay, hence they're going to drive it in there and try to sit that down nice and square and you know, with the bottom box. This
Russell Knight, Stephen Cooper, David Hodge from the Evergreen, Grade 1, Alan Britson, Hugh McCarroll, Ian Stewart from Evergreen Grade 3, John Hand and Philip Woodward. Please report in to the bottom of the stairs to get your singlet and to make sure you're here. Thanks.
Thank you, Nuki. Well, we're down to the last fleeces on the board. And back to the board goes Bill on stand 1 for the last week tidy up. Now he's got the fingers going, Rowena. She's all go. It's razzle-dazzle time. It's going to be the old big sweep up.
Yeah, exactly. Just over 30 seconds left before 40 seconds before we hit that 1 minute 10 that they've got for the seal time. Cherie Alabaster, Susan Campaigner absolutely has this in hand. She's been here before, done that, won a lot of competitions in her time and just absolutely flying with that broom. She will not take the whole 1 minute 10 to finish up, must be said. Ricky Stevens not far behind as well. Paige on table 2 gives her table a wee bang there, as does Bill on table 1. Final clean-up, bit of fluff there, just outside that 1 minute 10 seal time now, so our competitors will be flying to make sure every second counts and every point does not get added onto their tally tuma.
Well, 1 minute and 10 seconds is not a lot of time, really. Well done, Cherie Alabaster. Bill Greenschultz here on stand number 1 on table 1 and 1. He'll be the next to finish. He's down there. Still got a good pattern, eh? Good sharp pattern, Bill. Good to see you back here in the good old Aotearoa. Paige Broush. Finishing touches for her. She's not too far away from being finished. And looks like Ricky's happy. Not bad points up top, Ricky. There we go. Well done, Nuki. Can we have our next heat?
Number 9, Sarah Higgins, Rachel Hutchison, Penny Kedekede, Leonora Smith. That's heat 9. In heat 10 will be Misha Atkinson, Monica Potai, Maxine Q, Krishna Abraham. In the final heat will be Ronnie Goss, Waina Penia, Carmen Smith, and Ratsu Moore. Thanks.
Right, there's still lots of action happening down here. We've got some girl power, ladies and gentlemen, as they pump this last 3 or 4 down. I hear the crowd saying, come on, D, come on, girls. Is there any more? You don't have to stop just because I jump on the mic. Come on, girls, you got 2 or 3 to go. Oh, and they missed the click. You got to watch that. There's going to be some wool in there when we put this on the scales, I'm sure. One more. It's like with a personal trainer, isn't it? One more. Come on, one more sequence. That'll do her. Now the top box is going to come off. Take a breather. Go and brand the bale, please, D, and get that all sorted up. Do some light duties and catch your breath. Tefetu says, Pin's been there, done that. Normally pulling them out, it just does remind me of the opening day of duck shooting down in Southern as all guns start blazing at 7 o'clock in the morning on the first Saturday of May. The bale's out. Fidu locks it down. And they say that's a day, and the timekeeper tells me she's 12 minutes 39. So some time points lost there to some of the other teams, but once again, there's lots of facets of how you're going to make your way to the semi-final later on this afternoon. So,
Oh, Gerald, we have a green light. Good to see these shearers up there, wool handling. Open class even. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Thank you very much to our open wool handlers for getting up there quick, smart, getting organised, getting ready. We have Sarah Higgins on stand. Now, table number 1. Sarah was in that group of wool handlers, that group of shearers that set a record just not too long ago, shore over 2,000 sheep. Wonderful effort from those young ladies. Rachel Hutchinson from Australia, table number 2. You watch these Aussies, they have a little bit of a different system, but they are very, very efficient with their wool.
Hi, look, welcome back. Heat 9 of the open wool handling heats, and you've certainly got a heck of a lot of action out there. We've got Sarah Higgins, and she's probably more renowned as a shearer. You've got Rachel Hutchinson, love it when the Aussies come, and they come with everything. Penny Kerekere, who a coastie girl, and she's another one who's a great supporter. And next to her, also from the coast, Lenore Smith. We're getting into the heats now, but look, it felt right to have a little bit of a chat. I'm really, really, really honoured to have sitting next to me someone that knows no introduction to me, but possibly for you. So, Peter, why don't you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about you?
Okay, thanks, Mavis. Pete McKay's my name. I started coming down the Golden Shears in about 1970. And I, excuse me, I shore right through till 1986, I think it was, and I started running the Morrinsville show at the same time, and my wife and I ran that for 18 years. And then I came back down here in 89 and 90 for the goat shearing invitation, and shot straight back to run the Morrinsville show on the Saturday morning after that. And no, it's been great competing down here, and had the privilege of 2013 of being asked to judge back down here. That was really really awesome after all those years of competing, and then to get asked back down here for judging.
Yeah, so Peter, you actually won a title here, didn't you?
Yes, I won the goat shearing in 89. and the veterans in 2015.
Yeah, so how cool is that? And you keep coming back. Look, I know things have changed since those early days for you, Peter, because now look at us, here we are watching the open wool handling. What's your thinking about all of this?
Oh, everything's changed since way back in the 70s, and more streamlined, and Golden Shears is a feather in the cap to the way they run things down here, and it's just awesome.
Yeah, isn't it awesome? And look at the skills. I mean, because you're a blade shearer too, aren't you?
No.
You don't blade?
Russell Knight, he does a bit of blade.
Yes, of course. Russell's name always comes up.
Yeah.
Okay, but you've been in the game. You've seen the way wool handling has started to take its place.
Yeah, definitely.
In the competitions.
Yes.
Yeah, and the wool pressing as well.
Yes, it's great to have a combination of everything here all in one stadium, and it's just awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. And so, look, Peter, I just want to. You're in the Evergreens final.
Yep.
That's going to be on very shortly.
Yep.
Thank you for joining me for a tad just to watch and understand you a bit better.
Yeah.
And we wish you all the best.
Yep. No,
and we look
you.
forward to seeing you next year.
Yeah, too right.
Yeah,
Yep.
great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So look, what we might do, we might just stay here, Peter. Why don't you help me? Just let's watch these wool handlers. I'd love to have your commentary on, what you see and how you see it. Isn't it amazing, the technology where we can actually almost be right on the stage with these competitors?
It is. It feels like you're right there in the front row. The cameras, everything.
That's
the
right.
Technology is amazing, yes.
So this is Sarah Higginson we're watching here. She's been, that was Rachel. Oh, yes, so great camera work.
Yeah.
But we're there with Sarah. Now, she's also done some pretty handy shearing, hasn't she? Was she on the Shears program?
I'm not sure, was she in the women's record or not?
She wasn't in the record,
Okay,
but I think Sarah's certainly done her time and been quite an active support for women in the shearing roles, hasn't she?
Yeah, too right.
But look at that, she can do it all.
Yeah. There's
Beautiful
a lot of women shearers around now that they're competing, and they're very clean, and it's awesome to see them all up there.
Yep, and here we have Rachel Hutchinson. Now, she's represented Australia a couple of times actually in the World Championships, and it's lovely to have her back. She's just one of those really friendly, lovely girls who works hard.
Yeah.
It's so different in New Zealand to Australia. Let's see how she throws that fleece. Yep, not too bad. What do you reckon as an expert shearer, Peter?
Looks pretty good to me, yeah.
It was on the table, eh?
Nothing hanging off the edges.
So here's a replay. She turns. Sometimes you just got to balance yourself and see how it's all up the top end, just a little bit bunched. Yeah, that's good for her. She can sort that out for next time. Yeah. And then now we have on the next stand Penny. So Penny's a coastie girl from up the East Coast. Yeah, been around for a long time, a great competitor. I'm not sure whether she's had too many representative opportunities, but she's certainly had her time in a number of the finals. So she's one of these competitors that just keeps pushing, keep people honest, really.
Yeah.
Great in her work.
You never know on the day, isn't it?
You never know on the day. Yeah. And this here, there's a picture of Adam Brausch, so he's one of the resident shearers today under the Shear Expertise banner. Paddy Mason's done an awesome job of bringing together shearers who, of equal ability, who can keep things well controlled with sheep.
And keep the pace between them too.
That's right. Yeah. That's right, and that's Lenore Smith down the end there. So she's been a strong competitor for a number of years too. Her sons have come up through the grades. Of course, Dino Smith, everyone knows Dino.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Bit of a speed shear king he is.
Yeah.
So lovely to have them. Let's just see how she goes. Yeah. Well, sorry, my friend, but that's a bit of a annoying thing when you're...
Yeah, it could be a few points there, yeah.
That'll be a few. Yeah. So it's for every A4 piece of paper, that's going to be a penalty.
Yeah.
Have you seen down the bottom some of the clever graphics that keep coming up? It sort of gives you a bit of an indication of where that competitor's sitting compared to the others.
Yeah, yeah.
So more green is good.
Yes, yes.
More red is
Yeah.
not so good.
Yeah. Amazing technology, yeah.
Fabulous technology. So look at this. Rachel's finished. She's got it all rolled up. Oh, look. Oh, come on, Rachel, top of the board. We can do this because no one else, she can't hear us. But there, now she's seen it. So if she'd have left that there, she would have attracted something like maybe 5 or 6 penalty points for that.
Okay.
A credit card.
Something, yeah.
There, she's finished. She says, well, take that. I've done. Takes great organisation to finish quickly like that, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
Okay, well, look, Peter,
Yep.
we've come to the end of that heat.
Yep.
Thank you so much for
That's
hanging
very
out
good.
with me for a
Yeah,
little
no,
while.
That's fine, yeah.
And all the best for your final that's coming up. We'll make sure to watch you.
Okay.
All right, back to the stadium. Thank you.
Thank you.
So that'll be a real challenge for the teams.
Oh, it'll be awesome. It's always good when the Australians come over. We treat them very, very well here. We try not to eat them, so they're treated very well. But here we go. Sarah Higgins, her time is nearly taken. She's just pulling out those longer bits away from all the second cuts and stuff. They go into their own little basket as well, their own little process, and she'll put her hand up. There we go. Well done, Sarah.
Just waiting on Penny on table 3, just sorting her final baskets there. There we go, hand up.
Nuki. Oh, Nuki's gone missing again.
Hard to find good help these days, Tuma.
It's just hard to find Nuki.
Heat 11 following that will be Ronnie Goss, Penny Carmen Smith and Wairarapa Moore. And then we'll move on to the junior Woolhandling finals, followed by the Evergreens finals, both Shearing and Woolhandling. So a quick setup, please, Woolhandlers. Alicia, Monica and Kushla.
Sheer Expertise are the sponsor of the Open Woolhandling. What a wonderful amount of entries we have had this morning. 11 entries, 11 heats. I think we're going down to the top 12. Don't quote me on that.
Right, I'll just give you some weights from the last heat. So Tawhitu Brown and Cody Lambert. So we want the 160. They did 164, folks. So that was well done to that crew. And we had Denise Langlands and Catherine Maluli. And it took them a while to pull this down, the pair of them, of course, didn't it? And at 168.5. So too many coffees this morning before they turned up with their plate of porridge. Right, I think that leaves us 2 heats to go.
We have a green light. We have a green light. We'd love to see that green light, Gerald. We may need another set of baskets and stuff because I think that's where we're getting slowed up a little bit is with these baskets. The open wall handlers are not taking much time to set them up.
I might just get this started while you're there, Tuma. So on press 1 here, we've got Peggy Tohungaroa and we've got Ray Tuman King. Down here, we've got a couple good shearing mates from Pongaroa area, Callum Pritchard and Caleb Nelson. Presses are ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thanks, Tuma.
Okay, this is for the wool handling. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Well, Rowena, we're coming down to it. We've got one more heat left after this. Table number 1 from just up the road, a little place called Eki Tahuna, we have Alicia Atkinson. Table number 2, she co-commentated yesterday down in the pressing arena. She'll probably go back down there after this. She's from Milton, Monica Portai.
On table number 3, we have Makai Pui from Reitehi, of course, the town that was basically cut off when State Highway 4, the Patapatas had a big slip in last year, or it might have even been the year before. Nice and easy to travel down to compete now. And Kushla Abraham, well-known name in these circles from Masterton, hometown girl competing here on table number 4. Tuma.
Well, we have the shearers stepping up the neck. They got to get that medullated fibre out from around the head and the cheeks. Then the shearer will start dropping down to the long blow. The wool handler realistically should be going behind the shearer. See if there's any wool there. If there is any, get rid of it. The shearer should be shearing on a nice clean area, so there's no cross-contamination of anything. Then once the shearer turns to the last side, that's when the wool handler can start setting up the fleece. So these wool handlers, it's all about repetition. But if you have a bad throw, and that can come from a bad setup, then you're kind of on the back foot and you know, it kind of slows you down. And there's nothing worse than when you're used to doing things at a rhythm and then you mess it up. Nice throw on table number 2. Alicia Atkinson, a little bit of bunching. How are we looking down there, Rowena?
Yeah, great throw from Kushla Abraham, but that far side just starting to unwind a wee bit. They really are some loose fleeces. You've got to make sure those legs are well tucked in. Bit of overhang from Mackay on table number 3 as well. Of course, Kushla, part of the Gordon family from here in Masterton, has already competed in the wool press this morning with her brothers. It was brother and sister against brother and brother, so no love.
So round the head work these shearers, wool handlers right there. Get back to your fleeces, wool handlers. Kushla Abraham, wonderful competitor she is. They've just bought a new house about 3 or 4 days ago, so things have been hectic for them. Monica Portai. Monica's been helping out the commentary team, wonderful competitor, also pretty good on the wing as well. And they're still coming down the last side. Gerald, what's happening down there, Gerald?
Here's a bit of wool flying around down here. We've got Ray Truman King. Well, he's been a real busy boy because he's actually part of the crew. He's a crew that for every bale that's made, then they've got to unmake it, okay? You're not just making place with it, they've got to unmake it and fluff it all up. And that means it's going to go round and round and round. And Ray is part of one of those men that are doing that. So a big thank you to Ray for to have a go here. He's one strong boy, and he's up here with Peggy, and they're going to give it heaps. Anything can happen in the Golden Shears, you can't rest on your past, I can tell you that. And these two mates, well, this is their first time having a go in the pressing. So they're banging these corners down, but they did a big truck and trailer earlier on where they linked arms in here, and they've done a heap of knitting and crocheting and all those sorts of things and joined it all together. And then it was a big whoop. Yeah, it's about pulled the whole box in one hit. They're young and strong, so sometimes at that age it's just work harder, don't worry about being smart about it, just get the job done. Age brings a wee bit of wisdom and smartness about it. When you change it to I'll work smarter and not harder. But when you're young and full of adrenaline and power and muscle, oh, we won't worry about that. You just box on. Your father tells you otherwise, but you said no way at age 23 to 25 or whatever it might be. I am full of power. So they truck and trailer 2 huge big bundles out of this pile here and hardly anything left now. Here's the big wind up. No teamwork here. You get on the broom, young fella. We'll talk about that later on. Putting you on the broom in front of a couple hundred people here at the stadium. Bit of a tidy up job. What's happening? How's Ray going? He's still got some poundage in his body.
Gerald, we just got another fleece to hit the table, Gerald. Maxine turns around. Oh, lovely throw on table number 2. How's it looking down there on 4?
But they managed to adapt to these flexions, managed to keep both legs under and make sure there is no slipped overhang as we saw in the earlier throws. Great to see some more skills coming in here to the shears as well. Some more young minds to start to fall in love with shearing and Woolhandling and wool pressing as well. But as you were saying to her about how these athletes are making their way around the table, it leads me to thinking they must be pretty good in a kitchen as well, because they're so used to juggling so many different things, knowing where they're up to on their flexes, knowing where their shearer is at, jumping back and forth between the two, a bit like putting together a 5-course meal.
Well, I'll tell you what, a lot of these older ones probably were, but since they've had fast food, I think a lot of that has gone out the window, Rowena. So here we go. We've got Wairarapa Portai working her way. Look at her hands. Really well, Alicia. Ooh, might be a little wee bit loose, but she's happy with it. She's an experienced wool handler. And this is the last fleece, Rowena. Let's see how these wool handlers go.
Indeed. Here we go. Last row for Monica on table 2. Not too bad. Just a bit of bunching though. A lovely throw from Kai on table 3. A little bit of overhang on Bushra on table 4. How are we looking on table 1, Timo?
Table 1 with the front legs, both front legs come over the side. It's not a big deal. Alicia Atkinson, very, very astute, very focused wool handler. She's just working her way around. Alicia, keep it going. Monica, come on Monica, here a lot of support for you. Let's get in, let's make it into that quarterfinal. We're taking through 16. The top 16 will go through into a quarterfinal later on this afternoon. Maxine, you had a fairly good day, fairly good morning here this morning with your wool handling. But it's Monica Portai, rolling time here. Come on Monica, I can hear the support. Is anybody from Ikarahu to make a bit of noise? Lisa, come on Lisa, get the broom in hand. We've got Maxine Pui, she's up in the tempo. Masterton, Kushner's down there, table 4. Get in behind her. Rowena, this is how it should be. Here we go. Here we go, Monica Portai. Her hand is up. Alicia's not too far away. There we go. Well done, Alicia. We've got Maxine Pui down there, table number 3. Finishing touches for her. There we go. Put her hand up like the old John Travolta and Staying Alive.
Accurate as possible really comes to fruition.
What's the saying on the
Yeah, well, I was just going full time a wee minute ago, John. Don't get in Ray's way, this man right here putting his guns in. He was pulling that down. He's not quite used to it before, but I need to add a bit more five spices to that bit of colour TV. That man has got some power in his body. He was swinging on that. Underneath it, he had to get that down. There must be some wool in there. He's a strong boy, and he had to really give us some stick. And then Peggy come along and got the last 5 or 6 smackdown, but he doesn't give in. He's been busy all day yesterday with his mate and all this morning, unravelling every single bale, fluffing it all back up so it's as even as he possibly can for the next competitors. And here he is having a go now, and he's doing it everything. I hope he leaves a wee bit because we still need him. We've got a big program on today. Peggy said I'll hold this over, just bang that through there, mate. He just gives it one little twist, which means it's a well lined up bale. All the preparation at this moment has been correct. And the 2 mates from Pongaroa, this shearing boy says, hey, we're in Masterton, let's have a go at the ears pressing. So they should. Where are the clips? They're around here, that's right. These shears are definitely helping out the press of the odd time. Big job pressing in the wool shed, one of the biggest jobs to be done. It's they don't have the pleasure in a wool shed of just doing the pressing, but also the sheepo. Okay, the sheepo is a man that pulls the pens up. So they're going to pull the pens up with the shearer, that's the catchy pens, and the pens behind. Normally the farmer will bring them to the wool shed itself out of the covered yard. But up to the shed, that's up to the presser. And then, of course, he's got to look after the smoker. He's got to put the kettle on. He's got to look after the frying pan. Everything is all organised. So when it's knock off time, the shearer and the wool handlers can sit down, take a bit of a break. You have a bit of a catch up of oddments and wool and start get some bales down. Normally at lunchtime, you'll load all the pens up again, so it gets a good run after lunch. You've got to be really on the case. It is a super big job.
That's fine. No, it's all okay. No problem. Yes, that's no problem. It's all fine.
Okay, we have a green light for the wool handling. This is for the wool handling.
Sounds great. No worries.
Last heat, 11 heats of sheer expertise, open wool handling, elimination heats. Time, keep them ready. Shearers, set, go.
What is currently on your bird dog
Can we have all novice pressings, please? All ones that want to go to novice precinct to report here now, thank you, to the table. Okay, you'll know who you are. Quinton Miller, James Noble, and James Prestige.
Well, Rowena, I'm just looking down the board at how these wool handlers have set up their bins. None of them have got the same setup. They've all got a very different pattern in their heads of where they want to place everything.
Some of them have them straight in line, but the others have them on a wee bit of an angle, as we see here on table 4 as well. I guess it's like tomato. How do you say it? How do you set it up? It's how you make doors, and you can still make tweaks as you go. But as long as you're comfortable, you have a bit of a second sense as to where everything is, and it's only if it gets out of place that you get in stride.
Yes, you're dead right. That is a very good way to put it. And a lot of these wool handlers, they do change every now and again. Someone will come with a new and innovative way to do something, and then everybody does it. But we have Rautapu board here on table number 4. She's from Seddon down in the South Island. We have Carmen Smith from Waipukaro. Table number 3. Waina Peniha, local lady Masterton. Haven't seen Waina for a while, but we're lovely to see you. And on table number 1, one of my favourites, Ronnie Ross from Mangamahi.
Is the TV now got something on?
Well, Ronnie Ross handed the perfect throw. I see the judge, he's looking around, but there's nothing to look at. Here we go, table number 2, Waina. A little bit of bunching up the top of the fleece, nothing too severe. Carmen, how was Carmen's throw?
Great throw, just into line, a bit of overhang there, finally just sneaking out very slightly, but again, only very slight. It was an excellent first throw. And also from Rautapu on table number 4, she had an absolute running of a fleece, well tucked in, and she'll be very pleased to get that one under her belt and start making her way back to the board to kind of clear as she goes with her shearer on sheet number 2.
I'll just dive in every minute. So the last lot of bales to be weighed are getting through from the audience, which is really good. So people are showing a lot of interest in all the great activities that are going on here. So that's Callum Pritchard and Caleb Nelson. So they're on this press here, those couple of young, strong, strapping lads. They did a 148.5, okay? We were lining up 160. So in that case, they're going to lose a few points due to some lighter bales, so it's an easier run. Then we've had Piggy Toa Corona, and it was Ray, of course, and you would have saw Ray swinging off the sink here, right all the way down there until Piggy turned up to give him a hand. And there's a reason for that, because they did a 165 kgs, ladies and gentlemen, so that was a really, really tight bale. So well done to them. Back to the Woolhandling, thank you.
Okay, we have our second fleece coming off the board. Ronnie Gost. Ronnie just made an exhibition with that first fleece, just rolled it out. She was like a shearer. A little bit of overhang, a bit bigger fleece that one, so a little bit more work. Weiner. Lovely throw, a little wee bit of overhang, anything the size of an A4 sheet of paper is 1 point. So she probably got 3 or 4 points there. So Ronnie goes down here on table number 1. Ronnie is the mother of Sarah Goss, the sevens rugby player. Now Sarah's married, I'm not sure of her married name. There you go.
We saw son Simon competing in the speed share last night as well. Didn't manage to come through as well as he has been sharing very, very well lately. Just managed to get a sheet that kicked out coming through in 38 seconds, so wasn't so impressed with that.
Yeah, you did right. That sheep, she was a bit of a BITC something. Trying to keep it nice. So here we go. Ronnie Goss coming down the last side. She's starting to set up her fleece. We've got, this is the fourth and final fleece, so get it behind your favourite wool handlers, ladies and gentlemen, because these wool handlers, this is their chance. Really show your support for them. There looks like a big fleece from Carmen Smith's going to have on table number 3. Weiner gives the table a badge. She doesn't want to cross-contaminate anything. Lovely throw from Ronnie. Oh, what more again? Weiner got it all on the table. All the pieces are where they should be to the sides of the table. She's not having to go looking for them, which is exactly what you want. And here we go. So these wool handlers, they will now be thinking about their cleanup. Marina, they'll be thinking about the cleanup. They'll be thinking in their minds, right, I need to like really make an effort to get rid of this fleece. So they've got plenty of time to set up the next fleece and also try and clean a little bit under their tables. We've seen those top ones there, haven't we?
As I was saying, Tom, it really brings in that third dimension. Not only are you worrying about what's happening on your table, what's happening on the board with your shearer, you're also starting to worry about what's happening under your table in terms of the clear-up. The shoulders make their way, shearers make their way down that final side with our fourth sheet here in our final open ball handling, being brought to you by Shear Expertise. Sheets supplied by White Spurs as well. We talk about the support for the competitors. The support from these businesses and the local farmers is absolutely crucial as well. There we go, final throw from Wairarapa. It's another goodie, just a little bit of overhang. That'll pick her up 1 point. And we see Carmen and Weiner line up their tables with their final throw. A wee bit of overhang at the end from Carmen Smith. It just got away on her a little bit. Weiner just a tiny bit of overhang. She'll be through on that.
Ronnie Goss, she had a lovely fleece. Come on, Ronnie, up again, cheering for you. Come on, Ronnie. Weiner, Pennyhard, local girl, can't hear any support. There mustn't be anyone from Masterton here. We got Karen Smith, Waipokoro, working away like a man, but come on, let's get it on. 1 minute 10 seconds is probably already tipped by your handlers. Need to pull your fingers out. Here we go, roll up time. Table number 1 by the looks of it, Ronnie Goss. This ball handler, she's a master ball handler too, Rowena. And you can just imagine how many people are out throughout their career to make their way
onto these tables as well. Runs up her getting into the clean-up now, really getting into her work, making sure every skewer of the loose fleece has managed to be collected at the end of the table. She'll be wanting to do that as quick as she can, not to pick up any competition points. Garden Smith getting into her work as well, but I think it's the Weiner in the lead there, and also Ronnie Goss down the end. She looks she's got that pretty much in control, Thomas.
Yes, you're doing right, these Woolhandlers. You'll see how efficient they are, a lot of these Woolhandlers, because I think of my tough way down. There on table number 4, she'll be the first. There you go. We're very efficient. The Ronnie Goss is happy. Smith, she's still a little bit to do. Come on, Woolhandlers, keep the tempo, keep it going. She's sucking in a few big ones.
Yes, let's go.
Lifts her table. Well done, Wairarapa, local lady. Carmen Smith's going to have the final say of these open Woolhandlers. Sheer expertise. Well done, Carmen. Good to the hand, ladies and gentlemen. That's the open class. You will not find any better anywhere else in the world.
Right, thank you very much, John. Look, we'll get this last and final heat of the pairs underway in the pressing. On press 1 here, they need no introduction. They are both local boys, born and bred. Jeremy Goodger and Vinny Goodger, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a round of applause for your legends of the Golden Shears. And over here we have Christine Rowland and her son, Tyrone Oliver, and she is also been ruling the roost as far as the individuals go. Okay, press is ready. Judges ready. On your marks, consent, go. Now you might be fortunate enough just while having a changeover here, folks, that you could spin your seats round and watch this. At the moment we've had about 8 minutes, been our fastest time by a couple of youngsters. But Vinny and Jeremy here are the defending champions. Their name rules the Semifinal board up here as individual champions. You've got the individual champion here at the moment. Vinny to get those big wings going. And Jeremy, who's ruled the roost a lot in the individual lot, hasn't, well, me and Turbo are losing count. I mean, both of us should probably get the book out. To get to that stage, it's just a lot. How do you quantify a lot? It's just a lot. He's won it numerous times. So the two brothers are giving us some stick. And look at that for a power wool, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. We could put that on the scale to be close to 160 and one lift. And one step or one bounce or one hop. Holy smoke, they're both up there going for it. They're going to set a record in time. It's the 60th anniversary. We want to see something special. And this might be just that. As Jeremy loads up again, says, come on, bro. Step over and get her squashed down. Right, Christine, while she's up, Tyrone said, hey, mum, come on, get up there and get to work. Get that. I'll do all the hard graft down here. And get all this wool up. You get it stealth down. You're going pretty well. You had a good weighted bale yesterday. That means the feeling of what this wool is responding like when it comes to the scales. You're on it. Tyrone. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I hear. Yeah, that's how it's done. Oh, yeah. Christine Walden doing the corners. Tyrone Oliver. Stuffing down those big pair of whales he's got. What's the road?
dedication to one.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they're better if you beat them again in 5 minutes or something. You're always doing Saturday night, reiterate the next day.
The Tahiti program, one of the great things about it is they're only being in a group. So you can go online and
down there that I don't know what they want to do, but making money, travel, most of people lifestyle, get up and work hard. Do that, which a lot of people don't can. I see. A lot more people out there.
Yeah, target helps there. Letting people know that we are looking out for them and it's a safe place to work. Yeah, the more we do that, the better it will be.
Well, man, it was a good thing. Well, I see a
shoulders and make sure they don't overhang the table to pick up any unnecessary competition points. There we go, our first few throws on the table. Lovely throws, a wee bit of overhang, but we knew that was to be expected. And Kevin with her throw as well. Brilliant, not much overhang there at all that I can see, Tomo.
Well, the gesture, the local girl, where's the locals? You should be cheering her on. She had the best throw. The woman from Malcluta, look at her. It's just her eyes. You can see her eyes dancing up and down that face. We got Conan the Barbarian here. Look at him, he's a man with intense. You watch him and he's like a spring ready to uncoil. Picks up a little bit of overhang, runs back to the shearer. Ooh, he's flying around the board like a ballerina, is this big man here, Rowan here.
Yeah, you've got to think that there's a long give a bit of extra help there. You're trying to reach right around the shearer to grab every last shearer wall so it doesn't get contaminated as well. I'm really impressed with these junior wall handlers in this rural women New Zealand final. They are absolute stars of the future, but I understand we've got some more coming from the wall crew, so over to you.
Yeah, thanks much, Rowena. Running time at the moment. There they go, that's the good boys. 7 minutes 10. They've got the fastest time so far. But Johnny, this is the press two's coming along, and they had some issues getting a 7:10. They had that much power going on. They put the press through the floor. Then the rope happened to slip over. They had a bit of a retrap, reverse up a little bit, restart. Never once did they even have any sort of inkling, a little bit of anger or frustration. And they'll be desperate for it. And this young fella's going wild. He said, come on, Mum, let's give her some stick. Let's bring the best out of me. Rubbing shoulders in. Good job, brothers. I got you. Come away, Mum. Here we go.
where Conan, he just didn't quite feed the fleece into himself, and both the front legs have come over. He's lost maybe 3 points on that, not too bad. This young Jess Stewart, very, very impressed with this young Jess Stewart at the moment, looking very, very composed. And we've got this young little Heaven here on table number 3, working away with their shearer. Tiana Phillips on table number 4. If you have a look up at the points on the board, she's very, very low. So this Woolhandler, she has got a very good mentor, because that's where this comes from your mentors. So just they work how they were taught to work. And just looking at those points up above, this young girl has really got the good quality.
Really good balance from our Woolhandlers as well, defining their time between the table and the shearer. This is what we're seeing in the higher grades, the open grades as well. They're managing to mirror what a lot of the more experienced competitors are doing. They definitely have a good future in this sport. As we see Tiana Phillips on table number 4, roll-up time for her. Putting that second fleece to bed will mean she's got more time to get ready for fleece number 3 coming through. First with the roll-up, first in the basket, and Heaven Little with table number 3, not far behind her as well.
Just jump in there for a wee minute, thanks, Rowena. Hey, look, we've got one of the bales on the scales here. We're still looking for that 160 kgs. The bales come from Press 1, Vinny Goodger and Jeremy Goodger. And the bale weighs right here in front of me, 161 kg, ladies and gentlemen. They are down to a handful, a handkerchief of wool. Let's whack another one on. I've just got the ear time. And so this is Christine Wallen and Tyrone Oliver. They put a huge effort. They will have, that's the fastest on the day. This is the second fastest on the day. So you've just had a great spectacle, ladies and gentlemen, in the heats here of the pressing. How they go? 151.5. Well done, team. Great stuff. Great stuff. Well, thank you very much to Farmlands and Woolhandling New Zealand for their continued sponsorship. Thanks, Rowena.
Final sheet off the board there for our competitors in the Rural Women New Zealand Junior Woolhandling final. Brilliant third row there we saw from Tiana Phillips. I'm very impressed with this young Woolhandler. So much she is putting in an excellent effort.
Yes, Tiana Phillips, she has been very, very dominant in her sister. But if she wasn't winning it, her sister's been winning the shows most of the time up here in the North Island. Shearers working around the head. Now these Woolhandlers, they should be starting to think about the cleanup. These juniors, they have 1 minute and 40 seconds, not 1 minute 10 like the open. So these guys have 1 minute 40 seconds. Shearers are about to turn to the last side. Look at this Conan, man, he is everywhere. Roll-up time with him, a little wee bit. Not as much experience Conan has as these other young Woolhandlers, but he's making up for it in his agility and his flexibility around the table. There we go. Shearer's about to pull the cord. Woolhandlers, set your fleece up, pull them into you, pull your fleece into you. Don't pull it straight back. You should make it land a lot better. Here we go, 1 minute 40. Well done. Wonderful throw here from Conan. It's all on the table, a little bit underneath. But it's okay, Harry down there on the winner.
Yeah, on the table as well for Tiana Phillips. A little bit of bunching at the end, but a fantastic forward throw for her as we see the judges make the handover there. She's got to do a bit of work though because of that bunching to pull out the ends from underneath and make sure she manages to separate the wool from the good stuff there. Heaven Little on table 3, frantically working, starting that roll-up process as well, making her way around that final side. She's in a good position to finish here with a lot of time to spare for her cleanup.
Well, Conan the Barbarian down here, he's ready for roll-up, but he needs to hurry up because the girls have already been there, done that. Nice tight impact roll, Conan. Clean up the table, clean up the net board. I bet this fellow's house is immaculate as well. Look, holy smokes, that room is going crazy. Any faster will starting fire. There he goes, Conan the Barbarian. Where's the local people? We want Jess Stewart here. Come on, Jess, let's get the broom in hand now. Oh, Tiana, she's finished. Tiana's finished. Come on, you little Woolhandlers. She's getting tight points up on you right now. How's that little girl? Quick, the lady. Have a look around. Have a look around, Conan. Look around. There we go. Hey, Conan the Barbarian.
And here now from were just putting the finishing touches together. Toma, the transition between being cool, calm and collected into absolute ninjas trying to finish up their cleaner. And there we go, a finish there from Jess Stewart. Give our finalists a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, the top 4 in the Rural Women New Zealand Junior Woolhandling.
And ladies and gentlemen, can you give our shearers a hand as well? Thank you very much, shearers, for doing a good job for our wool handlers. We appreciate it.
As well, White Spurs Farm, fantastic job they've done in very challenging conditions. Thanks everyone.
A little bit more. Yeah, that's good.
Rightio, we're back down here at the precinct. We've had the high action, high paced pairs, and now we're into the novice. Okay, this is a new event last year, so thank you very much to the committee, Sam Saunders and his committee here at the Golden Shears for bringing on a novice. Yeah, the question is, what's the bail weight? 150. Okay, you need a 150 kg bail for the novice. And also, this is a straight final, okay? So it's a final all the way through, so there's no semis and final. So bring your A game right from the go-get. Are you okay, John? We're good to go? You all right, Peter? Just got the changeover. 150 kgs, it's still a good bail. It's been absolutely fantastic. It's been the same all the way through, and all facets of shearing. Our entries have been through the roof, which has been fantastic. The 60-year anniversary has really encouraged a lot of people to prioritise and make time and effort to get to the Golden Shears. In that case, Farmland sponsored event and Woolpacks New Zealand. The first heat of the novice, which is a final, okay? It's a straight final out of all these novices. On your marks, get set, go. Right, so on press 1 here we have Bruce Grace. So he's from Napier and he's a part-time worker for Patrick Shearing, okay? So that's Johnny Kay, as we sort of know him, and John Patrick. Word legend was mentioned a few times in the commentary earlier. That's a very good descriptive word to use for Johnny Patrick. On press 2, Shane Henwood. He's a Masterton boy, so he needs a little introduction. He's 22 years of age. He likes rugby and kickboxing. Ambitions and goals. Become a shearer, come back next year for novice shearing. There you go. Just good, steady, achievable goals, mate. That's how we like it. Don't make them unachievable. It's too hard for your mind to get the concept. You've got to tick them off, and then you've got to remember to celebrate your successes. That's the other key. When things go well, people think, oh, that was okay. Well, things go bad, they mope, lose sleep, and carry on for weeks. But you need to celebrate your successes, I believe. So here we go, let's go well in this precinct, and it'll be fantastic to see you on the shearing board next year.
These old fellas, they know all the tricks, John. Yeah, about that. Nicky Gordon up there. He's got his door locked, so he can't get in because he's trying to get in there and get amongst it. Not sure what to do with their towel. Russell and I can give it a couple of tips. He shakes Dave Brocker's hand, squeezes it hard, tries to break a couple of fingers. Now we have the green light, ladies and gentlemen, so thumbs up from our referee. The shearers at the door, please. Where's Bruce? Get him out of there. Come on, Bruce. Timekeepers ready. Competitors set, go. Here we go, John. First sheep on the board. Call sheet for these old Master Blasters, grade 1 of the Evergreens, 55 to 65-year-olds. A couple of them there just snuck in, and then there's a couple at the top end of that range, so good mixture, but pretty handy shearers up on the stage right now for their range job.
He should be able to get out on the actual Woolhandling board.
Yeah, it looks pretty easy up there, right, John? You did right. A couple of these old Master Blasters up there just starting to wind into it now, getting a wee bit of a rhythm. But of course, as usually happens, the sole South Islander in the field is leading the way. Down the last side he comes, Dave Crocker there. Right out onto the back there. Another couple of shots for Dave, and he's going to hit it for his fourth and final sheet. Now looking good, starts winding into it, last shoulder coming off on Nuki, right there is Russell Knight. The back three shearers swinging around in the first front shoulder. Bruce Brankers, Steve Cooper and David Hodge just winding around towards the long blow, finishing touches for Nuki Gordon, finishing touches for Russell Knight up here on the front stand. But turning into the first time leg out in front is Dave Brooker, young man from Rangiora in North Canterbury there, up the undermining sweeps from Canterbury. He just shears mainly pit mobs nowadays, doesn't do any real full-time shearing. He's such in a wool shed with a team of guys. He's out there on his own most of the time, just knocking off a few pit woolies. Of course, not that easy to deal with some of those old pits for their owners. And around into the first front shoulder, he sweeps top knot off for Russell Knight, and up comes Nuki Gordon as well. Down a bit of a ding dong battle these two. Into the base here and around the back of the head, Nuki Gordon just out in front of Russell Knight by a shot. Can you hear me? Russell is out in front by a shot. Around the back of the head for Russell Knight. Bruce Pankhurst turns into the first time lead. Steve Cooper down there from Milwaukee. Down the way down the valley along with David Hodge down on the back stand. But Dave Brooker winds his way down the last side of sheet number 4, the fourth and final one on the board for Dave Brooker. Stand number 2 we're looking at. Rolls around under the handspring over the tail and out it's going to go. Come on Dave, here's the timer. On the south land there on the little dog.
All right, we're back down here in the pressing arena. And we're into the individual novice. And as it rolls, this is where it begins, okay? And how do you end up on the crease? I'll tell you how it normally unfolds. One, you have an inkling in your bloodline that you want to go shearing for some reason. That's probably due to a family tradition. You want to get in the sheaves. And then you come about 15 or 16, in some cases like Ruben Alabaster and the likes, you might be 13 or 12. Or Brett Roberts was another one that started really, really young. And then you hop on a handpiece during the school holidays, okay? And you go dagging or crutching lambs. It's about that time that we do that job. And then you get used to bending over and stretching your legs and your hammies and getting fit to the hard graft of sweating and taking a towel to work. You get the understanding of a handpiece and the comb and the cutter. Not lots of blows to do when you're crutching lambs. You take the wool out the inside of the legs, sort of roll them over and clean up their fertiliser works there. Their tail areas so they haven't got any dags on there. And, manure so that they don't get fly strike. And it's hot weather, that's where a fly would stand on them and then it goes Then you may get into the shearing sheds. Okay, you might get a bit of a stand when you leave school, and you end up on the crest. Normally you start pressing wool and doing sheep hose and those sorts of things, and you jump up at lunchtime and you do 1 or 2 or 3 sheep, and you do a bit of a shearing school and learn about all the extra blows you need to do when you're shearing a sheep. And somewhere along the line, a contractor or an open gang with funds will allow a learner shearer on a stand, alright? So the learner shearer will hop up and he'll start off with about 100, maybe 70 a day, and eventually work his way up to 150. And with all the gear these days and all the teaching and classes that you can do, it doesn't take too long, but you have got a few years of hard graft to get up to the 300 odd mark. Which once upon a time in my day, and John and Norm's too, would be okay to say that, I think a 300 was called a gun shearer. A gun shearer, okay? 300 nowadays just a steady day out. There's lots to do 400 and beyond that consistently every day. So they'll build themselves up, but that's how they sort of unfold and become a professional shearer. That is their career. They jump on planes, they fly all around the world with backpacks with a couple of hand pieces in them, and have a great old time, and they become part of the shearing and wool handling family. Okay, we're a team. When you go to work in the morning in the van, you jump in the van, there's X amount of shearers, they say we're at a 6-stand shed, we've got 6 shearers, we'll probably have 2 presses, we'll have a hunt-away dog with us, all the food's with us, we've got all the wool handlers with us, and the ganger would normally be driving the van to get us to work safely, and we get there and we might have X amount to cut out for the day. A cut out is when you finish what needs to be done at that shed. That's it, cut out, finished. So the boss might say, don't come home until all those lambs are short. I don't want to make a special trip up there tomorrow for a 2 hours work, or 1 hour, whatever it might be. Pull your finger out and get the job done. Well, that takes a good team spirit and team players to get in there, get the job done. So that's how it sort of rolls in the shearing world. A lot of good fun, and you build really good, tight mates, I suppose you're going to call that. It's a bit like a rugby team, okay? You go to battle, okay, hard draft, and for some reason it forms a very strong bond. And doesn't matter when you see your old rugby mate on the street, doesn't matter how busy you are, you have time for him. You'll go and have a good old chat, you'll cross the road and say, hey Joe, how you going mate? Played rugby with you 20 years ago, and we still remember those days when you did battle together.
Okay, Gerald, if that's all right, I'll just jump in and get our Woolhandling finalists up there, please. Send their baskets up real quick. And we'll be underway with this Evergreen's Grade 2 final.
Just a reminder to the Woolhandlers, you just land on the floor and leave your tidy pile, put it in the bench, and the judges is about to start.
Okay, so we'll get the shearing judges up, please. All the other judges need to be waiting in the wings. Just while we're waiting for our shearing judges to come up, we have the results from the open woolhandling heats. 16 competitors will go through to the quarterfinal. And they are qualifying order. Top qualifier was John Enado, followed by Logan Kamura, Samantha Golden, Megan Calodia, Monica Mortai, Lani Morel, Marina Braddock, Ash Boyce, Marianne Beatty, Gwyneth Highway, Rachel Hutchinson, Cherie Alabasta, Uni Whitehead, Andy Hilly, Sarah Higgins, and Chelsea Collins. Our top 16 competitors in the Open, which will compete in the semi-final. So really looking forward to that one. Congratulations to those top 16. We'll get the shearing judges up on the board, please, and we'll introduce the shearers and the woolhandlers to you. This is the Evergreen Grade 2, competing in the Evergreen Woolhandling final. Down the far end, we'll have Wairarapa, she's a local girl from Masterton. Back one, we have Dana Tell from Wilton in South Otago. From Kilbolton, Rose Puha. And from Pipu on the front stand here, Rangi Roycroft. So there are competitors, Shearing and Woolhandling working together as they do in the sheds, day in and day out. getting in the pen, chatting sheep up.
Now he's just saying that where do you want the belly? In the front or in the back? In the back, on the third step forward. The modern shearer puts it back for the ball. Just a little bit of how's your father, what goes on in the shed, they're working together day in and day out. That's what happens in the shearing industry. Go to work together, slogging away all day for 8 or 9 hours, and truck it on home and wait for it on the boat. Got a green roll.
So the guy in the green will have the shearers at the door, please. Timekeeper's ready.
We're ready this time. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitor, go. We'll hear back the line of the shearing industry once again, sponsored by Wairarapa encompasses and still shop Masterton. Evergreen, Shearing, Grade 2 and Woolhandling final. Peter McCabe up on the front stand. Rangy Roy Krupp. Makes the wheel a little bit easier for them, I dare say, than what we've seen previously.
Can we please have Ronnie Ediha, Stuart Wilson, Tina Paul, Waimeo, Waifino to the precinct area, please? Can they go see the marshals there? Ronnie Ediha, Stuart Wilson, Tina Paul, Waimeo, Waifino. Can you please pop down and see the marshals at the precinct?
Go on hand, the working way. We've got Australian residents, but he used to be here in New Zealand, dealing in shearing gear as well as his latter life, but a very capable shearer in his own right. Here to make the final is Evergreen, Grade 2, rode through hard. You know, we call Kim Bolton home, but you never know where Rose is. She's hardly ever home. She's always away somewhere enjoying herself. Going with the far now to help them out at shearing competitions or rugby or any other sport. A great participant in the shearing industry. And they are the Woolhandler there on stand number 4, Richard Pearson. He's one of the local characters, Masterton shearer, lived in Carterton, been around for decades here at the Goldies, always willing to have a crack. Down from the far end, Philip Woodward, from up in Waikato to from shearing region there at the Waikato, right on the coast. He's here, doing it justice, going down the valley on stand number 6 with Wairarapa Meniha. He's being judged at the same time for her skills in this wool industry. Second shear wool clipping here this morning. Big strong sheep, a little bit of a test for the older generation legs, and got the muscles and sinews of his teeth as the young shearer, because they've been waiting for this occasion for the last 36 hours since they arrived here in Masterton. So the Woolhandlers now are looking to add value to the sport. Removing all the same sorts of frills that the full competitors do, but there's a lot less baskets, and there's no wrapping of the wool, or rolling of the wool as we call it. What we do is try to even the fibre up for colour and length on the floor before it goes away to be judged.
Yeah, that's right, John. That's the only difference in the way they handle the second shear fleece wool and the lamb's wool. All the omelets come out, you do dry wool with hemp wool and the crutch wool and the wool in around the legs, or what we call the front, will still come out, and the fleece wool, because it won't hold together, they can't throw it on a table in the mat like a full fleece. So it just goes back to the manure pile, and then here they get into the blend like we're seeing there from Waina and Dana. They just give it a quick blend up, so it just combines all the different length fibres and different sort of characteristics of the wool shorter fleece wool here, the second shear or lands. So Peter McKay, you can shear this fella up around the neck and into the base of the ear. But John Hand come out swinging this time. Sheet number 3 on the board for all our competitors, which is the final sheet. 3 in total for these guys. John Hand leading the way, charging down the last side, right out into the land. Rose Puha working furiously to keep up with them. But she's played this game before. This is not her first rodeo, ladies and gentlemen. John Hand hits the time clock button. Well done, John. He can stand and stretch his back and hop out of the way of the Woolhandler, or she does her thing, or he's going to lose a couple of toes. Rose Puha. So the oddments are sorted. She'll just double check and check the place as she goes. So her time clock has started. Her shearer is finished. The others won't start until the shearers are finished. Now Rose Puha gets into what we call the blend, a bit of a shakedown going on there for Rose on the second Woolhandling stand. Up and down, and then blends it all together, mixes it all up. Around with the broom, she's going to make sure that the piles are nice and tidy before she stops her clock. Once she's happy, time stay taken there for Rose Puha. Way to go, Rose. Now Rangi Roycroft. Peter McCabe's all done and dusted. That's all the shearers finished this time. Shakedown time down there for Winder Pennyha. Shakedown time for Dana Tiaho. And up here, Rangi Roycroft, and she's into it as well. So getting down, grabbing the handful, just mixing it all up, blending it all together, making it all nice and even. Winer's up on the broom. Dana's time is taken. Winer's time is taken. Just Rangi here on the front stand. Another couple of seconds, and she's going to be done and dusted as well. They get judged on the neatness and consistency of the blend as well, so no point just giving it 1 or 2 shakes and then thinking you're all done. Judges having a close look. Time taken there. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Our Evergreen Woolhandling finalists and our Evergreen Shearing finalists, grade 2.
We'll go out the back and be judged in what we call the dungeon. There's a separate lot of judges out there, and they'll go sift through that with their nimble fingers and calculate the amount of points that need to be deducted. We'll come back to the final of the results a little bit later. Next on the card we have the Evergreen Grade 3 final, where this is the really experienced shearers. Helen, Jeff, Hugh, Ian, and Ian. So we'll just get the full area tidied up and then back to normal shearing conditions. And we'll come back. How's the pressing going down there, Gerald?
All right, yes. Hey, so we'll have the peers pressing, and due to the numbers, there's been a management decision that there is a semi-final, which they're all aware of, and it's not in the book, so just don't go too far. It'll be a wee while yet. Find a gap for it to do anything. Anyway, more to the point. You want to know, top qualifiers of the peers semi-final is Jeremy and Vinny Goodjar. Second is Adam and Joseph Gordon. Third, Kushla Abraham and David Gordon. Oh, Gordon, family are thinking, ladies and gentlemen. And fourth, Coden Gray Harmon and his brother Shane Harmon. So there you go, there's the top 4, ladies and gentlemen. That will be a bit of noise, a bit of stuff, shouting from the rooftop when that gets going. But at the moment we're at a slower pace, and that's to be expected because we're in the novice. And once again, a big thank you to Farmers, their sponsor, and Bullcracks New Zealand.
Hey, Kia ora, brother, just jump in there. I'm with the Kohangareo down here to the bottom right of the stadium. Morena Tamariki Maa. And they are from Wairarapa. So morena to our younger vocals down here from Wairarapa. Hope they are enjoying the show. And we have another little school here by the looks of it. What school do you go to? Solway. What class are you? Fourth to the class, Solway College, is it? Solway Primary School. Well, welcome to the Golden Shears. You're more than welcome to steal a little bit of wool. Gerald, are these little ones about a little full?
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea, eh? A bit of ball, do they feel that little breezy stuff? What's that breezy stuff called? Zuma?
Lanolin.
Lanolin. We can sell that for a lot of money. We can sell that stuff called Lanolin. Beauty product and sort of a cup product in a way. So lots of great products coming out of the ball as a whole. But no, I think it's a good idea to get a feel of that beautiful natural fibre. We can go on about wool for quite a while, so beautiful natural fibre, renewable resource, a natural fibre. I mentioned that word, it's an incredible insulator. It has, wow, pretty thin, buddy. Don't worry about, do worry about wool, and please support it if you possibly can. It's an incredible fibre, and it needs supported big time. This is the novice precinct, so this is Bruce Grace's bail over here for Chris 1, buddy. We're looking for 150. Bruce Grace has done 151, folks. That's a really good effort. Man, good on you. It's great to see you youngsters having to go like that. It's even better when you're doing really well. Yes,
Kia ora koutou, welcome back to the Friday morning session of the 60th birthday Golden Shears 2020. We've just finished the junior Woolhandling, and we're just starting now to get into the Evergreen. So this is always quite an emotional time where some of these originals, not old timers, some of these originals came and participated, and they keep coming back to Shears year on year on year. It's just a beautiful feeling to have that big circle of Golden Shears. But I have in the studio with me at the moment while we're having this bit of a gap and set up Adia Love. So Adia sponsored the novice Woolhandling. Adia, you've been sponsoring this now for 3 years? 3 plus years, I think. 3 plus. And why? Why the novice Woolhandling?
It's actually a very unique need. These people are beginning their career or, their seasonals. So it's quite fun to watch. They're a little bit awkward, but they're up here, they're giving it a go. And that's probably the biggest challenge is getting up there. So it's just a bit of a taste for them. One place, and hopefully they get that bug and they can carry on through. We encourage a lot of our guys that come in to work our major season, just to finish it off with them and just give it a go and see how much they do really.
Yeah, no, that's awesome thing for those novices, but the novice Woolhandling champion this year was something a little bit different, wasn't it?
It sure was. I quite enjoyed watching that final actually, and watching it, just about put Laura as a borderline vertical. I know she's not though, she's spent a season on AMP, so she credited a lot to her mum, which, I think a lot of that natural talent comes through as well.
Yeah.
But no, it was a really good final actually, and awesome energy around this, which that's what we want.
Yeah, I suppose it says a lot about Laura too. She's a bit of a perfectionist. She can be very intense because she is quite focused.
Absolutely. When she does something, she wants to do it to the best she possibly can, and she just proves that coming on to that final.
No, that's great. Thank you very much, Adia, for giving us some time. I can see now that we have the grade 3 Evergreens. So these are the most senior, if you like, and I think the age is 75 plus. They're all up there now on the stage. There's some shiny bits there as well, but these are the guys we love. Let's go back to the stadium. Thank you.
Go!
See Ruth's grandson, so he was in front of us. He came front.
Shearing in the final on the way back to win. They would have had a trial machine
Sid Tatana, he's a
So the
legend
different
from
see which hand is going right.
First starting.
You see a little bit of different style of doing with these old coaches. So they do a little bit of what they call a spear about it. Go down the left side, then come back and go down the right and feel it all. There goes Jeff Crystal. Flicks the belly out. Notice how they flick it forward with the modern shearer flicks it back. It's just the way they sort of lie the sheep on the board.
Just get on the quickly, John. I'm going to do one. Press one is James. You've got two Jameses. We should have our business done. On your marks, get set, go. Thank you, John.
Oh, back here to the Lord. Yes. Suck it up the moment, ladies and gentlemen. That's good. Delight to have them here for the 60th occasion. As Norman alluded, Snow Harris on stand was here for the first one and saw in that final.
Shearing instructions
He is doing marvellously. He's not on a sticker or anything from Chelsea. He's loving the challenge. He's a hard case to beat. He's had a lot of fun up here at Living South. Ray Stewart is no introduction to the Masterton Golden Shears. Ian Stewart now stand number 6. Loving it at the moment at the Shearing and Jeff Kringle. They're having a lot of fun here together. Hugh McCarroll. What he has done in the Shearing sport is probably not worth talking about. He's on stand number 4. Over the last side now comes Alan Burton, and he was the fastest there all for the heat number 1 yesterday. A little bit off the pace here this morning is Tintana. Super Sid, they call him, because he was a high quality man back a few years ago, and watching that first go out, whether he hadn't changed one iota at all. They are magnificent specimens on the human race.
No doubt about it. Snow Harrison back out on the board. Like I said, he's the only remaining shearer of the show at that very, very first final 60 years ago. The rest of those finals are watching Snow and cheering them on from above. Way down the belly he rolls, 86 years of age on stand number 5, a real shearing legend. It goes Hugh McCarroll. Back out onto the board, JJ Kringle, the legend from the deep south. Go to the south. JJ, and away down the belly he drops. Slightly different style than what we used to see, but that's the way they used to do it back in the day, and old JJ knows all about back in the day. Way down the belly he goes, real hard case. Him and Snow come up from Southland a couple of days ago. Up the neck they go, up the neck for Snow that is. Right out on top of the ear you see there John, and around under the ear the cheek comes off, so not much to do on the back side of the head on the last side.
To do the front work. When it comes down to that last side, control the sheep sometimes when you need to work over the last side. Watching Hugh McCarroll here, a little bit of trouble getting that belly off. She might have stepped in a bit of a lusty pad last night and he just could not get an entry, but he was away down around the back of the head. Swinging towards the offside down, the first off shoulder. The most difficult part of the sheep bed up here in the front stand. Down from Masterton, coming down the last leg, 3 shots and it's said you've got to let it down the hole and beat the ringer of the day. There goes the time. Got it under control there, and down the street for the judges, and we'll get that cheap well looked at and eyed over down there in the bottom end. Down the last side comes Alan Burton there, putting the big clothes, and Snow Harrison's at the last side as well. What about JJ Kringle? Where's he in the group? Yeah, right there with him last side time, we knew last time. Alan Brinson, ladies and gentlemen, give him a hand. Drops his sheep out the hole. Jeff Kringle, down the last side he falls, but Snow Harrison and Hugh McCarroll. Hugh's got the bit between his teeth this time. Just started to swing into it. Give that man another 10 sheep. He'll be flying. Right over the tail for Hugh, and out it goes. And Snow Harrison, the legend from Southland. Snow, well done. 2 sheep out the hole. JJ Kringle, finishing touches, and out it goes as well, folks. Give that big muscly man a hand as well. JJ Kringle. Looking down the board, saying, come on, boys. And out it goes as well for Ian Stewart. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. Our legends of the shearing board. I reckon you did a bit more effort. Come on, get it in there.
It's sitting.
Excellent, gentlemen. Thank you for your expertise.
I want, Neil Harrison.
Should we go and get him?
Can you?
Is that the little man talking out?
No, he's here.
Okay, so can we have our junior shearing finalists please to come and draw for the stand? Sam Jones, just to point you out, Street, Golden Shears,
He come up here, that would be great.
also, our intermediate shearing finalists to come and draw for their stands, please. Callum Pritchard, Mahi Fox, Alan Evans, Brayden Clifford, Matthew Hunt and Corey Barrett. Those 12 shearers can come up, please, and draw for their stands, it would be great.
Next bid on the card is the late shearing for round 2, each one. Phil Oldfield, Alan Grant, Billy Cassidy, Alan Oldfield, and Isaac Bucknell.
Okay, we have some children here from Solway Primary School. They're coming down to have a feel of the wall. It's a little, they can take a little wee bit home with them if they like. We've got a lot of children here at the moment. Great to see these schools bring these young children down to the Golden Shears.
Yes, fantastic, the right team. I was doing that little spiel before about the wall and some of the problems you and me. And I don't think a lot of people fully are aware of the animal welfare of shearing in the sheep. We think, we're being a bit selfish and we're shearing the sheep just to get this wool for ourselves. But actually, we're doing it for the animal welfare of the sheep. Because there, as you've mentioned heaps of times for this particular show, Whitesboro has had to keep full wool, and that's really difficult up here to keep, isn't it, with the well-being of the animals. Yeah, so they're short for lots of different reasons, due to climate, sunny days down the deep south where I'm from. We've got a real cool climate, quite wet. We do a lot of full wool, which is 12 months worth of wool, okay? And we can get away with it. We don't get flies, strikes, and bits and pieces. And it's nice flat ground, and we can go round them and look after them. So if a sheep gets a lot of wool on it, it can get stuck on its back, and it's called getting cast. Okay, the sheep gets cast, and then they can't get up again. It's stuck there. Okay, if you're in Scotland, they would call that coat. The U was coat. Okay, over here we call it cast. And of course, if no one comes along to stand it back up, it'll die of thirst and the like. So that's not very good for its own welfare. So what we do is we'll shear the sheep. Okay, to take the wool off it so that that doesn't happen. And the sheep happens to be going on to a hill blocks, especially those big high country stations down south. They'll do a cover comb, or they'll shear it with the blades, which is coming up now. The reason they shear with blades is to leave a little bit of wool on it. Okay, so if it gets a bit cold, a bit snowy, well then the animal has a wee cover coat, a wee flannelette shirt still on, okay, to keep it warm. And then the other animal welfare in that case is not everyone's going around those sheep every day on the hill block. It's going to have some land. So instead of it sitting out there with a huge heap of wool on it, and it's a cold day, and it wants to stand in the open air, thinking this is that bad, it has a pair of legs that haven't got much wool on it, that could be their demise. But if mum's not all that warm, thinking this is a wee bit chilly, should go and sit behind a tussock, okay, and have her twin lambs there. And hence the survival rate is far greater. So yeah, there is a whole lot of animal welfare issues that shearing is based around. In fact, 95% of shearing is based around animal welfare. So just like to get that across to a lot of good folk. There's not all just about the fibre. Right, here we go. We're in the novice ball. Novice president. Once again, we have a huge amount of entries. And
Oh, well, we get all these characters, you know.
He's only 18 years in the industry, not many other occupations, junior shepherd. What he likes to do are hunting and motocross. Years he completed the Golden Shears, no racing, 2 shearing. Okay, that's the Lurina Shears.
Alright, thank you.
And James Crescent is on 2 here. He's from Terrible News, 19. He's injured 1, another occupation is holding, no good to work there. Their favourite sport is rugby. Ambitions is over 400 metres in a day.
Well, wasn't that incredible to watch? The grade 3 of the Evergreen, and we were lucky enough to shoot down a snap Snow Harrison before he ran away. So, no, you're a legend here. You're one of the few that competed at the very first Golden Shears 60 years ago. Long time ago. You look pretty fit for it. You were working around that sheep up there pretty easily. Really? Well, it looked pretty good to all of us. So, talk to us a little bit about, the neat experiences you've had about the big and the Southern Street. Everywhere. So some things never change. Bushy tail, bulletproof, and just get in there. Oh, that's fantastic for these young people coming through now. And so, what's some of the biggest changes you've seen in Golden Shears over that time?
First one, and 3 sponsors. And now you've got a sponsor for each event. Computers made it whatever, the top shearers are cricket athletes now. We're playing on probably around wood.
That made a real change very much. They do.
And they got attributes. Visitors, lots of changes. It's been a bit fine. Women are really nice now.
What do you think about that, Snow? I think it was nearly a third of the junior and novice shearers were women this year. Yeah?
We've got a limit.
Oh, you've done well. What a great role model you are. And so with the final that's been up there, you also had a chance to catch up with old mates.
This was the crowd coming out. We had pre-season since the year, hardly a year, 5 years ago.
Right. Lifelong friends. Yeah. And I think that is still a real culture in the shearing industry. But the neat thing is, it's not just going to North Island, South Island. You go to the hemisphere, the Southern Hemisphere, you go to state places as well, don't you?
Well, we didn't travel at the start. Follow the sun.
That's right, you follow the sun. So, Snow, with this 60th birthday of Golden Shears, is there anything in particular, any messages you want to, impart your wisdom? You're a legend around here, you're awesome.
Was good seeing the animals coming through, and Woolhandling, the whole thing is shearing shows the quality of shearing, Woolhandling.
Yeah, some great messages for all of us. And Snow, I know you're a very humble man, and it's lovely. That's just how we are. But you truly are a legend for the shearing industry. Certainly someone that's always often mentioned in Golden Shears. You kind of stand as a bit of a beacon that, we really have been around for 60 years, and there's people here who can still talk about it and remember. Those things are really important. So thank you very much for spending some time with us, and all the best for all the results. Count it out. No, thank you very much for being privileged to have you with us. Thank you. Back to you.
So with the blades themselves, we do this.
Thank you, Snow.
Fine tuning and setting up the blades for other shearers.
Tell me to do it.
And a grant from Scotland on stand number 2 was New Zealand full-time, but he's a Scottish fella. Still goes back, I think he does a women's shearing over there.
Hang on, so you've got to look my chin up.
Legendary Cassidy, very well known identity, especially in Central South Island, High Country of South Island.
Thank you so much.
Cassidy is a regular style, rise and fall, faces the motion here, Alan Oldfield, currently late shearing champion down there, stand number 4, ladies and gentlemen, he won that title in France, as well as being individual world late shearing champion. He's the world team's late shearing champion as well. Himself, along with the other New Zealand team members, Tony Dobbs, and one of the teams that beat France in the world champions. It's the first time ever that we brought home both the individual and team shearing championship runners, so it was great to see. And Isaac Duck came in from Canterbury down there to stand number 5, slides around to the first front shoulder. Isaac's a very good sheep shearer as well. So most of these late shearers nowadays, back in the day, you could shear a lot of the year on the blades. So much now for the seasonal job, so there is this year John something else to do, and most of them are more machining.
No, I think it's been a little bit of this thing has been bigger than I think people really envisaged it was going to be. And it's been a little bit of in mind the right thing to do, gave you a call, but the last thing to do
very experienced and jovial character on the third stand. It's just stories and stories, and he's going to make a few stories up by Jerry Masterton and Golden. Stuart is loading his grass down in the
living in the Maramaid, but the man she did the back there was fantastic. We were related from over the years. Off the neck, she snapped it over. With Chesley. Around the back of the wood shore. And it's about every one of the big bike competition stations. New Zealand. And boys will love to take that trip over here. America, or through Elizabeth. All the big weight sheep back in the day. Still shear a lot of sheep on the place. And then that other country. There's a lot more farmers would probably prefer to shear on the place. But unfortunately, not quite the number that the young weight shearers come through nowadays. The season's a bit short. And quite specialised. Skills, so you learn on the way for a couple of months or you worry about it on the machine for a whole year. We do get some good young weight shearers. The back two stands have them on them. They're a long field of Ivy tuck managers, a good young weight shearers. Ivy tuck managers gives the both ways of white from the stone or any sharp way the latest joints will shake with them, no worries at all. The riders have a master and skillful good sharp. When you get paid for 100, you want to sharp the place. Well, it's all about a man in the tool. You just got to make sure you're right for the cutting edge. And the dull cut to not to achieve your telly. That's for sure. You're really going to make hard work. The white rub he gave us was the shear they like to know where the shears are just going to end up. The sheep shearing, shear under the ball for a little bit and not worry about very handy to go. It's only 100 mil wide. That's 200 mil blade up there they're driving. You just need to be able to see where you're going to end up. The last thing you want to do is to get out of the road and say, we're going to look at but we are improving the animal welfare. That's why we remove the places beautiful natural product. That's why the rest of the world can't see it. We talk about saving the planet. This is the stuff that can help them all. Down the last side, the company that I'm standing between the 31 people on the board on the front end and the world is filled. Yellow grass is a little bit to do with that last thing. Likewise, the Peter Cassidy. The duckman down there in the far end, he's zipping along low, he's chasing hard on yellow long field with the four stands. It'll take you a winter or a very cheeky sheep for it to catch up on that thing's back. Beautiful job. Gold field from Evergreen on. Standard number 4. The current world champion, the current member of the world champion team of the late series of the world years over there in Durant, France. Sydney feeling proud and himself proud here. Start getting along the end of round 2 with he won in round 2. There was another hit to come. Down the last side he comes. Peter Cassidy, always got a shit for the round. He was playing a little bit of a rubber. There's the rubber on his leg. Has all the confidence in the world. How many times in his lifetime has he done that? So give out an old field a hand. He can do all those things. Right on the button and keep it in the swing sheet. That is a pretty good effort. The duck managed to put out the pieces as well. Here's a 10 minutes for 3. Fraction over 3 minutes a sheep with a pair of scissors, not bad, John. Aussie duckmaker, young man from Cuckoo and Evergreen. Chops his way over the tails, and a couple of blows for this fella, and he's going to be in that one go as well. And he's already board at the time of the one. Down it goes. Well done, give him a hand, folks. Aussie duckmaker. Great to see Blade Shearing back here at the Golden Shears. I'm always part of the itinerary, but good to see it here in one of the 60th anniversary. Got all field. Chops way up the big phone of sheet number 3. Alan Grant, first front shoulder, Peter Cassidy, first front shoulder. There he goes, Peter Cassidy. Sure over 350. He's an 8-hour day at one stage of his career, ladies and gentlemen. World Blade Shearing record holder. He's done many famous things in his life, and some of them we just can't talk about in public. Shearing trick was one of them. Goldfield round into the fast front shoulder this time. He turns for home as Alan Grant cheating with a swipe at him. Very powerful hand in their hand will use all work. She can settle down now and just back again. Still down on the front hand. Go around, make a good job. The judges here are looking for second cuts to the ball. The majority of the competition they will operate over the encompasses the ball quite the same in terms of the blade of all these hands. So that's what they're looking for, second cut to the ball fighter. The ball's probably about 125 mil long. We want them to stay at one length. So that's the best option for the farmer, for the building that deal with the ball after getting down to the sale. Here we go. Out the last thing comes. He's done whipped off the beating by a couple of minutes. That's not a matter of build. He's a top competitor. He's doing a great job on the sheet. A couple of shots over the tail. Down the ball all the way up. Alan Grant, Peter Cassidy, is remaining on the board for the last thing to chop off both of these guys. John talked about keeping the sheep under control. That's one of the meeting things about the blades. They kick the ring, you can just walk forward and carry on. You don't have to drag it back down tube all the time like the sheep shearers do. No matter where the sheep goes, you can go with it, you're not what they're doing. Right out over the tail for Alan Grant, Peter Cassidy there as well. Legendary Blade Shearer. Alan Grant chops over the tail, a couple of shots. He hits his time clock button. Now that slides, give him a hand. Peter Cassidy right there as well, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a big hand as well. That's heat number 1 of round 2 of the Blades. And John will bring up heat number 2. One more heat before the lunch break, ladies and gentlemen. Doing pretty well on time today. So let's do one more heat for 4 years. Gerald, how's it going over there? Going well, John. I'll just we'll have to get you guys up on the stage. We have Joe Roshi going to be kicking it up, so he's shearing on stand number 4. Stand number 3, sorry. Stand number 3. Art Eastman, you're up on the 4th stand, Art. All the way from Carter. What Art, up you go. Paddy Reid from Scotland. Will help you upstairs if you like. Then we have the Australian lass of Nicky Gutler.
100, we're looking for 150. Okay, 145. Only 4.5 okay, well done to you, James. Good effort, mate. And on press 2 here. Yeah, good one. On to number 2, James, press start. And his goal is actually to shear the 400 sheep, okay? And we did 166, ladies and gentlemen. So I think myself, we've got that much hair, the possibility of him shearing 400 sheep are quite high. So well done to you two novice cricketers. Well done, great for you guys to follow along in reverse. Right, so just what we'll just be careful with this one started. Because they are pulling away these boys up here. And they're doing so on press 1 we've got bigger view from Tawanui. And press 2 down here, Wairarapa from QQ. Okay, presses are ready. Judges ready. On your mark, get set, just the pressing, on your mark, get set, go. Over to you, Norman John.
We've got the green light down, gentlemen. Okay, everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges. Competitors, go. Scotland, number 2, Yoshi from Japan, on the third stand, Golden Yellow person, the old character from down in the garden. He's down on the fourth stand, and while these people may be not quite as experienced as the players, they're going to give us a good shot of it anyway. Working away, Evergreen steps up the neck. First to do so. Let's start. Evergreen, he had a little battle yesterday. Maybe he's had a bit more horror this morning. And things are going to come together for him. He's going to break over the neck now. Doing pretty well. He's around the offside now, just driving it up that neck. Moving sort of back to front of the other competitors. That's the beauty of it. As long as you've got your blades in your hand, you can shear them anywhere. It's one thing used to happen away on the sticks. In the North Island, many years ago, you couldn't get them out. What you did, you took your packles in there, got your blades out, and a little bit of a clearing, stepped dogs around the group of sheep, went in and caught one, shore it, completed the job, packed the wool out on the packle.
There's stuff up there, John. We're just looking for Ronnie Wairarapa, okay, for the pressing. I think he's made the individual semi-final pressing. So Ronnie, if someone knows who Ronnie is, Ronnie Wairarapa, and someone knows who this is paper here down the pressing. Thank you.
We talk about the late shearing in the high country, but it's done right throughout the country in the areas. No machines, no motorised transport or anything like that. Cut off the blade and back out by wagon or wagon. There's a little bit of history about these blades, where they sort of originated, where they ended up. After a long way out on the new cover, working hard with the young shearer. Good at pushing in the moment, Katie Green, 2 or 3 shots in front of her. They're working away pretty much close to those Yoshi. There's the long low as well, hard to win. Now you hear one here, he's got all of them flipping, turning away from the crowd all the time. He's laying the long low over the way. Moving big shot. Working hard, driving up the big old muscular sort of an arm there, I should say, experience arm. He rocks it up along the nature. I would be able to do it all, and I don't know anything of that, you would play. Very cool. You know, that's why I've got a couple of good plays. A long time ago, John. He goes off, I can still carry on cheering what I have to do. But it's not what I do now. Can you read? Creep. Stop on the last front shoulder right there with the short. And then the big gear. So there's not a lot between these four shearers on sheet number one. Okay, who's a bit of a kick in the road. Front shoulder, should push. She's on Japan. Chops around on the front leg, and he's working his way down across the side of the rib cage. He's the front shoulder as well. He's up there, making it get through. So what they're doing now, they're just popping it through and making it sit a bit better. But it also crunches the sheep up a wee bit. So this surface area is a little bit covered, which is the opposite of what the machine shearers do. They try and stretch them out, keep the tone right down on the skin. Make sure crunch them up to this surface area, and the idea of the blade is to leave a bit of wool on anyway, so that's not what makes it a nice protective cover of wool on the sheep. That's the idea of it, why they're using the high country in South Island for the blade. And if you get back out on the high tops, you're not worried too much about the weather affecting them. And then you up first in for sheet number 2. These two just pops the head forward and on the last thing he goes. Shunbushi from Japan, and he goes as well. He's a Japanese fellow down there. On stand 3. He's a good wee machine shearer as well. Good wool leader, good presser. Do it all. Big up. Shut up for the first time, and shut up for category. And these are they're from Garden. Slides around on to the last league as well. Here's Katie. That's the whole number 1 and the 2. Rest piece of the younger blade shearers there, the nursery stand anyway. He's that, but he's a wee bit older than the rest. Now there she goes, number 1 for her. He's going to go to the shearer for 2, I think. It was a great piece of younger people getting up there and competing. A couple of female shearers on the front stand, which you see a lot more of, right? Those machines, the blades, now and gone. Fantastic female shearers. Working everything she's around the world now, from all over the world as well. They used to deal with the end product of living all together and what have you. Now they want to run the game and they're cutting it off. And the rest of the making the watch with the good style, they listen properly when they're being taught, they have high quality work. They don't drink and smoke as much as the rest of the men do. It's good to have it in the industry. The feminine pretty much doesn't get accepted. And the war, just on the Woolhandling side, they were branched out. The rest of them, the way they perform, not only in the day-to-day rhythm of the country life, but also here in the sports stadium as well. We're going to see a lot more of it happening. Multi-tasking right now. Hardy's going to step forward up the next. He's in the left hand. Probably one of the most difficult parts of the sheet here for a race here. The sheet is sitting up on the tail. And that's not like sitting on their tail for too long. The you get that thing all opened up properly and quickly, you lay the sheep a little bit away from you, you're not putting that sheep on the bone or the tail, it's going to be a lot more comfortable, it will lie relaxed, or you smooth down. Now, you lay that sheep away from them a little bit, you complete the first off shoulder, where our other 3 shears now flat on the board with the sheep. The sheep is resting there and have a bit of a look around. Maybe just thinking could get an escape, but going hard here on the front there. He's going to Australia. He was a wee bit hesitant at yesterday's event. He's going for the doctor today. He's giving the other two a little bit of a workout. Suanoshi is the first to turn over the top. Katie Reed starts the third game a little bit. Quickening up the shots as she comes around the next ball. Around she's here, we're going straight down under the left. Look at that way, she was 7 or 8 shots around the neck, across the neck, coming across the middle of the side. And we now going hard. The shearers on the front 3 stands are going to be shearing 3 sheep. We're going to take pity on them and step to the 2. Each and all. Good work. Oh, to see how many turn up and go down the ball all year. Come across the shoulder now. This yellow little hanging in there. Ripped it maybe back a couple of shots. Katie Reed just stop flash and start the fire much quicker across that far right. He realised that he said, I've done my tough one first. I really thought I could open this one. Now all of them at the second and third. She's good, or she's got one that doesn't quite want to behave. He tucks it up under his elbow there, left elbow, just raises that right shoulder a little bit of his hand. He needs to start taking a little bit of control of the skin area so that it keeps the fat away from the thick of the blade. The gaffer hasn't given up, he's still putting in a big driving shot there. Not quick action, but he's coming a little bit quick pressure for he's got a reasonable side down, but it's quick impressive for a young lady.
Yes, certainly is to show the Evergreen heroes and most shearing disciplines. It's not about strength, it's about technique. And then he's got a bit of technique in Katie as well. They chop their way around and then first drop this time and then out for sheet number 3 very quickly. Katie picking up the right there. She'll do a sheet right there as well. She'll have a bit of a cheer there. So Gerald, you're down there, Gerald. So Christine, we're at Ronnie not very easy. So we've got someone lined up again to take your place. Next example list.
Yeah, we'll have it all.
How's it all going down there anyway, mate? So she'll know she out on the board, sheet number 3, but she'll pick her in as he comes out the lava. The chance to hold a few of these big U's. That's the Golden Shears, great. Evergreen, 60th celebration, of course. There's these other international shearers from Scotland.
This is a country, they're actually just steering a little bit behind it. You can't let that out on national television.
Dead right. He's chopped his way into the first time leaders, the lead, around under the tail. She just wants to straight over, so let's go. Carries on and it's in there. The way to do it. We don't want too much pressure on the sheep. I think he comes the alarm off and he touches sheet number 2. We see he goes over and on, he may not. So what's going on there? And the rest of the shearers, and the third and the final sheet over the ball. We'll be up over there. He works his way around the head. Keep in mind the points of the blade as he works towards the head. Very, very sharp in place. And should or she does the same. And the back of the head for sure. So Art Easton, that's it for Art. Give him a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. He gets his final rock. Well done, Art. That's the whole it goes. Good stuff. So 3 shearers on the board for the third sheet. And from all of the Johns, they were going their way through the first front shoulder. Evergreen maybe just put the jump off. Well, a couple of shots, but not much. She works towards the rib cage, across the rib cage rather than along it. And lay it down and what we call the long.
Well, I'm looking at the time and before the young man was 10 minutes. He 14 minutes there. I think he knows where all 4 ones from and they haven't been a hit. So you can work it out yourself. There's going to be a lot of strain on those young backs. They do have a little bit of youth on their side, but it's still a long time to be going, like I say, working that left hand, holding that sheet, keeping it away from sympathy of blades, and you don't want to do that on a white shot. Never listen to yourself or the animal, but make sure that you're sliding on top of the felt. Let's go to the sheet, you hold the felt. This will be removed to the key destination. You're not there, just have a little bit of a stop, just readjusting yourself or readjusting your sheet. You want the sheet to be lying in the right position, so nice and flat, cut across, bunched up a little bit as we talked about yesterday. It's covering that area, but you'll still be moving the same way. Round the neck, come short. A little bit pretty easy now. Those fingers up under the jaw of that sheet. Your bones to lift up and get high in his legs. Right side here in the front stand, the kicking up. Evergreen now coming across the shoulder. This Shaw's going to pick him up. Pretty much right on the low at the moment. Look at the Australians do well. Scott slashes, both of them quick, all getting centred. You see that driving hand here, rolling it forward, first shot. Sure, she's right, he's chasing hard. Here we go, up the front. Here we go, down at the flank comes out Japanese with him. Well, he'll be pretty much a resident of New Zealand these days. You can hear that off. Down the last side he comes, down the last side comes. Come on, Katie, keep hanging in there as well. Beautiful shot. I think Katie might have come back to the front there. He works across that last front, driving it hard, keeping it clean, keeping it white. She has the last leg. Woolhandling is going into the system a little bit. There's a little bit of bunching up of the ball there. It's going to be Katie Reed, I think, coming to beat them all. Last thing there. Heat number 2, a couple of bars. He's all a couple of sheep. The older generations, and here comes the youngsters. Blow for blow, pretty much, ladies and gentlemen. You couldn't wish for a tighter finish. Right over that last leg. Let her go down the ball for the judges, guys and girls. Not quite yet, Katie. I've got 2 more shots to go. A little bit of lift. There she goes, ladies and gentlemen. Give her a hand. 17 minutes on. All sheep. Sure, she's still completing the task. Rocks across that last leg. Using that left hand. Leans off the hole now. There, touching the button there, but making cover from Australia. There goes Sure from Japan, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a man, look at that. He loves it. Ladies and gentlemen, we love we do have the press before going down the drill area.
Hi again. So look, we're in the process of watching late shearing, writing the skills of these people, and how cool to see those 2 young women up there mixing it with the men. But you know, while we're talking about blades and thinking about yesteryear really, this was the traditional way of shearing. It made me also think about those wool handlers, the resident wool handlers have been with Golden Shears also for 60 years. And there's some interesting stories about all of that I've come to learn, that almost those stands have been serviced and still owned by farmers, by families, by the women of those, the women of the local area. And so I thought it was probably a nice touch to be able to have a bit of a chat about that. So over here I have Auntie Ewa, who has, well, it's in the nanny. So talk to us a little bit about those early days. You remember, you recall those days, don't you?
Yes, right now,
no, of course not. But anyway, come on. Tell us about it.
I went to the first Golden Shears, but just for the book, not for the movie. And from then on, those nannies had a way of saying, you do this, and just had to say how the life was done.
Yes, of course, like all good children say to their nannies, doesn't it? So in particular, a name that we're all familiar with, that certainly as a Woolhandling competitor, I was very aware of, was Nanny Mason. Yeah, so she was one of the divas, the queens out here. She was the queen. Wow. So there's, you know, I guess the relationship there is that Nanny Mason, Shearing expertise, sort of heavily involved in Shears. That's his nanny, isn't it? Yeah. It's grandma, and so you go, I mean, you're almost institutional to the place as well, aren't you? Tell us a little bit about how you were able to work up the ranks to get a stand.
Just see my dad and ask my dad, you know, he would like to skip up, but all my other sisters ran away and ended up with me. And that's about 17 years.
Wow, and so you talked about this before you got assigned to carry the ball around, before you actually got invited up on the stage.
Well, yes. I just sort of, like this was reasonable and went through stages where I was just filming with one of the aunties to away. Generally just worked my way up to judging now. As to
oh, that's fantastic. So did you up there, you were up there last night through a lot of the time, I remember. And I also recall stories about how you became almost favourites to different shearers, different shearers. You know, you two have a lot to say when we're outside of here. We get you a beer and it's hard to get through out of you. But it is a story that's beautiful to share, and hopefully we get to talk to Missy, who is almost like the general manager of all of the resident Woolhandlers a little bit later on, and let's get more of the story. But meanwhile, I think we've got a next guy, so we better get back to that. Thank you,
To make their way up here on the board. This event was sponsored by Rural Women New Zealand, and presenting this final is Liz Pennington, the new Chief Executive of Rural Women New Zealand.
When it comes to the quality of what's
Thank you, Liz. The winner of the Rural Women New Zealand Junior Woolhandling receives $300. And it was pretty convincing. The winner's points, 152, second place, 196. Please, put your hands together for Tiana Phillips. Congratulations, Tiana. You've got a lot of support out of the crowd here. The Junior Woolhandling Champion of the 2020 Golden Shears.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to dedicate this win to my mum, who's been in my role with us. Thank you for all the sponsors, my buses, Shira, anyone
Well done, Tiana. Second place and $150 from Masterton, Jess Stewart. Third place, $120, Heaven Little. And put your hands together for fourth place, the hometown boy, Conan Roy Harmon. While we're getting the photo taken, could I please ask John Masterton, CEO of MKM Limited, and the finalists in the Evergreen Woolhandling, please make your way up the door. While we wait for the finalists of the Evergreen Woolhandling, this event is sponsored by Still Shop Masterton, and presenting the awards for this remainder of this presentation is John Masterton, CEO of MKM Limited.
Hi, great to be here in our year, and some of the contributions to the business this year. So, before we begin with the awards, we do very important. It's part of our business, and like I say, it's still great to be here. Congratulations to all the people who have taken part in the event, and congratulations to the winners.
Thank you, John. The winner of the Wairarapa Helicopters and Still Shot Masterton Evergreen Woolhandling receives $100 plus an MKM Tasman vest, as well as the Golden Shears Veterans Cup. Please put your hands together. From Kimbolton, Rose Puha. Congratulations, Rose. What a wonderful achievement. I'm personally shocked that you would qualify for 55 years and older.
I'm shocked too. I'd like to thank all the cheers for putting the support together. Thank you, the community, all the visitors, great meeting guys today, and to everyone else, thank you all.
Second place, $50 plus an MKM Tasman vest. Wairarapa. Third place, Rangi Roycroft. Fourth place, Dana Tiaho. Fifth place, Aroha Garvin. And sixth place, Yvonne Abraham.
grade 1 up to the board. The grade 1 Evergreen Shearing is for competitors aged between 55 and 65. First place in the Wairarapa Helicopters and Still Shot Masterton Evergreen Shearing receives $100 plus an MKM as the best. And it was tight. First place had penalty points of 25.3. Second place, penalty points of 26.2. First place, Dave Brooker. Congratulations, Dave. You look like you were a wee bit surprised there. How good is it to be involved in this sport for a long time? And here you are at the 60th Golden Shears, you've taken out the photo. Yeah, well, it's pretty serious for us. That's the way it should be. Congratulations, David. Second place, $50 plus an NKM has the best, Russell Knight. Third place, from Masterton, Nookie Gordon. Fourth place, David Hodge. Fifth place, Bruce Baker. And give it up for sixth place, Stephen Kumar. Could we please have the competitors from grade 2 now up on the board? Ladies and gentlemen, this grade 2 is for competitors 66 to 75. The winner of the Wairarapa Helicopters and Still Shot Masterton Evergreen Shearing grade 2 had penalty points of 20.6. Second was 24.4. Receiving $100 plus an NKM Tasman vest, the winner, Peter McKay. Congratulations, Peter. Mate, you're absolutely stoked.
Everyone involved with the Golden Shears, volunteers, judges, and everyone. Thank you, Russell. We know the access
Yeah, also,
second place, all the way from Australia, John Hand. Third place, Richard Pearson. Fourth place, Philip Woodward. And for the record, fifth place, Alan Schofield. Sam Saunders, President of the Golden Shears, is accepting this 5th place. And 6th place from Masterton, William Buick. We please have the competitors for grade 3 up on the board. Grade 3, ladies and gentlemen, is for those competitors 76 years and over. The winner of the Wairarapa helicopters and still job Masterton Evergreen Shearing Grade 3 receives $100 plus the MKM Hazard Vest and the Bob Chamberlain Memorial Trophy. Winning penalty points are 23.1. Second points 26.9. The winner, Hugh McCarroll. Congratulations, Hugh. What a wonderful response. And of course, you've been involved in this sport for God knows how long. The World Shearing Council, judge for many, many years. You won accolades with us. Here you are. The 60th Golden Shears taking out the Evergreen Grade 3 title. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I just want to congratulate the Golden Shears on 60 years of this competition. It's unbelievable, really. I had the privilege of being the first Golden Shears ever, and being the first Golden Shears. What they've done to keep this competition going on is just unbelievable. I'd also like to congratulate American and the first Golden Shears the open final of 961. I'd also like to pay tribute to my family. Dinner, my family has come down to support us. Two nieces 10 years ago, one of my nieces was at her wedding the same day as the final 10 years ago, and I warned her that I couldn't go to the wedding because of the Golden Shears, and she's forgiven us for that, and she's here today, so well done. Thank you very much, everybody. Well done, Hugh. You can see how much it means to these competitors to take out the title. Second, $50 of the MKM Hazard Vest, Jeff Gringle. Third place. From Masterton, Ian Stewart.
86 years old, from Wairarapa. Well done, Terry.
Fourth place, Alan Brinson. place, another local band, Masterton. And it's an achievement to make the final. When you competed in the first Golden Shears 60 years ago, put it together for Ian Harrison.
Sit on the class right now. I think it might be the blades.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this presentation. We'll just complete this photo now. But how good to see these competitors after all these years still going. In 41 years' time, this is where I want to be. That's fantastic. Thank you very much. We'll hand on down to the commentators.
Gentlemen, come on, quite close to me, guys. Otherwise, we'll be off the screen. You're okay. Here we go,
We're going to stop for a quick break for lunch. So we've just seen the prize giving and in particular for the Evergreen, how cool it is. Hopefully we get to speak to some of them a little bit later as well. But in the studio with us at the moment, joined by Festival Liz Pennington, the new CEO of Rural New Zealand Surveying, this wonderful sponsor for Golden Shears, sponsoring the Woolhandling business. Please introduce yourself, some of the quick elevator pitch around the rural world.
Thank you so much. We're really glad to continue to support viewers and events and really pleased to be here for the last 60 weeks. And I'm sure rural New Zealand and for us it's about opportunities to be able to services and communities.
No, I think it's been excellent. As I said, Rural has been a great supporter of our young women in the Woolhandling event, and to the star of the moment, Tiana Phillips, the winner of the Junior Woolhandling. Congratulations, Golden Shears 2020. How does it feel? Great. It feels great. A bit more than that. Come on. You don't know what to say. I'm not good at the book anyway. So, you're from, tell us where you're from. I'm not very hard. Yeah, fantastic. And so you've had a great season. I've seen your name popping up quite a bit this season. You've competed through most of the season, I would have thought. That's right. So for those who are not familiar, the Taumata is on the west coast of the North Island. Most of they have what I would probably call a greenbelt area, so they do get good rain. They get good weather up there, so high growth, fast growth, which means that the sheep don't do as well for wool. They don't have the 4 months, do they? And so sheep are surely the 6 months or 8 months, and that has been your specialty today. So it's quite a different skill set to be able to handle the interior of wool, isn't it? What's the best thing about totally. And then surely. Yeah. With our junior Woolhandlers, this is the start of their journey. Where do you want to be by this month? As a open, cracking it as the open, representing New Zealand in the World Championship today. And set the bar really high. Look, Tiana, is there anything you want to say? Where do you think you want to say?
I think today my house, I always wanted to play with my father and do what I did there. Yeah, she was here, we were really screaming. It's a big thing
Oh, that's beautiful, Sally, and not only would your mum be proud of you, she is, but you certainly made all of us very proud as well. So, you know, 5 years' time, I'm going to check you up to your friends, and, you know, I'm sure we're going to be having another chat here as you start to realise your dreams, because now you know anything is possible. Anything is possible. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, listeners, and I hope you see how important and meaningful the support you give to Golden Shears in this, particularly in this grade. Hilda, back to you, Toby.
You need to make me cry.
That was beautiful, good girl. Oh, I know that you are. Yeah. Okay, so not to shift you along, but I think I've got a road through us down here who's also I'll be just thrilled to bits. Thanks, Magda. Well done. Thank you.
Just while we have a few minutes, there's a booklet coming out that is available at the I think from the Secretary's office, and it's Golden Shears 60th Jubilee Handbook, and then there's a lot of photos and stuff in it. I've been through it, and it's mostly sort of photos of Shears from the last 60 years. And there's going to be a lot of photos of the Shears. And I think it's going to be published in April, but you can order it now.
So we're back again, and well, this is something pretty special. Rose Buha. Talk to us. Congratulations for what you talk to us a little bit about what's just happened here, and then just a little bit of the here.
Oh, what's just happened here is I've got a ribbon. Yay! I've been medication there for one, but I'm happy with it, so I'll take it.
That's right. So Rose has just taken out the Golden Shears 2020 Evergreen Woolhandling trophy. Now this is a championship, I have to say, that was really hotly contested out there, Rose.
There was some great competitors there from Acton Park that really good stuff on the board, maybe 50 back to the day, so I think 0 to 30, so competition was quite fierce, and was good to come across the day.
That's right. There's nothing more sweeter than a red ribbon from Golden Shears, as many of you well know. But also, Rose, you not just a trainer, you held a training course just previous years, which certainly has had an impact for a number of Woolhandlers and the shearers here today. But I think you got the best prize.
I think I did. I'm going to be quite grateful that we had quite a few awards before for legal training. We've got 2 in the finals, team finals. We had one top 10 and a novice, so we're really happy with that.
Oh, that's fantastic. Well, Rose, this is going out worldwide. This is www.goldshears 2020. Go on to the YouTube, click into the app, you can watch it all happening as it happens. We're really proud of you, Rose. You've done an awesome job.
Excellent. This is actually why we also have one at home. Gwinan. She's so great. She's right here in the top 10. And so great for all of you guys. And I know you're going to be bringing one of these home because
yeah. The last thing, Rose, before you go, we've talked a lot about this is the 60th year of Golden Shears and how family just keep recycling through. It's a wonderful thing, but you also have family curved from these boards as well.
Absolutely. So I'm the only one right now. I can go home today and put my ribbon up against my
Wairarapa and Whanapuhan. They're great for coming here and winning the meetings last year, novice, intermediate, shearing. And then I thought we are
Something in the genes, eh? In the water and the golden. Also, Rose, congratulations, well deserved, and I guess all I want to say is thank you for doing that.
And if I can say thank you, mate, also about all the teaching back today. I wouldn't be where I am now. So thank you.
Kia ora. So why don't we get back down to the stadium? I know that we've got photos and that going on down there, but we're trying to bring you the finalists and the sponsors so that you can engage with them just like we are here. Hope you're having a great day, and this day has not ended yet. Thank you very much, Tony.
Thank you, mate. Awesome. That was fantastic.
Yes. Now, where's Douglas? Has he got anyone else? Was he, must be able to say
We're going to have our chief ladies organised meeting with their sentiments down to the list of the commentators list. We'll get these junior and intermediate finalists up to come up and order.
Look, if you look at it, apart from the background, you can almost think it's real. You know, like if you look at it on the phone, yes, it's pretty different together, and that's what my business. Yeah, and the mimicking is so good. Really hands-on. Yeah. Process is really good.
So looking at junior shearing finals, the chicken companies, junior shearing finals. Let's see the microphone, please.
What I use to build the living things, the white box, trademark,
David secondary years or online and it's really cool. I don't understand it. It'll take a lot. I think it was areas by the standard work and also in terms of education, because there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of frustration in the community, so we can remove that. This is not a job, it's what we all do. But there's a big problem and all this sort of thing, so we've got the productivity of the workplace and rural communities. Get on board with something like that, sign up, it's as easy as knowing your name and your email address.
Head over to www.co.nz and sign up for your free customer service.
They wanted the full table, so we had art competitions, makeup models, all these sort of things. But that was only Wairarapa. And Wairarapa wasn't getting out. And somebody said, there's this Golden Shears and there's this New Zealand thing. What would be the possibility of getting a girl in that? Because we didn't have a Miss Wairarapa and everybody else had things. Anyway, at one young farmer, we discussed it. And Alan Williams and I put our hands up and said, we'll see what we can do about it. Well, who do you go to see about it? There was a lady that lived down the Tipara Road that happened to know a little bit about this Golden Shears, about Miss New Zealand contest, because she'd been a Miss New Zealand. So we went down and saw Gail this night, Alan and I, and she looked at us and she said, I'm not too sure about this, she said. We're trying to do a big one on me. And we knew ourselves we couldn't do it. She was pretty well over the ground as we could do it. And she rang us up a couple of months later and said, yes, they're willing to give you a go. What we wanted, we didn't want a Miss Wairarapa. We wanted a Miss Golden Shears. By this time, TV was the in thing. And I mean, if we could get a Miss Golden Shears, one of those 12 or 14 girls walking across the stage, where the hell does this Golden Shears come from? That's what we looked at. And they said, oh, well, give it a go. So we had eliminations that first year. And the very recent year that Leedsfield had a big one into that first year. In fact, he landed up marrying one of the contestants that year, well, a year or so later. That was number one, the big luck we had. The second one was, when once it came up, everybody said, you know, what the hell are they going to get? You know, I mean, some stupid Woolhandling girls or something. Well, we put a line up of about 12 girls there, and the winner of that competition went on to be runner-up for Miss New Zealand that particular year. And that was our big thing. I think if we had to have done one of the first couple of years, that would probably come under the single one. That was 1971, and Janine Morales of Wairarapa. I heard from one or two since then that
they believe that perhaps she should have won it, quite honestly. So that set us up for the next 19 years with Golden Shears. Wool, believe it or not, in those days, wool was actually worse than money. And so you grew wool right down to, and if you get it growing out their nostrils, you did that too. And once in a while they had a patch of the when I first got involved, really got involved, was in 65. I've been involved with the young man. It was the week year of 65, and I can remember Alan Precious said that he came down to shear the seniors in 1965, and there were 262, I think, senior shearers. In 1965, we had the perfect farm in the world. Thursday before Golden Shears started to rain, beautiful, drizzling rain, and it just kept raining and raining. And by Sunday night, I think one or two of the people from the hierarchy were getting a little bit concerned. And on Wednesday morning, to my knowledge, I'm sure it's not wrong here, but it's the only time that we've treated a real wedge of Golden Shears. They were wet. And then they were really quite involved with Golden Shears. I went in on the Wednesday morning to see what was going on there, see how they were handling wet sheep, and one of the committee members, a chap by the name of Brian Newton, said, "What are you doing here?" And I said, "I've just come to see how you're handling the situation." And he said, "I've got a job for you." But I spent the next 3 days down at the showgrounds. And what they did was bring wet sheep in there, and I think they were wet sheep in there, and we put them under the showgrounds. Unfortunately, it was an easterly, there was no wind, so they came in there saturated, and 6 hours later we put them on the truck to send them to the stadium, and they were still 80% wet, and all that wool went straight to the floor. However, we were lucky enough on Friday afternoon, it did clear. That was like 8 days after it started. And I managed to get some of them out into the paddock. So for the open quarters, we didn't have top 30 the open quarters that Friday night, or whatever it was. They had wool still. I took the outside of the proper dry, and by Saturday they were drying up. Those first Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday morning, the sheep were very, very wet. What do you do with these? So what I was doing was putting 3 in a bin, and it'd been right to big a lot in the sheep, it would be right to be good breed, but there was no breeds or anything. So we're putting them in there, 6 hours later, taking them out. And on Thursday morning, they brought rain dryer down from north, and if any of you know the Shearing reasonably well, and we brought them, they shifted a small bottle of about 100 and put them in between the cattle fields. Fantastic. They just a blow off unlimited. And all these lovely white sheep have gone black. Well, I think all they do is throw the duck into the... Well, that wasn't very successful. That afternoon they got some on the truck and took them down the aerodrome, and back to the aerodrome behind the aeroplane, and that was really good. You can imagine trying to get sheep flying, that didn't work either. So they did their best to the people that I just like to reiterate what Edward and Rose said, the people that set that up initially had great foresight. I mean, the complex of the thing has changed a little, but I mean, very, very little. You tell me any other thing, it's only changed 20%.
professional about it. They have tallies they want to hit. You know, they generally get just work for that tally, and they can set themselves a pace that they know they'll get to that kind of shooting. Work go away,
My main message to farmers would be good toilets, good facilities, maintenance, keep the maintenance up for everybody, and includes like kitchen and gates, holes in walls, and springs on walls. It's just common sense stuff. That's what shearers want.
When I was still shearing, I walked into my shed one night about 9 o'clock, and about a ton of the place was just bleeding. It was polished, everything was just bleeding in the shed. It was the first time I'd been there, and I thought to myself, sure, got to do a good job here, mate. Business is all about people. Good people, well-trained, good facilities, good resources, clean, operate on their board. Stress on them, all of a sudden they might get into something like that, then the front line might not do anything. So, you know, just bringing that.
In relation to performance, start from sleep. Adjust sleep, is it up to speed? Second to that, nutrition. Making sure that vitamins, nutrition, hydration is but also making sure you're performance and children doing the body half of the dry or easy. So the highest level like these guys are, then having that.
You've got to learn to come up, and you've got to learn to keep yourself down and follow the head together with you look after yourself. You eat well, and you make sure that what you lose is dehydration. You've got to rehydrate well.
The main message about training and fitness is take a little bit more time to care for your body. You know, just do a simple few exercises a day. You know, it's going to take 5 minutes every day to do a little bit of strength work, 5 minutes at the end of your day to do some stretching out. The benefits you'll reap from it will be years and years down the road.
Strive to be well in the industry. We're trying to maintain to make a name for ourselves. We use their sensitivities where our bodies use their awareness and we're actually comfortable with this time gaze and trying to get that time sensitivity and maybe look at our techniques and the way that we're operating. And if people are working well and making money and feel the growth of the skills here, then they'll look after themselves and create a really positive atmosphere and environment where they're working. They want to be here.
Break and recovery time is excellent key to life if you want to stay performing in the top of the game this year. If we compare shearing to competitive rugby or competitive netball, and you think about how those guys perform, we're not at a high intensity training every single day. They factor in break times, low level training, and definitely some recovery time. So that's how they stay in the competitive position and how they can keep going and keep performing and winning. And so it's no different from shearing.
Sometimes someone's better look at it a couple of days off to rest and recover and like crashing through it. And I think that's the main one, just having that time out to refresh yourself and come back stronger.
And the earlier you do that, the better.
It's really important. It's probably the number one factor. Look after the staff, look after the
these days. So what long we give you show them part of that has been about changing some of the attitudes of the way we did things 20 years ago.
In the end, you know, this is all about the people. We can't operate without having people, and I think the ability to respect for contractors or people that work in the property and view property creates a great outcome for everybody.
We charge each person to get into the ram ring 2 shillings for a and we collect 18 pounds. You would have got out yourself. It was so popular that the days after that we went to Federick Farms, or they did, Laurie and Ian Douglas went to Federick Farms and said we must get this figure. and it just grew from that. The popularity of competition shearing was always around in the earlier days, but never as fine-tuned as it was in the late 50s. Young farmers then went to veteran farmers who were bigger body, financially a little bit better off too, and the president of veteran farmers, Wairarapa, took over organising the shears. They had demonstrations in town of shearing competitions, and it grew from that. And all of a sudden, veteran farmers were, of course, 50% ownership of it, if you like, members. So it went from strength to strength, and I think possibly it was nationwide. People came from far afield to these days. When you look back at the old numbers of people coming across from South Island, huge.
So we're still in the novice single pressing here at the moment, and like a straight final. Okay, so there's straight final for the novice, and a big thank you to the committee. So a new event just started last year. Okay, so I guess these ones are just learning how to get into it. So Jarlin Benioli, he's on press 1, he's from Pongaroa. And actually his good mate over here, Quinton Miller, is on press 2. Obviously a Pongaroa boy too. They were in the pairs before, they give it a go. Years competing the Golden Shears for the novice. 1 says 0. Years competing the Golden Shears for Jarlin here says none. Okay, so it's a new ground for them. But they're used to the big stage a wee bit, I suppose, because they have come the pairs together. So right at the moment, hey, they're not shaking hands just now. It's time to put the gloves on, per se. So they've got to bring their A game here, knowing the calculated points of time,
James Wilson.
And the lights are all accumulated together. These are some nervous shearers down there, Timber, I'd say, a junior final coming up.
His shoulder is looking at his young number right now. On stand number 6 from Masterton, Adam Gordon, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
And on stand 5, ladies and gentlemen, from Wales, Sammy Jones.
From down in the south, she held. This is Destiny Pike here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, she comes on board.
Kyle Rhodes will take standing number 3, ladies and gentlemen.
This guy, he is the current form horse, you could say, from Wales, LS3.
And on stand 1, ladies and gentlemen, from Wanton, James Wilson.
Hey, Shearers, you've got 1 minute to get yourselves organised to win and lift the roof off this place. 5 competition sheep shearers will be shearing. Farmers Weekly area sponsor. First prize is $400. The Stewart Trophy is also another one in there for the top local shearer. It'll be an instant prize giving shearers, so you are to remain on the board. At the end of it, we'd just like to put a big special thanks out to our people in the pens. We've got a lot of young guys helping out the pens, and also another special thanks to our shearing judges. We have the green light. Can we have our shearers to the board? Shearers to the board. If you've got friends or family up there, make sure you make some noise. Here we go. English, please. English, please. Timekeepers are ready. Shearers, get set, go. Okay, here we go, it's time. Time for the Welshman, as Alice Rees. Is anyone going to try and keep an eye on this young guy? He has been the speed demon in the juniors of the North Island here, Kerry, and looks like he's into it as well.
I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, Golden Shears Junior Final 2020, proudly sponsored by the Farmers Weekly, and we are a go. Sheep number 1 of 5 competition sheep on the board here, ladies and gentlemen. Into the undermine goes Alice Rees, the boy from Wales. He said, I want to be the winner of the Golden Shears 2020. Up and around the shoulders he goes. All 6 stands right there with each other. Around the shoulders they go and drop on down into the long road. James Wilson, the boy from the deep south. Down in the Winton country, he says, not without me, you know, boys. Drop it down and round him into the long road he goes, but it's still the boy on stand number 2, ladies and gentlemen. Round the shoulders he goes, up and over the brisket, down and into the long road goes Kyle Rose. Round he goes, sheep number 1, ladies and gentlemen, the 5 competition sheep in the bed to shear. Destiny, around the shoulders she goes, under the final shoulder, down and out the flank. She's the female in the grey, ladies and gentlemen, and she's going to bore him right up these boys. She's going to say, come on boys, what do you got? She's sure very, very well through the heads. Her quality job is amazing. And she says, come on boys, bring it at me. I am going to give it everything I've got. Into the pin she goes. Tama, what a fantastic start.
1 minute and 30 seconds, the Welshman dropped the sheep and ran in. 1 minute 40, this young lady Pikey on stand number 4. She pulled out a little Biyukti, into the belly she goes. These are the shearers, we've got Wilson here on stand number 1, into the belly, in runs Rhodes. Where's his father, where's Blair? He should be yelling at the top of his voice, but I know why, because his father yells like this. Go, go, go. So he's better off to say nothing and I'll do it for you. Here we go, Rhodes, into the belly, a little wee bit of a wriggler. It doesn't matter, mate, just try and keep it. Destiny Pike here, up the neck she goes. Ooh, this Welshman on stand number 2, he's really got the bit between his teeth, Kerry.
Oh, it's great to see, ladies and gentlemen. This is your junior final. Let's get in behind these fellas. And if you've got a favourite, ladies and gentlemen, I want to hear you scream their name. It is finals time, Golden Shears 2020. Proudly sponsored by the Farmers Weekly. And it's still the boy from the Wales. Over the last shoulder, under the final leg, he will go. Sheep number 2 of 5 competition sheep on the board this year, ladies and gentlemen. Buckyard, over the last shoulder she goes. Under the final leg, you better go, boy, you better go, because she is coming hard. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank. What a cracking junior final it is, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank, come on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get in behind these future shearers. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank goes the loyal one. Adam Gordon down there on stand number 6. He is your local boy. Round into the long road he goes. Top qualified in the heats by Country Wild. The question is he going to top qualify in this final? Only time will tell. Finishes the long road, takes in sheep on down and over Nebraska. Sam Jones, another Welshman down there on 6. Up comes the belly, down the first leg he goes. 1, 2, 3, and he'll be into the undermine. Wow, Tomo, great final so far.
Oh, she's turning into be a real doozy. It looks like it's Wales versus New Zealand. We've got the young James from stand number 1 into the undermine Edwards, and we've got Destiny Pike here on stand number 4. Destiny, undermine, she's about to take the top knot off. If she just give me a little wee bit of a wriggle, come on baby, sit still. I only want your wool, you can keep your skin. Alice Rees, the Welsh boy down here on stand number 2, around the shoulder blade Edwards. Very, very difficult part of the sheep to shear because you can make a lot of second cuts around this area. We've got Wilson there on stand number 1, then she was wanting to wriggle a little bit. Just try and keep your cool, mate. But these shearers, they will be very, very nervous, Gary.
Oh, without a doubt, Tama. But I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, sheep 3 on the board. These young shearers have got no time to be nervous. That is Golden Shears' final times, ladies and gentlemen. These boys have no more second chances. They have to bring their own game. They have to bring their best comb. They have to bring their best shear, because otherwise it's just not going to be good enough. The standard, ladies and gentlemen, incredible. You look on the board there. You look at the board points, hardly anything between it. Only 1 or 2 second cuts separating the field at the moment. Down and out the flank goes young Destiny there on stand number 4. She's shearing along well. Down and out the flank she goes. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, get in behind her. Get in behind these shearers. Down and out the flank goes James Wilson, the Southland boy on stand number 1, sorry. And then we've got the Welshman. He's on to sheet number 4, ladies and gentlemen. Sam Jones down there on stand 5. He's on his first 4th sheet. Adam Gordon down there on stand number 6, ladies and gentlemen. Around the shoulders and down and into the long low he goes. Up and over the brisket, under that final shoulder and down and out the flank he will go. Kyle Rhodes, change your handpiece. Probably not a bad tactic there, Tommy. Keep their fresh cut on.
It pays to keep the fresh cut, yes, you're right. Rhodes and Pike here, they both changed their handpiece. It's actually looking like it's going to be a battle of the Welshmen. Down the last side come these 2 Welshmen, and they're going to just keep pushing each other along to the point of the destruction. Here we go, Ellis Rees down the last side as she was trying to wriggle on him. We've got Sam Jones on stand number 5, he's catching far. Down the last side, Luke Jones, a little bit of a wriggler. Jacob Steele on stand number 2. Destiny Pike here, round the head she wins. Ellis Rees takes a little look down the board, don't worry what's going on down there. We call that rubbernecking here in New Zealand. There's no time for that. Then she has a little bit of a wriggle. Destiny Pike here, dropping into the lock flow. Sam Jones changing steel for him, that's a good move. Look at the big solid Welsh boy down there. He pulls out a little beauty. Down into the belly he flies. Ellis Rees on stand number 2. Top knot comes off for him. James Wilson, he's trying hard, pushing it along, turns to the last side. Destiny Pike here, been there, done that, Kerry. We're having a real old ding-dong in this final.
That's right, Tama. These are the best shearers in the junior grade, ladies and gentlemen. They've gone through the heats, they've gone through the quarterfinals, they've gone through the semi-finals, and we are into final shearing time, ladies and gentlemen. Kyle Rhodes is there for sheep number 5 on the board. Down and out the flank goes James Wilson. Sheep number 4 on the board for him. Down and out the flank will go the boy from Wales. Under that final shoulder, finishing touches for him, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank, right up to the tips and to the toes. He's had a great shear, ladies and gentlemen. All the way from Wales, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Ellis Rees.
Sam Jones on stand number 5 is an explosive, but that she was really wriggling the crappers out of him. Destiny Pike here, round the back of the head she works. Rhodes on stand number 3 has actually picked her up. James Wilson, undermined time for him, but it's the Welshman down there on stand number 5. He's going to be the next to finish. Cleans up underneath the leg, lifts the leg down to the flank, right out to the toenail he will go. Adam Gordon down there on stand number 6. He's having a good shear as well. I think he's got one more left in the pen. That's the way, Adam. Where's your family? They should be cheering for you. Come on, my boy, let's go. Time for the Welshman. We've got Rhodes there on stand number 3, cleans up underneath the leg. Destiny Pike here, right on his heels. Look at this young lady. She was a novice shearer and she thought, I belong in the juniors now. I want the Golden Shears junior title. See how she goes. See the points now they end up. Well done, young Rhodes on stand number 3. Well done, Destiny. James Wilson on stand number 1. Down the last side and comes. Gets on that wool from underneath the leg. You don't want a sheep going out to the ram with wool under her legs. The sheep might look at ram, might look at it, turn his nose away. Clean them right up, keep the job right, all about the quality. Well done, Shearing.
And that leaves our local boy down there on stand number 6, ladies and gentlemen. Wairarapa, it has been proudly sponsored by the Farmers Weekly Junior Shearing Golden Shears 2020. We are, ladies and gentlemen. Down there on stand number 6, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Gordon, use your local boy. Let's bring him on home. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Get it behind him. Down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches. 2, 3 and 4, and he'll look for the time clock. Finishing touches for him, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together. Adam Gordon.
Meeting our intermediate shearers to the left of the stage, our intermediate shearers.
Well, that sound and looked great. What a great final. So this is a nice hitting as 2%, so shearers will remain on the board. Well, plenty of action down here too. We've got these last couple of heats of the novice individual precincts. Jarlin and Benio with Dr. Sabao here. We're waiting for the putting on the scales. Right, just to have all your attention as far as the precinct goes. So we've got these couple of heats I just mentioned for the novice. Then we're going to move into the individual men's semi-final, okay? So be aware that these men's individual semi-finals, okay, we have 4 heats of that. That'll be fast and furious. Then we'll move into the women's individual semi-final. We'll have 2 heats of that, okay? So that'll be all good. Then we're going to go into the 2 semi-finals of the peers after that. That'll be far enough. So plenty of action down here on the board, and I'd like to welcome back. We've had a busy morning, Monica. We've got Monica Pokai here, and she helped me yesterday at the precinct, and she's been busy this morning because she's one of New Zealand's top ballpenners. How'd you go for qualifying this morning, Monica?
Gerald, I was okay. So I qualified for the next round, so I'm really excited about that. We're just coming to the finish over here, and on stand 2, there is
Okay guys, let's run for a moment. Alice Rees, can I have a little talk to you, Alice?
Alright. Still got a noise there.
Yeah. Kevin, you up here.
Yeah.
They look a little bit negative. Do you think you've done enough? Their destiny final is really clear. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, this is your junior finals. We'll be up here shortly with prize giving.
Okay, between time we're doing this interview, we have Wayne John Benio and his bail. We're looking for 150 kgs, ladies and gentlemen. Being aware you lose points for anything above and under that. And his bail weight comes into 150 kgs, folks. Right smack on the button, not 0.2, not 0.1 or 5. 150. That is absolute perfect. Right, let's get this very good length from Pongaroa. Good another surveyor up. What's the install of this 150?
Callum Pritchard.
Oh, these boys have been talking 153, ladies and gentlemen. That's only a handful of ball extra. Well done, guys. Very, very good thing. Good on you. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to announce the placings for the Farmers Weekly Junior Shearing. Presenting the prizes today is Dean Williamson from Farmers Weekly.
Thank you very much, Kieran, and well done to the organisers of these 60-year-old years today. It's great to be here, and we're very proud of you sponsoring the juniors. These juniors were the 72 who took part in, so we've seen here the top 6 of
any time. So congratulations to you and a big hand everyone for the 72 who actually entered into this. We're down to the top 6 here. We've met just about all of them with our interviews on Facebook, and we've given them a good smoko cup. Of the other 72, come and see either Steve or myself later, and there's a smoko cup for you if it's still around as well. So, hearing the results. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean.
The winner of the Farmers Weekly Junior Shearing receives $400. The winners' penalty points were 33.1. Second place, 33.5. The winner of the Farmers Weekly Junior Shearing, Alice Reese. Congratulations all the way from Wales. You've come to the 60th Golden Shears and taken out the title.
I'm trying. I've got one. I'm trying to tell. What's that?
So the talent balance
Yeah, like that.
Well done. Congratulations. Second place receives $200. It's a Wales 2-2. 1-2, Sam Jones.
Yeah. Well, it might be okay, but you look, that's the Panasonic there. That's what the colour looks like. Looks pretty good. Yeah.
Third place at $150. Destiny Piker.
That looks like a cell phone. Terrible.
Fourth place at $130. The local lad, Adam Gordon.
It's struggling with the LED. It's just not.
Yeah. But the
Fifth place, $120. James Wilson.
Panasonic and the Canon are both dealing really well.
And put your hands together for Kyle Rose.
It's terrible. There's nothing to be done about it.
Yeah, I think.
Golden Shears is the greatest shearing championship in the world, and it's fantastic to have some international winners yet again. Well done, well done, well done indeed. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes this presentation. We'll throw you back down to the commentators.
Thank you very much, Kieran.
Processing on
We'll get this novice underway. So, Steve Barnsdale is on Chris 1 from QQ, only age 17. And Cody Lambert is on Chris 2, he's age 24, from QQ as well. Both of us their first time. Chris is ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thank you, Rick. Thank you very much.
We're just waiting for these young guys to grab their licenses.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry, but we also have one more presentation to go. This is the Stewart Trophy for the top local shearer, junior shearing. Please put your hands together for Adam Gordon.
They've got
oh, here we go. So,
congratulations, Adam. Sorry. Here we go.
Try to check one on. White balance. Also,
Next up in the shearing, we have the Trust House Limited Intermediate Shearing Final.
Yeah.
very big thanks to Trust House. You see all the orange shirts around with the Trust House name on it. But anyway, we're going to bring them on. You'll do a big hand as they come on from stand number 6. From QQ, Corey Barrett.
And stand number 5, ladies and gentlemen, from Wales, Alan Evans.
Stand number 4, from Wairarapa, Brayden Clifford.
From Wairarapa, ladies and gentlemen, come on, Pritchard.
We've got a local flavoured chuck in there, as per usual, from Masterton, Manahi Fox.
Stand number 1, ladies and gentlemen, from Wairarapa, Matthew Hunt.
We had a huge field of intermediate shearers, and this is the cream that's risen to the top. Shearers, you have 1 minute to get yourselves organised, and we are going to fire into it. I like the looks of that headband on Matthew Hunt's head here. I reckon it looks pretty sharp.
Looks like a lean fighting machine.
We have the green light, shearers, we have the green light. And referee's just going to walk down the board and make sure everybody's happy. He's just walking past them and making sure that the shearers are all good to go. Referee's been called to stand 1, the Wairarapa Warrior. Something that's called his eye. The sheep might be a little bit bigger than the others, or maybe a little bit bony. Sometimes they get a bit of dust on the necks that can really affect your shearing cut. Or the sheep might not be big enough.
So shutter pro scan at 15 and shutter speed 100. And then do a white.
Okay, we got the thumbs up. We have the green light. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set, go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Trust House Limited Intermediate Shearing Final. We have a local boy on the stand number 2, just easing into it, but he try not to put too much pressure on these animals. The animals can tell when you are a little bit nervous because you actually squeeze them a little bit harder. Your hand is probably a little bit harder on the skin. So it'll take these shearers a little wee bit to get themselves sort of relaxed to the job. These shearers have 8 sheep to shear, 8 second sheep, and those sheep come from Masterton. So thank you very much to those farmers, thank you very much to the guys that prepared these animals. So into the long bow, Callum Pritchard, he is the early pacemaker. It's a bit unusual to not see Liam up there, but I'm sure Liam had a lot of advice for him. Father Colin would have also been there with some very, very good advice. So down the last side with these shearers, Callum Pritchard. Here he goes. He's actually trying to put a bit of daylight between himself and the rest of them carrying.
Yeah, great start to this Trust House Intermediate Shearing Final. Golden Shears we are, ladies and gentlemen. 2020. We have 8 competition sheep in the men this year. And come on, Pritchard, you will be the first one in for a second sheep. Down and out the plank goes, but you have the boy from Wairarapa. Into the pen he goes. Sheep number 2 on the board for her, Money Fox. Down and out the plank he goes. Good little shearer this boy, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very clean, isn't he? Down and out the plank he goes. Finishing touches for him. Into the pen he will go. And Welshman down there on stand number 5. Alexander Jones. Into the pen he goes. Off comes the belly. Down the first leg. Down there on stand 6. The boy they call Wairarapa. He's seen over there, boys. Up and around the shoulder he goes. Becky Hunt. Down and into the long ropes. Just up there, right busy. He's the boy on one. Come on, Pritchard. Down and into the long rope he goes. He said, "We're not without me, you don't run. I'm going to stick right with you. I am going to give you hell, Lord." Down and over the brisket he goes. Under the final shoulder hump. Down and out the flank goes Hump. Down and out the flank goes the boy. Pritchard on 3. Great start to this intermediate final summer. These boys are shearing the line.
What's the shuttle?
Shearing.
100.
So we've got finals, finalists coming up here.
Okay, we have a new leader, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the hunt. The Wairarapa huntsman, here he goes into the undermine. Callum Pritchard, he was the early pacemaker, but now it's the boy on stand number 1. 1, 2, up the neck he goes. We got the young boy with the Fox, he's just easing his way into the rhythm will come. The rhythm will come and he just let us come. We got the young boy, Braden Clifford on stand number 4 into the undermine. Cullen the Welshman, he's getting a little bit veered off, left behind. Corey stand number 6 up the neck he goes. But the Fox, he's just having a few problems trying to get these sheep settled. But it was all the boy from Wairarapa Warrior. Great shearing by these intermediate finalists, players and gentlemen. Trust House is our sponsor. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank goes the boy on 1. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank goes the boy on 3. These 2 boys going hell for leather. Under the final shoulders they go. The boy 7, the boy Wairarapa down there on 5 and 6. They're not out of it either. Under the final shoulder, down and out the flank they go. You better go, Mickey Hunt. You better go, because you got 6 shearers hunting you now. They are coming for the Golden Shears title. All 6 shearers, ladies and gentlemen. These boys are in the hunt at the moment. Down and out the flank goes Braden Clifford. Sheep number 3 on the board for him. Under the final shoulder, finishing touches. He will be into the pen. Young Mahane Fox. Under the final, under the final shoulder he goes. No, under control, down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches for him. On sheep number 3. Into the pen he will go. 8 competitions in this final, ladies and gentlemen. And we are on sheep number 4. The leader at the moment is the boy on stand number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Mickey Hunt is his name. Down and over the basket he goes. He's got that grin in his teeth. He's got that mudrool in him, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank he goes. He said, "You better catch me if you can, boys. You better catch me if you can. Because I'm going like a cat in summer." What a final so far. We're halfway through with 5 minutes, 17 seconds. These intermediates are flying. Cullen Pritchard down there, finishing touches for him. Corey Wairarapa down there on stand number 6. He's coming back into the picture as well. The red from Popple pulls out. Oh, that's a little beauty colour. Into the belly he flies. Hunting looks like he's got a bit of a bigger woolly around there at the moment. So he is going to need to take a little bit more proportion. Out there comes the belly from Wairarapa on stand number 6. We have a new player in the game, and it's by the name of Corey Wairarapa. 1, 2, move up the unwind, up the net he goes. He's caught up with the Pritchard. He's got Hunt down here on stand number 1. He's dropping into the long road. Mahane Fox got a bit of rhythm, but a flow. Mahane has the way to keep it going. But it's the boy Wairarapa and the Pritchard are flow at the moment. Now on the long flow, these boys are flying. They are trying to catch up to this young boy on stand number 1. He is like a man possessed, ladies and gentlemen. Kerry, I don't think they're going to catch him. Oh, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, this is the cracking final. Never say never. One little niggle, one sheep that just really doesn't want to play the game. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, these boys, they'll be back in the game. Oh, change of colour there. We haven't seen that. We've seen change of earpiece, but we haven't seen change of colour. Corey Wairarapa, down and out the flank he goes. Is this the right move by Matthew Hunt? The question is, you see the man down on stand number 6. He's caught right up. Come on, Corey Wairarapa. You
one. The boy down on stand number 6. He's right there, ladies and gentlemen. Sheep number 6 on the board for these boys. 2 more in the lead, ladies and gentlemen. Down the first leg he goes. Down the first leg goes Hunt. Wairarapa right there as well. These boys on 1 and 6. They're going hell for leather. The boy from Wales, he's right there as well. What a final, ladies and gentlemen. Up their neck they go. This is the future of the shearing world, these boys. Up and around the shoulders they go. Tama. Oh, I tell you what, it's anyone's game.
Oh, let's just take a deep breath here and really see what's going on. It looks like we have 3 shearers all on the same place. Here we go, it's the red for Conroy, the first to 10. Matthew Hunt on stand number 1, he's there, but so is the Wairarapa. The Welshman, he's trying to catch up, but it's all this boy on stand number 3. Callum Pritchard, as he saved his best for last, it looks like it. Callum, put the hammer down, my boy. He's in for another one. He's putting a bit of daylight between himself and his other guy. Oh, he's got a little beauty as well. The Welshman is going to be third one in pushing. Number 7. Here he goes. Oh, no, just a blow ahead. The Semifinal Fox is fighting hard. The locals should be getting in front of this Manahi. Come on, Manahi, the locals are really behind you at the moment. There goes the Pritchard. Up the net goes the Hunt. Golden Shears from Evergreen. A little bit of a regular, the places on the barbecue theory.
I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I've just been watching the local boy, Manahi Fox. Look at him go. He had a very, very good sheep on number 6. He's starting to relax and open those shoulders. Come on, you young fella. Up and around the shoulders he goes. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let's pump in the tires on these boys. Up and around the shoulders they go. Young Corey Wairarapa down and into the long low. Matthew Hunt, he's just starting to open his shoulders. Down and out the flank he goes. Out to the tips of the toes. Corey Wairarapa finishes a long low. Takes the cheek ball down and over the brisket. But I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, the boy on 2, he's coming. Up and around the shoulders he goes. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank. Coming, Callum Pritchard. On stand number 3, ladies and gentlemen. He's in the lead. He has been shearing the silent assassin. Up and around the shoulders he goes. Takes the cheek ball and whips his way around the shoulder. Manahi Fox the boy on. Stand number 2, sheep 8 on the board. 8 the final sheep on the board for these boys on 1, 2, 3 and 6. Around the shoulders he goes. Young Callum Pritchard finishes the long bit of a niggle there. Come on, Matthew Hunt, you want to be the first one off. Bit of a niggle there, a bit of a niggle. What's it going to cost these boys? Down and over the last side they go. Matthew Hunt, down and over the brisket he goes. But I have a feeling it's going to be the boy on stand number 3, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together, Callum Pritchard.
Matthew Hunt on stand number 1 had a very, very good shear. The veins are sticking out of his neck. There we go. Look at this man. Starting to get a little bit of perspiration going. And the next to finish is going to be your local man, Manahi Fox. He had a bad start, but he has just gotten better and better. This is new for Manahi. You haven't seen really around many shows, but he has had the time of his life. He's going to be out celebrating for the next 2 weeks out with Manahi. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. Give him a hand.
Hello.
The Welshman, he snuck in there as well. The young Welshman, he's done very, very well to make this final. We got Braden took the time down there for Corey Wairarapa. Well done, Corey. Alan Evans.
Finishing touches for him, ladies and gentlemen, and he pushes the time clock. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, your Trust House Intermediate Golden Shears finalists. Give them a big hand. Ready, you guys, just hang around. We, of course, have an instant prize giving.
So we've just finished watching the intermediate shearing final, and that looks very pretty blistering. But I'm really pleased at the moment to have some our own here from the Junior Shearing Championship, sponsored by Farmers Weekly, Mobilised June, HQ, and first of all, Boys Talk.
Welcome.
Welcome, great. So Alice Griggs from Radar.
Yeah, in Wales.
Wow, talk to us about that. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I live in Radar in Wales and on a pig farm. And live with my brothers. They're all one of everything.
Yeah, so how did you find out?
Pardon?
Hello, Stephen.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so we're here in Wales, in Bilkwell, with Neil Lawrence, and one season there, and over here is September.
So how does it feel to be competing in the Golden Shears? First time.
Oh, amazing, the atmosphere is unreal, the lights, when you get up on stage, it's even more nervous. Yeah, they were amazing. They didn't think it was hard because I don't have a red ribbon hair, so I don't have to.
Well, we're pleased to have it. It's pretty special. And then Sam Jones from Woolhandling.
Yeah.
So how long have you been shearing?
I'm a seasonal, so yeah, I'm on New Zealand to share the Norwegian because it's
Great, so you both compete back in Wales before you, I know you just coming out, but have you competed in Wales before?
Yeah.
Okay, alright, but this one, what's how did that feel?
Really fun.
Yeah? So you did that time?
Monday.
Alright, so it's half.
Yeah.
So the family will be pretty wrapped to being able to follow your journey through the live streaming.
Yeah.
Okay, so one last question to you both. Who do you think will listen
Well, my name's Gavin Rivers. I don't know Swampy. Yeah, he has lived the hunting house in Mid Wales and the Shearing Hall stuff at my own house. And he lives in here and then with a elite shearer training. 3 shears on Monday and Tuesday and goes a lot.
Right, well, Swampy at the table, Richard for LLC and Bruce additional meaningful hero.
I definitely my colleagues down the show help me along with my
We know that series really well and see that they are big names for the Shearing all of that all the together, but also down here. But to you two Welsh gentlemen, thank you for coming, thank you for coming to Welsh Youth and participating. Very proud that we won. I don't think we're coming back to taking the reasons all the time though, but we think it's great that you're here, welcome and we wish you all the best in your career. Thank you guys. That was a hard day. Yeah, you can do that. Easy. It doesn't matter, does it? You know, the thing about this.
The winners' penalty points were 42.8. Second place, 43.5. Third place, 43.9. First place, in the Trust House Limited Intermediate Shearing, Cullen Pritchard.
Big family of these Pritchards.
Yeah.
Done real well.
Congratulations. Just pretty much a home crowd as well. How does it feel? As you said, you came up, you said finally. How does it feel to get there, right?
Lena.
Good on you, mate. Good on you. There's never been a wide enough winner of the Golden Shears open, you might be looking at the future, you might be looking at the first, who knows. Second place, $250. Lloyd Clifford.
Tell your Uncle Edward that I interviewed you.
Oh, I will do. Thanks.
So, yeah.
Third place at $200, Corey Barraclough. Fourth place, $160. Give it up all the way from Wales, Helen Clemens. Fifth place, $150, the local lad, Manahi Fox. And it's an achievement in itself to make a final. Put your hands together for Matthew Hunt. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the future champions of the Golden Shears to come. Put your hands together one more time. Your finalists and winners. That concludes our presentation. Once again, we'll hand you back down to the commentators. Thank you very much, Kieran. We are about to start with the ladies open shearing.
We might, if I got banded up in time, could we commentate to them? Oh, okay.
Let's get it.
Now, commentate the woman. Yeah, how cool is that, eh? If that's commentating the woman. Yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah, I don't know what it's going to be. So, you want to try?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, these open shearers, they will be shearing 6 competition sheep. The shearers here have recorded a sheep tally of over 405 sheep in an 8-hour day.
How are you? Good. I've just got David coming up.
I think we have about 14 heads of shearers and we're looking for the top 30.
14 heads.
The sheep are kindly supplied by Woolhandling.
8 p.m. tonight.
Well done, you.
Pretty close.
Yeah, I'm going to put his collar, but you're not.
But a big congratulations to Callum Pritchard and Ellis Rees for winning their junior and intermediate titles. Hopefully Ellis Rees learns how to take the back socks on.
Hang on.
Okay, it's going now.
So welcome back, and thought, why not strike while the line's hot? I'm really lucky to have in the studio here with us at the moment, Callum Pritchard, a good man from Congo, and our intermediate shearing champion, sponsored by Trust House. So, Callum, this is amazing, great, eh? It looks pretty intense. You've been working hard through the season, I'll see you coming up quite a bit.
Yeah, we're working on our school.
And so how did it feel up there to finally crack it?
Usually the last 3 years,
Yeah. Pretty special, especially on the 60th birthday.
yeah,
overall, which is fair. Okay, so that's good. Short, sharp, focused goal there. Tell us, who's your criticism for? Oh, just as well you made it far. That's very important. Look, all I can say is congratulations on behalf of Golden Shears. That's a fantastic effort. It's certainly not an easy shear out here. It's pretty tight all the way through by the looks of things. Yes. Oh, well, that's on your side. All the very best for the rest of the year. Thank you. Thank you very much. Someone else who had out tomorrow night? Cool. That's all right. Well done to you. I thought that was the water gone now.
For the referee is at stand number 1, he's just...
Hey! Shall you and me? Shall we contact one of these? These are the open
Something like a blue eye, something like a blue eye. When you have the green light, the other thing is that there's a green light that we wait to see, and we wait for the thumbs up from our referee, and we have it. Timekeepers ready. Shearers, get set and go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the first one of the Bailey's Open Shearing Elimination Heats. We're taking the top 30 shearers. We have around 14 heats, so we have shearers to burn at the moment. First one is the underline. Looks like it's young Alexander from Australia down there on stand number 4. 2 blows and he'll stick up the head.
David, you got any?
We've got Ricky Just give me a little wee bit more tension down there on stand number 2. Sean Burgess, a little wee bit more regular. These are big, strong years, ladies and gentlemen, that his sheep will take a fair bit of handling. Dion Morrell, Alexander on stand number 3, working his way around the head. But it's that Alexander down there on stand number 4, a long way time. He's about to turn to the last side, 46 seconds. So when he's looking at these shearers to be shearing these sheep in, well, under a bit of right here.
Aaron Alexander leading the way in this first of the qualifying team, ladies and gentlemen. 13 or 14 heats we are looking at. What a fantastic crowd. What a fantastic competition. And we have got a fantastic line of shearers for you this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In this open field, Ricky Alabaster, she's on the board for him. Aaron Alexander, Dion Morrell, all in there for sheet 2. Sean Burgess, down and out the plane he goes. Come on, Sean, keep the pressure on, my man. Into the pink he goes. Ricky Alabaster, tired people in he is. Down to Thursday, got the blind sign for him. Dion Morrell, he's been here, he's done it before. He's a master shearer, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very good merino shearer. Fantastic crossbred shearer. Very, very talented guy. Up the neck he goes. Breaks the nipple open, takes the cheek well. But it's still the boy on 4 at the moment. Around the shoulders and down into the long low he goes. Tyson him and down into the long low he goes. Stephen Hanson down there on 6, works his way around the shoulder, drops down as well. All these shearers right there with each other. Ricky Alabaster, down and over the brisket he goes. Making just a whisker of food in the lead at the moment. 6 competition sheep to beat for these shearers. Down and out the flank he goes. 15 heats of this, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be looking for the top 30. The top 30 shearers will go through to the evening event. And there's going to be some very, very good shearers in the south. And as I said, it's going to be no fault of their own, but we have got some world record holders. We've got master shearers. ladies and gentlemen. This is the best shearing event in the world. They come from all around the world this year here. And come on, I'll tell you what, if this is what I think 15's going to look like, they've got some fantastic shearers going for their competition.
I just jumped on the check if that's okay. Right, we'll get this pressing going. This is the first of the semi-final of the top 8 individual men pressing. They will be smoking it, ladies and gentlemen, so you've got lots of action up the front and then lots of action in the back. We're on press one, we've got Cameron next from Masterton, okay? The target weight is 160 kg. Then we've got the smiling assassin, Chippy Samuels, also from Masterton on press 2. On that case, presses are ready. Judges ready, on your mark, press 10, go. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Chair. Watching me shearing a little bit hypnotised by this young man on stand number 2, Ricky Alabaster from Thailand. And throws another one in, Rutland grabs another one. That's how it rolls with the shearing sheet, ladies and gentlemen. It's in you for this one sheet, you get independent, you grab another one. We've got Steve Henson down there on stand number 6, the tall figure down there, reaches in, makes that the sheep look like a little weenie. But the sheep look like they're shearing well from here. A lot of the shearers previously we did high dry cutting, which makes it a little bit harder there. But all these shearers are very, very experienced. You don't get into the open class by watching. It's something that you have to experience, and it takes many, many years. Some of these shearers have probably been shearing for 40 odd years.
The average
and you guys like probably been doing about 12 years.
The arrow indicates the
well, he's chasing the Alabaster, that's here on
so you can see who's in front, and then there's the total, and then that's how many sheep each stand is on. And we're looking at stand 6 and these, you can see it's way behind, so he's all the cut.
He might want to try out the second
The other thing that was really cool is the slow morale
under the final shoulder and
you know, some of the
Tyson Gibbon down here, stand 5. Up there in the line he goes. Leading the field at the moment. Breaks the eagle open. Takes the cheek ball in and weaves his way around the shoulder. Steve Henson, stand number 6, ladies and gentlemen. Up the neck he goes. Breaks the eagle open. Takes the cheek ball in and around the shoulders he goes. The Morel. G5 on the board for him. Down the belly he goes. Breaks that belly ball
so
open.
this one here, the one in this time.
Takes the dribbling on the top of the knee. Down the first knee he goes. 1, 2, 3 in there. Big up the line. Shots will come in the play. Bang, bang. Take the side off. And underneath he goes. Ricky Alabaster. Down goes the brisket he goes. 6 minutes gone, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't stay on the shearing and sheep, but just a bit over a minute. And then out the flank he goes. Finishing touches there. Sheep number 5. Tyson Gibbon down here, stand number 5. And in the mean for his 6th and final sheep. Finishing touches for him. And in the mean, Ricky Alabaster. All good. And into the long way he goes. Sheep 5 on the board for him. Neil Morrell under their final shoulder and down the flank. Dean Alexander. Finishing touches for him on sheep number 5. Tyson Gibbon. Underneath he goes. Breaks that equal open. Takes that equal on. Weaves his way around the shoulder. Takes the dribbling on the back side of the leg and down into the long way he goes. Ricky Alabaster. Tight heavy boy he is. Underneath he goes. Breaks that equal open. Takes the equal. Weaves his way around the shoulder. Under the final shoulder. We'll go young Tyson Gibbon down and over the front he goes. I'll let you bring him home, someone. Tyson Gibbon, the young man from Wairarapa. It's in the Hawke's Bay. A lot of sheep there, a lot of big lazy sheep because there's a lot of flat country. We're used to shearing these big sheep as this young man came down there
from stand number 5. Time is making process. Steve Henson is from Masterton, they're just down the road and tries to about to get his time taken as well. So these guys are sharing them about 8 minutes. I think they might be a little bit slow. We've got farmers up there, we've got Grizzly Elephant. He's a farmer, he doesn't do a lot of shearing. We've got contractors up here dealing with the ground. The other last side with these shearers, they're going to have the last say. Dealing around these activities, polishing their shears. It's the lower the points, the better when you look up on the big screen, ladies and gentlemen. The page of the program, page 20, and it gives you a bit of a rundown on how the score is.
Okay. So we'll go on and we'll get them get started, but maybe I can introduce David and, hang on, let's see what this is. Sean, please.
Right, thanks very much, Dawn. Until you get the green light, 5 minutes.
Take the 10
To open the shearer. Great athletes, great athletes. Very soon as they head into our ears. Hence they're getting the pressing out of the way before they jump up on that board and represent themselves really well as open shearer as well. There goes Jimmy Samuels. One big ball to get out of the air. The long sweet down for the way with the big long fingers in line. Jimmy Samuels, my old trying to say, using the arms for the puller, getting nice to see Jimmy. Points the contact up as he climbs up there, he's looking for 160 kg. That is a whole lot of pressure in the bar. You've got to really squeeze it. That bar is serious, fairly bad, okay? Now, it sucks the energy out of it. It's like running up some sand dunes, dry sand dunes, and sand dunes going away from it. It sucks the life out of it. And you see Jimmy in the smile in the second year doing the corner. You go to the corner and see the points of contact on the way down. That's what the judges are watching out for. And see, well, I make lots of points, contact all over the red fly, make long, and Libby starts winding it up, ladies and gentlemen. And when we go, like talking to Snow Harrison, all the way to Evergreen, to the final production. We've got the green. Okay, back over to Shearing and
Thank you, Jules. Just waiting for the thumbs up from the referee. There's always someone who wants to test the referee. We've got the thumbs up. Timekeeper's ready. Shearer, it's 6, go. Thank you, Gerald. Okay, we have Murray Henderson on stand number 1. Murray Henderson doesn't do a lot of shearing nowadays, ladies and gentlemen. He owns a furniture shop, a carpet shop in Fielding. And he is the second highest seller of woolen carpets in the North Island. So that's Murray's way of giving back to the industry. You know, he used to have a crutching trailer and then he goes and lived with a shearing run. Now he's got a shop, so he's really giving back because this wonderful fibre that's coming off these animals, it's got to be worth something. It's a little bit sad because they're only getting not even $2 a kilo for that fan line, and then you still pay $50 for a pair of horsehair socks. I mean, it doesn't really make any sense. We've got Alex Smith on stand number 2. Alex has been up here, goes straight into the stage of the North Island. Great to see him there. We've got Mike Anderson, working his way to the last side. Here. Big number 2 here, ladies and gentlemen, we have
15 heats of these Open boys. We are looking for that top 30. There will be some very, very good cheers miss out, ladies and gentlemen. And it's probably, to be fair, it's going to be no fault of their own, but the problem is the quality and the high standard that these Open guys will bring. It's just a credit to them. It's a credit to the industry, and it's a credit to the sheep in the Wairarapa. It takes a beautiful shearing sheep to make points out the back of 1, 2, or even less. Down the first leg goes Mike Hamilton's right. Down under the line, and it takes the top line. And just demonstrate that equaliser. Full wheel, down there on stand 4, up the neck we will go. Liam Jensen down there on stand number 6, works his way around their shoulder, takes the trimming on the fourth side of the leg, down into the long blowers, open phase, Shearing qualifying heat, ladies and gentlemen. Down the flank goes Murray Henderson. He was a finalist here last year. The question is he able to make that top 30 again? Give himself a chance to make that final. Once again, very, very good cheer of boy on one, but it isn't going to be enough this year. You can't just be a good cheer. You have to have an exceptionally good cheer. Down the first here he goes, beautiful under line. 1, 2, and he'll take the top off. Step up and break the equal open. Alex Smith, the boy from the Rakaya. Very, very good little up-and-coming cheer in the South Island. Breaks the equal open. Great to see these boys up here in the Golden Shears, going toe-to-toe with the North Islanders, going toe-to-toe with some of the shearers from various countries throughout the world, ladies and gentlemen. Lee Harris, the boy from Australia, into the fence he goes. Bit different to what these boys traditionally shear in Australia. These crossbreds, not many wrinkles on these sheep. Down and out the flank goes the boy on one, leading the way at the moment. The sheep touches for him. Sheep number 3 on the board. Into the penny for sheep 4. Change the handpiece. We will see this many a time. Into the penny he goes. Sheep number 4 on the board for him. 6th competition sheep in the penny this year, ladies and gentlemen. This is heat number 2. Bill Wheat. Into the penny he will go. Sheep number 4 on the board for him. Lee Harris up and around the shoulders headwards. Takes the trimming on the fourth side of the leg and round and down into the long way he goes. Mike Hamilton, the boy down 3. Under the final shoulder and down the flank he will go. Alex Smith, the young fella in the field. I think second, might be first here in the Open, I think, first or second anyway. Up the neck he goes. Round the shoulders and takes the trimming on the fourth side of the leg. Takes the trimming and down into the long way he goes. Liam Jensen down there on stand number 6. Works his way round down the belly he will go. Bill Webb under the bottom shoulder down around the belly he will go. Sheep number 4 on the body on his boys. Under the bottom shoulder, Lee Harris still on 3. Down the offside on the sheep goes Murray Henderson, the boy on 1. Down the flank he goes. He'll be looking for a spot on the top 30. Once again, a very, very well short sheep. And that is what's going to be required, ladies and gentlemen. These points are going to be probably points of maybe 2 or 3 at the back to really look for a comfortable position in their top 30. But it doesn't really matter. You can be 30th and still come through and make the final cover. It is all about quality in this cover.
You should be right here. Murray Henderson, he's made a lot of those finals here. I'm pretty sure Murray's short on 3 or 4 open finals here. That's the man on stand number 1. We've got Lee Harris. He is the Australian boy on stand number 4. Steps up the neck of that big Robbie U. Tries to whip around his knee. These are the sort of sheep you can't really muscle because they'll fight you back. Full way down on stand number 5. He's up in the northern area. And he's a great cheer, this young man. He's also got a great fishing boat, that's why I'm saying great things about it. And down here on stand number 6, we have
Did you want to put a judging system works. And you have a quick little read of this and get an understanding of how the judges judge these shears. So Murray Henderson, sheet number 6 on the board. Out comes the belly and the back. The judge on him at the moment, one of the evergreens have been not long ago, Mr. Cooker. 1 or 2 blows, Murray Henderson leading the way at the moment. Alex Smith, under one work. It's quite big, these ladies and gentlemen, are probably weighing in 17 kilos. So it takes a little bit of work to be around these individuals. I think shears, this is the best of the world, the yoga farm. Alex Smith steps up to him. White Hamilton, down the last side he works, the hair looks like it's fluffing a little bit. Because these sheep are so dry, they have a real problem keeping them. That's right, Hammer, and it certainly has been an easy season for the farmers in the lower North Island. It's dry really does cause a little bit of havoc really, not just for the farmers either. The shearers have probably got a little bit more work to do in their gear, but it's going to be the boy on stand on number 1 coming home. Qualified heat, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Murray Henderson. Well done, my man. The weight touches there for Alex Smith, well done.
Shearers are on the present, here we go. Jimmy Samuels in. I am clean, I am something well, she's a done job. Where was Arnold here before too long? Is he happy with his job? Whoa. What are you thinking? Now the scales now, Monica, to see how we're going. Lots of balls involved all around here, explaining the follow. It's always interesting that they are way covered. So Monica, you want to talk us through? We're looking for 160 from Jimmy Samuel. Right.
145. We're a bit high.
Jimmy didn't want to use all of it.
And do you know the audience we've got?
Getting a few friends
Pretty one at the moment. That's just the current week though.
The bounce back below.
We see that the answer you guys. Yeah.
We'll take that.
164.5.
Oh yeah. Take the shine off. 164.5. That's what we like. That's overweight. Overweight again. Me too. Still happy to give you a treat about that. Still awesome. You're not going to go down moving.
That means when a lot of those are pubs and things. Yeah. Watching all that thing.
Sam Saunders, can you report to the microphone, please? Sam Saunders.
Here we go, going live there.
So we're in the heat of the open shearing heat at the Golden Shears 2020 and things are looking pretty hot already. In fact, in the book, they haven't even started on the registered competitors yet. What we've got on the stage at the moment are late entries. But I thought let's just take a little bit of time and have a quick chat to Dan Williamson, who is the sponsor through Farmers Weekly to the junior shearing heat held class. And we've just had that final, and we spoke to the two young Welsh boys, but Dean, a little bit about your sponsorship here at Golden Shears.
Oh, we love it, yeah, thanks, mate. We absolutely love it. Having seen the juniors come through, we know, having done it, we know that when you get to that junior level, they have done hard yards, they've broken through that first barrier, and so I've got great respect for the juniors, and to see the science class is just great. We have so many young fellows, young men and women up there, and the juniors, and we've just left with the project set. So I see I'm coming through, and I'm so pleased to see so many.
That's right, it was a competitive class, and of course, you get to spend a little bit of time with those first and second and main hitters. So that was Alice and Sam. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're great guys. So those two Welshman, they were first finished up there, and they came to first second, so their job was right as well. And that was the first time I met Alice, but Sam was at North Island Shearing Tax down in Masterton there, and so they caught up from there, sponsoring that as well. But we've just had a long interview with Alice across the New Zealand, and what I love with him is his family at home is so great. And coming out here, he's working at Wairarapa. Yeah, and he's doing this job, and coming in Golden Shears, and what a great company.
That is right. I always think, Golden Shears is a place where dreams can come true as well. The young ones who start the journey. But Dean, I know this is coming up a little bit short, but I see that we've started into the next piece of the opener, and this is still, it looks like a late entry, but how fantastic. Let's just quickly look along the boards. So we've got Lane and Skimming, and Skimming is a famous name, especially from the South Island. We have Eli Cummins, Peter Pointer, Lane there as well, Shane Myers from Masterton, a local boy, Dion Peck, and Dion's been a past champion, doing other things at the moment, been into the farming and contracting, but he's got a lot of that heritage as well. Corey Salmon from Dunedin, he has been farming up around 200 years, partner of Shearing. And then down the bottom there we have Zero from Hunterville, a pretty full line up here.
These guys up there on the board, you don't know what they do. It's absolutely great.
No, absolutely. Well, thanks for joining me. Let's take this back to the stage.
It's a lot of time, but 15 seconds to be the breaking point on that 31st of 8 minutes on 30. Lakewood Skimming on stand 100, two on the board for him. Under by the side for Eli Cummins. He's got a horse, this boy with a point. Up in
Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh, here's on your mark. There it is.
Go. Thanks, Gerald. Dion, he is a pass winner, ladies and gentlemen. He has held the Golden Shears title since 2016, ladies and gentlemen. He knows what it takes to be in the top 30. He knows what it takes to make the cut within the top 6. He knows what it takes to hold that trophy above his head. Up and around the shoulders he goes. 2006 for 21 at last. This is going to be 2019. Only time will tell. Zero is down to the line. First thing he goes, under my side for him. Takes the top line, step up, break it for you. There we go. He's got the 3 on the board. Eli Cummins. Very big talent Shearing the boy on 2. The question is, can he be a show Shearing here in the Golden Shears 2022? We are looking for that top 30. If Dion King says, yeah boy, it's gonna be me. Look at he goes. And the belly he goes. He's held world records before. Under the first shoulder he goes. Down to the first leg. Under one top. Beautiful one. He said, yeah man, I am going like a cut. Up the ground the shoulders he goes. Takes the trimming on the back side of the leg. Down and into the long boat. He's got a good one, Summer. And he knows exactly what to do with it. He should be right. The king they call him is here. Long time with him. Flitter Rose down the old stand. Number 6, has he run out of gas? No, he hasn't. He is just coming right. Corey Salmon on stand number 5. Into the belly as well, but it's all the king at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. The king is going to put a sheep around Lady Skimming. Down to the flank and out to the toenail of this man works. We've got the Shearing from Mark Burr down the road. Right there with him as well. He's really shearing very, very well. The king good for his 5th and final, 6th and final sheep. Here he goes. 5th sheep, sorry. These sheep, here they're a little bit big, they're a little bit demanding, but they are a little bit hard yet for these shearers, aren't they? As they turn to the last side, and Eli coming. He is a sheared horse, so they tell me here. Oh, I tell you what, Thomas, it's not all about size. Size is the right, the question is, if these shearers can just get the sit each sheep, if they can just get each sheep to sit, that is the question. These sheep are big, strong Wairarapa ewes, ladies and gentlemen. They have come in here to wreck some shearers. That is their mission in life. I think some of these sheep, and up around the shoulders goes beyond kicking. Sheep number 5 on the board for him. Look at him go. He is having a good shear, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the points on the board. There's hardly anything in it. Look at the only 0.5 on the board. Very, very good shear by the boy from the bay into the he goes. 6th and final sheep on the board. Down and out the flank goes Salmon. Finishing touches for, Shane Island, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank he goes. Into the feet he goes. Sheep number 6 on the board for him. Eli coming. Down and into the long way he goes. Lane and skipping. Finishing touches for him. Into the feet he goes. Finishing touches. Sheep number 5 on the board for him. Eli coming. Down the first shoulder he goes. Under the final leg. Down and out the flank. Shane Island. Muscles in, they muscles up. Around the shoulders he goes. Takes the trimming on the north side of the leg. Down and into the long bow he will go. Down there on stand number 6. There goes. Into the feet he goes. But it's going to be the long way they call. It's beyond king, ladies and gentlemen. Down and out the flank he goes. Finishing touches for him, and tight box taking him up. That's a great score there, Dion is there, 26. That's bringing it a little bit better to what we thought, I don't think. And these other shearers working away quite well. Eli's got a sort back. That's how I do it. I think he's making fun of me there. That's how I shear. Well up to Shane Island from Mark just down the road. He's had a very, very good shear. Gerald, hanging on down there.
Look at the yarn or the wool they can take. Watching the shearing and the trick. Nothing grand about watching someone work really, really hard. Still in the ball there. You just don't get all those sorts of things. This stage you can still do those. Here we go, local boys. Once again, hitting the corners, but they're not doing it. Deciding a lot of what it is. Not just tramping, hitting the edges, and then kaboom. One big solid hit. Ricky Stevens from Asia. Now it's the wind-up time. Now this takes a lot of skill, don't it? If you wind this up really fast, the box going side to side. See that here, you think, oh, that's just how it goes. It takes a lot of skill winding.
always have box starts at the end of the band. Want to get a reception hole. Okay, let's start there. It becomes very difficult to get that up there quickly. Very difficult to get it up like that. Okay, so he's lining up here. The reason he's doing this is because the first he doesn't keep his line, so he's lining the ball all the way down. And then the action comes in, and there's a little groove in it, the ball will get inside there, and very hard to drive those punches through. So that's what's happening here. We've got another wind up here.
So here we are, back into the green room. We are up to heat 4 of the Open Shearing Championships. I've got Master himself right next to me. David and I are going to have a bit of a blast at this stage, aren't we? It's a little bit like the blind leading the blind, but we figured why not? These guys innovate with technology, and perhaps we should try to innovate it a little bit as well. So we're going to talk you through, I guess, this next event coming up. And David, we've got the name on the wall already.
Yeah, we've got the options on stand one, field on here in South Island.
Yeah.
Very good one of our the biggest ones I've got the cities recently doubled. They did that in 2015. South Island here.
And then I just say give us a broadcast from what I understand. Let's Jimmy Brothers, Jimmy Daniel and Adrian, Stephen, Kathy, and the fact that Leon, Nick, she did a very well in the novice today as well, so great to see that family connection. And on stand 2, we've got DJ Crawford, in the book, might be a bit confused, but she's very amazing, that's the partner, she's from Edmonton. Yeah, so from Gibson. Next one, we've got Scott Hughes Davis from Romaho. So that's our way, East Coast. Great to see you here. He's been doing the shows as well. And then another one from Romaho, Yarnskid. We've got the wall coming out, and it's great to see them come celebrate the 60th birthday. Tickets to sell when you get to the day, that's how it works, isn't it?
Most definitely. So,
yeah, that's right. Japan, Tyson from Romaho. What's that right?
thank you guys. Very rich here. Very rich beach
Yeah, no, so this should be interesting. So we're only just starting out on the names in the book, and again, starting off pretty well, David.
Yeah, I think
Oh, how exciting that would be. How exciting that would be for us. And then DJ, I know DJ has a lead around show this year. We kind of missed the activity area around, but something always draws the back of the Golden Shears. So here it is on the screen at the moment. The little dial on the bottom might give us a little bit of an indication. The green red that tells you what the average is of all those shears across the board. And the little dial tells you where DJ sits. So at the moment, in terms of time, he's sitting about the average, and we can see that's the way it is.
yes, great technology. One of those things is what else we want to be doing on the red.
Yeah.
Really well.
Yeah. So moving with the time, and that affects Tony and his team and voice production. So great innovation happening here. There's Scott there as well. Here we go. I always resist the temptation to say he's going over the underline tape. I'm talking about that. With a great view though, look ahead. There's not much between you and the moment. Yeah, they're all looking pretty even though at the moment. So, did one just falling back a bit. But there's three on the end over there, that probably just about local low. Here you go, here's something to the next for us to ride the ball. It's still early days, but look at the on. Yes, he's not necessarily the fastest, he's just behind the ball down here, but it's all about the other bits of the ball. Yeah. That's amazing.
Much easier sitting here than doing it.
Yeah, I agree. Yes, I think find probably not as easy as you'd like to see as it is those quality guys. Maybe we'll talk about that. Still a lot of sheep around that area, that's for sure. And here we are back to the start, making from Wairarapa. Great turnout from Wairarapa, many seasons here. So I guess that'll be, working with some of the local contractors from our land-based and stay quite local. So great for them to come out and do some face sand, come out and get made all the weight fields. Yeah, well, unfortunately, it's very but we've got to talk about that at the moment. It's another day. So, Scott, have you seen Scott very much more?
Scott's very good. Really watched a lot of the finals and that, but always supported
Yeah, that's right. It's a great big amongst itself as well. It's one of the big part of the greatest team of shearers worldwide, really. Very cool. It looks like we're getting back up the top here a little bit. It's quite nice to look at how the old
Thank you.
said like that. It's obviously uninitiated. Just a really good snapshot of where things are and things like that. You get a little bit more engaged in the action data. Well, you know, you talked about it before. Sometimes it's about getting up there and supporting the event, getting all the mates on there, and these guys have got a great play. Just done it all in the students. Yeah, right. No, it's been great so far, and I think we've got huge skills here in the Golden Shears. Amazing and wonderful to have them here. Great to see them, and awesome to see DJ coming down the other side, nearly done. He'll be pleased. Excellent finish. Now we'll just finish off there in his own line, doing his own way. No. Hopefully somebody just enjoys the experience of it all. Yeah. Obviously this has been very cool to spend this sort of time together to talk through some of this. We don't often get the opportunity to get someone like yourself talking us through, not giving the hype of the stadium commentators, but it's really nice to share something a little bit more about what we're doing at Thank you very much. Thank you. That's the stadium view. All right. We're pretty dry, but we're not there.
He's just stepping over now.
Actually, you know what? Yes, well, I thought to myself, if he doesn't retire now, I thought that yeah, that would be brilliant, I know. I'm not taking it. Yeah. You want to go again? You go, who do I know? Here we go. It was done in Tanzania. Chantel, I think it's summer. Yeah. People hadn't been checking out. What's the problem? I know. What's in there? Emily's there. That's Kevin. Yeah. No, cool. Thank you. All right. See ya. I think it's a bit skillful and awkward, isn't it?
We have the green light. Shearers to the ball. Jason Wairarapa from Masterton, he reports to the ball.
Is it Woolhandling transfer tonight?
Timekeepers ready. Shearers get set, go.
I should take this back, even though I really want it.
Number 5, Tamanini is from the gazebo area. The land of NT up there. That's good, ladies and gentlemen. We've got Wiki Thompson from a little place called Wairarapa. It's on the main road between Evergreen and Lake and you'll miss it. Everybody Welch, you'll want to pedal to. Husband and Sam, there's a farm up there. They run a shearing business. I don't think Emily does as much shearing now as she'd like to do. She's usually looking after the little ones. But it's great to see Emily here and competing in the 60th Golden Shears. Stand number 4 from Gisborne as well. We have Bevan Kennedy. Bevan Kennedy is shearing, he's been shearing with Johnny McMaster. Good to see Bevan here. He's a wonderful shearer. Went very, very well through the lower grades. And he's just waiting to probably get over the nerves of being in the open and then he'll really start hitting his strengths. And then we have Jason Wairarapa on stand number 5 from Masterton. Good to see him here. Number 6 we have Adam Crouch from Evergreen, one of the fastest hands in the game. Adam Crouch, the first round machine, number 2. So that's our shearers carrying. They're all setting about getting into their business and farm their pigs. Probably try and do the best one first and then they'll settle in and then they'll put into the sports. I think that's how they usually roll in the period. You can try some of these boys, so they'll have a bit of a game but it's quite common for these guys to maybe put up their best sheet first and first and last they'll try and do. And the reason they put up their dog sheet first is because they want to just try and get a good quality job, just want to make easy ones to the penny or think, I might start on that or just break my ice a little bit or get a nice clean quality job on there. They don't want to do one go say upwards of 15 on the first sheet. The reason is they think, well, I've got a 4 back from that. Those sheets, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to do those harder shearing sheets in the middle. Just after warmed up on 1 or 2, down and out the flank they go. That is what Tamanini decided to do. He's got his first one and it is a ripper, ladies and gentlemen, into the penny he goes. Sheet number 2 on the board, ladies and gentlemen. In the air for another one, and he will have it through. Down to the first belly he goes. Belly will chuck there, first leg he will go. Wiki Thompson, into the penny he will go. Sheet 3 on the board with him. Emily Welch, world record holder, ladies and gentlemen, of the 9-hour land record. She still holds it. And we know she knows how to shear land pretty good. The question is she able to shear these big Wairarapa ewes, ladies and gentlemen? They are demanding sheep, and at the moment she says, mate, not a problem. I'm fighting against the boys. She is more than good enough, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very good shearer, this girl in her own right. The question is she going to be good enough to make that top 30? Are any of these boys going to be good enough to make the top 30? It is going to be a brutal cut, ladies and gentlemen. Up and around the shoulder goes the Jason Wairarapa. Round and down he goes. Bit of a niggle here. Down to the long way he goes. Under control he gets his mate. I've got that sheep. Down and at the flank goes the boy Adam Fresh down there on 6. Made the final year quite a few years ago. He is a very, very good shearer in his own right. And you're right, he's got the fastest hand in the West. Let's go. Yes, he's certainly has carried that as the young man now stand number 6. He dives into sheep number 4. Alright, 4 minutes and 23 seconds, 24. And these shearers, they are shearing very, very well. Tamanini Paniki Wills, Wookie Thompson runs and grabs another sheep. I think it might be Tamanini, he might be a little bit in front of the stage, the time stage. It comes down to what's happening up on these points up top, ladies and gentlemen, where it says board. You'll see these shearing judges up there, they have little counters in their hands. And every time one of these shearers makes a double cut, they will click on there. It's the size of your finger. So any second cut the size of your finger that is marked as one, so they'll give you one click if it's bigger than that, they'll click it twice. Sometimes if they'll do a half a second cut, they'll save it and match it up with another one. So that's how it works, and that's what those guys up on the board are doing. They're looking for second cutting. Also, they're looking to make sure that those competitors do not impede other competitors. So the guy in front throws his belly at the back and it ends up on the guy behind him in his head. He will actually receive penalty points for that. So down the last side is Wookie Thompson, Evan Welch is not too far behind, Bevan Penny leading up underneath the leg. We've got the Jason Radler down there, out the last side. But all the pacing opponents is coming from stands 1 and stand 6, top of the area, big blows up the backbone and he's going to take the top knot off. So Kerry, these guys are working away nicely. We're on cliff sheet number 5. We'll just click over 6 minutes. So these guys are making feeling good time as well. You feeling good time, right? But the question is, the time to be one thing, but the thing is, they got to have the quality job. But on the flip side of that, they got to be mindful that they take every little whisker off their sheet. These judges, they will judge their sheet on the board as you see here. Now when the sheet goes down the portal, all the judged outside, these judges will take every little point they can off these shearers. These sheep are of a high quality standard, ladies and gentlemen. There is very, very little points to take off these sheep. These shearers are some of the best we have in the world. New Zealanders have the best shearers in the world. New Zealand has the best sheep in the world, ladies and gentlemen, and we have the best show in the world, and we call it the Golden Shears Championship, ladies and gentlemen. 2020 we are, and now they're on stand number 6. Sheep number 6 on the board for the boy they call Anna. Up the neck he goes. Takes his cheek on and working his way around the shoulder. Tucking the ears, he's not with their knee, you don't, the old mate. Not with their knee, you don't. Up around the shoulders he goes. Works his way around the shoulder and down into the long way he goes. Jason Radler, sheep 6 on the board for him. Bevan, into the pen he goes. Down and out the flank, goes the boy down there on 6. Finishing touches for him. The over the last shoulder he goes, the boy from the Gazee. Down and out the flank, it's going to be the boy down there on stand 6. Very, very good sheep by him. Great shear. Now places himself at Masterton, but he always calls Danny Merco. Up in the air. Just showing the crowd that sheep how well short it is. Well done, Tupper. So these are the shearers, I think, Jason. Timber from Masterton is going to be next on. Working his way down the shoulder. Gerald, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, we're on the young 16-year-old. He just did some sickness, brother. I was talking about as you get older, you start working smarter, not harder. This young fella is not at that stage yet. He's full of power and muscle, and there's a mountain in the way. He's going to move it. Okay, not with the power of the mind, with a shovel, I'd say. So there he goes. He drives these through. He's got Conan and the Barbarian over here, and he's a big, strong, strapping lad too, as you can see. And he's given us everything he's demanded here. Tyrone is desperate for making this a big final. And they all are, he lines up another one down these slots I spoke of. There's a band right through the other side of the pack here, and that's going to hold that 160 kgs of wool, which has a huge desire to want to get out of here. Okay, it's like putting start heating up water, it'll start steaming up, and you've got nowhere to go. Eventually it's going to explode. So
these pins hold it in. The cord now, once it's nice and...
Is that the end of that thing? Yeah, stop the screen.
Thanks, Norm. So we're talking about the power and the strength and component now start coming through too. I'm quite sure he must have a fan club somewhere in the audience. Now we're getting a bit of noise. 11 minutes 23, it's all good. Now we've got the details over here. They've got to be very good, these fellas. Okay, they've got a brand and paperwork, and the brand must be tidy. It must be exact. It's a capital with capitals. It's like an email, okay, a dot here, or a co, or a com, or .co.nz. It has to be exact, otherwise it might end up in someone else's pocket and it ends up going to the postal. They get tangled up with long acres of Masterton and long acres that, I don't know, Dannyburg. And the wrong man gets some money, so it has to be exact. And we are on our toes now. Coveted is also different. This is when the capitalist hangs over the plant come with them, and they stay all together with these little like steel nails, okay? When they all go through a wall scare or start getting handled, and those nails could become contaminated here, it just goes under a magnet, okay? And what does the magnet do? It attracts metal, doesn't it? And the statement comes flying out, talking about attracting metal, ladies and gentlemen. Tyrone on the is on fire. But he's going to light this place up. There's my moment to shine. The open next one on the day. Swing the cheer. Action of peace. He's got everything going. Look at green light. We'll stick down here until someone tells me otherwise. Come on, John.
Fire keepers ready. Shearers, get set, go.
Heat number 6, ladies and gentlemen, we are underway. Jimmy Samuels will take 1, David Gordon will be down on 2, Nuki Gordon will take 3, Boydell will take 4, Lewis Nicole, the boy from Chile will take 5, Lachlan Bain will take stand number 6, and we are racing in heat number 6, ladies and gentlemen. We have a big field here today, 15 open heats. We have over 90 shearers. We are looking for the top 30. It is going to be a brutal cut. The question is, who is it going to be? And down and around the shoulders they go. Sheet number 1, a 6 competition sheep on the board this year, ladies and gentlemen. Under the final shoulder and down and out the flank, David Gordon said, yeah boy, follow me. Into the pin he goes. Sheet number 2 on the board for him. One of the fastest times we've seen so far. 1 minute 5. Into the pin goes Jimmy Samuels. Into the pin goes Nookie. Floyd now and Lewis getting going. All these boys, sheet number 2 on the board. Radio John, take it away my man.
Something brilliant, even though we talk about the dry conditions. You don't need to get the lawnmower out the Wairarapa, we got it, he's pretty tough. Over the top comes Jimmy Samuels now, working away. He's a real speedy user fella. He loves getting it all quick. Here he goes, round the offside down the first off shoulder. Face nose, still on stand number 2 is young David Gordon. He's got his father chasing hard on his heels. Look at the big Shearing in the Evergreen earlier in the day, and he's coming across the shoulder. Working away down to the last side is Floyd Neal from January. Down to the last leg. This is a lucky man for Wyron down there in the far end.
the Hastings these days. Right out to the last leg. Lewis Pincoll, one of our international athletes. Under the shoulder, he just loves Shearing New Zealand. Right out to the last leg for him. It's a small stature with Shearing, but by golly, he can whip it off. Lloyd Neal says, don't count me out on the pace. I'm up over the tail. Right on top of the game, over the top on he comes. David Gordon is leading the way at the moment. Jimmy Samuels, sheep number 3 on the board today. He's got his last off today. He doesn't want to get all steamed up. He's got half a dozen here in this one. Golden Shears made his open elimination round. Almost halfway through the heat. Here they go. We need to find the top 30 to get that sheared up tonight. That's all the exciting. Who's going to miss out? It's always tough when you're number 31, so that's the crack of the game. Out the last leg comes David Gordon, the Masterton lad. Boy, he's doing a crowd at the moment. Here he goes, the big farm out right behind him. He's working hard to the Golden Shears. This is the pressing in the Woolhandling. Up on the wall. Then goes Lockie Baines. This is now Lloyd Neal from Evergreen. Looking forward to the right there. Jimmy Samuels coming a little bit on the right. Jimmy Gordon out on the board there. Lloyd Neal, Jimmy Samuels, and then out he steps as well. Four it is for Lloyd. David Gordon shearing nicely. Just up and coming shearer in this open grade. Round on the first front shoulder. Those guys are making their way down there. We'll get into the seat. We'll get around later to the long low. Jimmy Gordon shearing like a man half his age of about 40. Way up the long low he sweeps, steps across. Oh, then there you go. The sand and then one pick his gear, but he's got another hand piece here if he needs it. Lloyd Neal, the big fella there on stand number 4 down over the last front shoulder. Then get around the back of the head, a wee man living in Wairarapa, South Carolina, originally from Chile in South America. There's novice Pincoll, swims around lots and loads into the long loads his first season in the Open as well. And big Lockie Baines down there on the far end on stand number 6. And way into the first time lead. A couple of big shots towards the backbone and up the underline he goes. 1, 2, underline 2. Top of the head comes off Lockie Baines, up the digging step. Cheek comes off, and way around the back of the head. So on the front stand, Jimmy Superfly Samuels slides into the first line lead. Opening the wall up under the back, on the backbone. Top of the head comes off and he steps through and up the back. But David Gordon, way down on their last front shoulder, leading the field there with Lockie Baines. They work their way down the last side. One more sheet into the bend for these guys. Heading hard, Lloyd Neal, coming over the last side as well as the front side of the sheet. Hey, any one of these guys could be at the top of the heap. But you got to have your A game here today because the quality is high. There's a heaps of shearers. The sheep are strong. They could knock you about a bit. Maybe just a little bit harsh in the cutting, but it seemed to be getting it off all right looking from up here. Jimmy the Fly Samuels, down the hole he goes. Not him, the sheep he's just shorn, and it was well done. Keep an eye on that board points there above the shearer's stand. The second column, that's the number of second strokes to cut the fibre. That's what they record up there. That's an average per sheep. The outside pen, the pen, is the outside judging. Look on page 20 if you're having a little bit of trouble understanding it. That'll just give you a quick overview of the judging system here at the Golden Shears. But who's in the pace? It's still David Gordon at the moment. Oh, but by a whisker, only over Lockie Baines down there on 6. Then goes our Waimate man, Lewis Pincoll, but it's David Gordon, 6 and 7. That is sharp. That puts the pressure on now, because every 20 seconds you take a shearer sheep, that's another point added to your tally.
So 6:07, the clock was stopped at. Here we go, Jim.
I might just jump in there, John, just quickly to get this started, please. Thank you. So press 1 here. Tina Paul from Mount Bruce. Press 2, Vinnie Goodcher, the defending champion on 2 from Masterton. In that case, presses are ready. Judges ready? On your marks, get set, go.
Righto, we just got Louis to finish the job here now. Down on stand number 5. The clock is stopped up on the big machine, but I'm sure they'll have it backed up in the computer room under the shoulder and down and out to the flank for him. Golly, we might have to put a bit of a handbrake on some of these overseas visitors. We've had a couple of Welshmen take out the first and second in the junior competition. It's a bit of a worry, but I'm sure our open class shearers won't let that happen. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. That was a good shear.
And that was heat number 6, folks. Heat number 7 about to take the board. Down on stand number 6, we'll have Dean Hurley. On 5, we'll have Bart Hadfield. On 4, Ant Frew. On 3, Roland Smith. On stand number 2, Tegwin Bradley. And on 1, we'll have Robert Mudgway. This is heat number 7. We'll give them a couple of moments to sort their gear. And we'll be underway. Gerald, how's Shield going down there with you, mate? You've had a big, big day down there in the pressing, and it's not over for you yet.
Yeah, look, it's a great team down here. Biggest day is actually by these 2 judges, Peter Cox and Carl Cox. They have done some airs, and not once do they take the eye off the, their eye off the ball, as if to say. But let's keep everyone up to date, because it's nothing we can't handle. We have big shoulders. Now, remember the young fella from the heat before, Tyrone Oliver. Okay, a lot of power and strength. First heat was around 15 minutes, remember? The next heat was a minute quicker than that at 14. Tyrone Oliver pumped them out in 12 minutes 59 seconds. He broke the 13-minute mark. Well done, young fella. We're looking for 160 kgs. He came in at 157.5. That is a very good effort and something to watch out for, and we'll find out soon, I suppose, because this is the last of the semi-final heats. Conan the Barbarian was over here, and he wasn't far behind with 14 minutes 21, and he come in, he had a wee bit much power, 168.5. So it's going to be very close. By jolly it is. Right, let's just see what's happening right here. Interrupt when you're ready.
Here we go, Gerald. Sorry. Shearers to the board, please.
Okay.
Up on the front, Robert. Thank you.
Green light. We'll get the thumbs up for.
Pull him out of there, Kevin. Don't worry about him. I know he's got no wool over his eyes, but he's trying to pull the wool over yours.
That's old Bart Hadfield, man. He can shear anything, that fella.
Yeah, well, he's going to reach right into the back of the pen and probably look out the one over the back and reckon that's even better. But we'll have him out. Thank you. All looking good here, Kevin. I'm not bragging at all either. Give us a thumbs up, mate. So it looks like he might be getting a freebie. We haven't got that many spare sheep. There's a huge number of competitors here for this 60th occasion.
I think what's happening up there is Bart just wants an extra one in the pen. They only got 6. He would like 7. Just waiting for a 7th one to come in.
Well, he's a bit of a speed shearer in his day. He did a 2-stand record way back years ago in the Thai Abbey.
He might have had a bit more hair then.
Well, he probably went that fast that day. He blew the whole lot off.
He may well have. So another good lineup. And, of course, the TAB favourite up there, Rolly Smith. Stand 3.
I just wonder how long it takes to find a sheep in Masterton.
Yeah, I don't know.
There we go. Everybody's happy. Green light. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. And they're off into the pen, these fellas. Robbie Mudgway from Martin.
He had a quick look at his sheep. He's from Die Happy. Die Happy is Robbie Mudgway, Tegwin Bradley from Woodville, Rolly Smith from Hastings, and through Pleasant Point, down there from Wairarapa, Bart Hadfield, down the far end from Whangamomana, Dean Hurley. A massive track for some of these shearers to come here. Right from the deep south to the far north, east coast to west coast. You're all going to be here for the 60th occasion. And who's going to lead the way? We've talked about this speedster, Bart Hadfield, down the far end. If only his little darling will play the game, he'll be on to the last side first. But he can't do it. And Roland Smith says, let me at it. And he's gone out in 52 seconds. That is pretty sharp, ladies and gentlemen. Down the last side comes Ant Frew, Tegwin Bradley, fresh up into the open and not too many times. And he's loving it. Good high-quality shearer from up there in Woodville. Then goes through. Robin Mudgway jumps on the bandwagon as well. Bart Hadfield, not shearing many big days lately, but he's more into the organisation of shearing. And he just loves getting back here and throwing the big bog iron out. Last to bring out the second sheep was Dean Hurley from up in the Naki. Might have to give him a bark or two because there's not too many Nakyites down here nowadays, Norm. We seem to run out of a few of our shearers. Too many cows in the country.
Too many cows in the country, right? No doubt about that. So sheep number 2 it is up on the board for all these competitors, and it looks like Rolly Smith on stand number 3 steps in and out for his third sheep. 2 minutes and 9 seconds gone on the clock as he steps back out of the pen, finds a forward gear and away down the belly he goes. The big fella on stand 3 slides into the first hind leg, fires a couple of big shots down towards the backbone and up the undermine and through into the top of the head. In goes Ant Frew from Pleasant Point and Bart Hadfield from Wairarapa. Tegwin Bradley's right there as well. Down the last side come Robert Mudgway and Dean Hurley. Dean Hurley from the Naki. Robert Mudgway from Die Happy. It's Roland Smith out in front as far as pace goes in this one so far. Halfway through when he finishes this. Ant Frew from the deep south turns into the top of the head, or sort of the mid-south, I should say. Up the neck he steps. All the boys go, come on, Ants. And into the base there and around the back of the head. Bart Hadfield swinging into the long blow this time. Just got a couple of shots on Ant Frew on the sheep. Beautiful style, Bart Hadfield. He's a terrific shearer, always has been. Terrific shearing trainer as well. Down over the last front shoulder he goes. So Rolly Smith 4 on the board. 3 minutes and 20 gone on the clock, and he's got the belly out behind him and into the first hind leg. Tegwin Bradley and Frew down over the last front shoulder, into the last side, but finishing touches now for big Bart Hadfield as he strolls into the pen for sheep number 4. Back on the board he comes, John, and ready to knock the fluff off another one.
He did another fine thing in his life. He married a Taranaki lass. So he's got 2 pluses. He's been a great shearer and he married a Taranaki girl. So we're right on the hunt. Come on, Dino, get him behind you there. Let him follow him through as he comes onto the last side. Dino Hurley down over the money side. He comes. He's on sheep number 3, just a little bit off the pace. Robbie Mudgway still finishing touches here on his third one. There's Rolly Smith. He's just about to go past him as he streams down the last side on his 4th. 2 left in the box. Rolly Smith, look at him, those big long arms, those extremities. Looks like Inspector Gadget up there when he wraps himself around a sheep. Strides into the bend very quickly. Back out, that sheep doesn't know what to hit it. Look at it, nice, good round sheep it looks too. He's got a bit of an advantage probably over the smaller shear on these bigger sheep, where he can wrap himself right round him as Hadfield comes across the last side. Likewise as Ant Frew from down on the Pleasant Point land. Under the shoulder comes Tegwin Bradley, a little bit of a dancer. He starts to feel the pressure a little bit. Tries to screw around and hold that head high. And that's the secret. No, he's going to pop it forward. Just a quick shift of the thighs and that head rolls forward and He's got control of that animal now, and they're not sedated in any way, ladies and gentlemen. They are wild animals. Here, as Tegan says, it might have been my gear. I'll change the blade. Get the fresh steel on. Mudgeway hits the last side on stand number 1. Bart Hadfield up over the tail with a couple of good shots. Oh, but Rolly Smith, he's got 3 shots left, and he's going to be in for number 6, the final one of the slot. And the board points are looking pretty low up there. The lower the score, the better we like it. And the better the shearer will go.
Right, just jump in there, John. We've got lots of action down here. We've got running time. Your local man's just about wrapped up. We've had a real record breaking the 13-minute mark at the moment. We're 10 minutes and 5 seconds. Vinny Goodcher, he is ready to wave to the crowd, ladies and gentlemen. 10 minutes 11, 10 minutes 12, 10 minutes 13, 14. There we go. Give him a super round of applause. That has set the place alight. Thank you, John.
Yeah, he's just followed up the pace that was on the board here because it is lifted. You know, those early heats can be a little bit slow, Norm. And these guys have sensed that we've got to put the hammer down and get that time points.
Yeah, well, it's a big cut, John, from 90 shearers down to 30. So they've got to be shearing this almost as if it's the final, really, don't they, to get into that top 30.
You did right.
Only the very, very best will go through here today. And Roland Smith making the most of it. Right out to the toe. Another couple of shots. And out the hole it goes. Well done, Rolly. He can stretch that big old back of his. And watch the other boys come home. Like I said, the TAB favourite, Roland Smith. Of course, if he makes a mistake or two in the big final, if he gets there, it could be someone else's. But he's not in the habit of making mistakes as Roland Smith. So Robbie Mudgeway, another couple of shots, and he'll be looking for sheep number 6. In he goes. And Tegwin Bradley and through, and Bart Hadfield into the long blow of sheep number 6. Down the last side for Dean Hurley. Around comes Anfru, got the hammer down a wee bit this time. Back there with Tegan Bradley. Just a couple of shots out in front of Bart Hadfield, but Bart Hadfield, last front shoulder for Bart as well. And Dean hops in and out of the pen for his 6th and final sheep down there on the back stand. But Tegwin Bradley finishes, Anfru finishes. Bart Hadfield, another couple of shots from the big fella from Wairarapa, and he'll be all done and dusted as well, John. So good sharing along the, look, 23.996 for Roland Smith. There you go.
Yeah, that's I say you're going to have to be in the lower mid-30s there just to make sure you're going to make this cut. Maybe to 27 if you're lucky, because the quality of these sheep is allowing some magnificent on the board and outside jobs. So that yellow points up there on the big screen, that's the final points for Rolly as these all his sheep have been judged. While they're still blue, the shearer has still got sheep in the pen for the outside judges to calculate. And of course the white points that are still available at the moment because the shearer is still shearing. So there we go, Robbie Mudgeway from Taihape finishes it on the front stand. Dean Hurley, he's on the last side now. Not to be disgraced, the time has only just gone 8.5. Up against some pretty fast shearers here. Young Dino doing well. Had a bit of a tough time this week.
What's that? Give me the third.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause. Next up.
Right, we've just got Tyner Paul finishing up, and he might be doing it on his own, but he's 13 minutes, 21 seconds too, so that will be the 3rd fastest time. So well done, young fella.
Okay, so let's get the next seat up here. Nathan Meany will be on stand number 6, Justin Bell on 5, Cameron Hicks on 4, Sam Welsh on 3, Nishan Dixon on 2, and Parata Abraham on stand number 1. Wrong heat, is it? Heat 8, we're missing heat 8. Where is it? We're missing the page here, boys. Heat number 8, we're just missing a bit of paper here, guys.
Rightio, well...
They know who they are anyway, so they're up there. Here we go.
I'll steal the airways.
You go for it. The boys are getting set up, Gerald.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Right, Vinny Goodcher. super time of 10 minutes 14, was it? Something ridiculous anyway. Doubling check. Yeah, sometimes you've got to double check these things. Once you put it out there, you put it out. There is no rehearsal when you're commentating and announcing. As I was saying, Vinnie Goodge's bar, we wanted 160, isn't it? So it's 155, so it's a real good burst. Tina Paul over here was 145, so not quite enough Weet-Bix for lunch, basically. Right, just calling on, might get Monica Potai down here if she's dotted about. We're going to move on to the women's individual pressing now. And,
Here's to the board.
We'll do a little bit of co-commentating then, and she can give us some of her points of view because she's been around the sheds most of her life.
We've got a green light, gentlemen. Cheers to the board. Times are moving on.
Green light, boys. Green light. Let's get them out and into it.
Righto, we've got the thumbs up. Hand on the door. Timekeepers right. Judges. Competitors, go. Here we go. This is another one. We set a bit of a trailblazer with the last couple. Adam Gordon, Shorewell. Rolly Smith, Shorewell. Who's going to do it this time round? Ricky Stevens here on the front stand from Napier. He's been in the work over the last couple of days with a bit of pressing and Woolhandling. Now it's his crack at Shearing. He was moneyless yesterday, but he's found his wallet, so that's all good, and he's in a positive set of mind. Dino Smith from Gisborne steps up the neck. Around the back of it, he swings, and Paul Hodges from Reefton working likewise just directly behind on stand number 3. On 4, Jimmy Edmonds from Raititi. Doing very well. Looking into the big, strong shoulders of this fella. He's been around for a day or two at the Golden Shears. Down on the next stand on 5 is Johnny Kirkpatrick. As he comes under the shoulder and down and out to the flank. Johnny's up in the Napier these days. Out the last side, down the far end. We have, who we got down there on stand number 6?
Paraki.
Paraki Puna down, steps into the pen. Look at the shoulders and muscles around the upper body on this one. Hey, crikey, these sheep haven't got a chance, have they? Jimmy Edmonds out the last leg. Out comes stands 2 and 3. Smith and Hodges pretty much close together. Into the first off leg down here on the front stand. Ricky Stevens enjoys this competition here. Doesn't matter whether it's here at Golden Shears or in the South Island or up in the far north. He's all over the place. I don't know how his young family keeps track of him sometimes. But they're here in support here today. Up the neck comes Dino Smith. Whoa, a little bit quiet, but Johnny Kay looks like he's leading the way. And what have we got time? Can't see the time at the moment, Norman. They've hidden.
Heat number 9, David Meany, Justin Bell, Cameron Hicks, Sam Welch, Ash Dixon, and Wairarapa Abraham. You guys come down and get ready, please.
So on the stage, you're talking about Ricky Stevens being all over the place at all the competitions. He's not only all over the place, he competes in just about everything as well while he's there. The wool handling, the pressing, the shearing. Nothing's a problem to this man. Right out to the back leg. Another couple of shots. He's right there with Dino Smith. Dino Smith slides sheep number 2 out and he hops into the pen with a leap and a bound for sheep number 3. The big fella on stand 2. And goes Paraki Puna down there on stand number 6. Paul Hodges, Ricky Stevens, a couple of young guns in the open now. They're in and out as well. And Jimmy Edmonds slides down the last side. Another couple of shots and he'll be looking for his 3rd sheep. But Johnny Kirkpatrick down there, one of the favourites here as well, and ex-world champion on stand number 5. One of our stronger competitors for many years now is Johnny Kirkpatrick.
Might just jump in there, Norm.
Yeah, go for it.
We're into the women's semis. There's 2 heats of these. And on the press 1, Carmen Smith. She's been in the final a few times, but hasn't managed to take out top podium spot yet. On press 2, we've got Fiona Healy from Masterton. She has won this event 9 times. Presses are ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thank you, Norm.
Cheers, Gerald. And just as we say that, Dino Smith, he's in and out for sheep number 4, right there with Johnny Kirkpatrick. Dino Smith, the big fella, starting to open up. Those shoulders are his. And away down his belly he goes, over from Gisborne. And top competitor for a long, long time is Dino Smith. Saw him in the speech here last night. He goes all right in the speech here, and he can still smoke them out in these competitions as well. Up the undermine and into the top of the head for Dino. Paul Hodges, Ricky Stevens, those 2 on stands 1 and 3, having a bit of a ding-dong battle. Blow for blow over the other 4 sheep, or over the 3 sheep they've already done. And they're still at it over the number 4. Jimmy Edmonds from Raitahi down there on stand number 4. Hops in and out of the pen as well. Johnny Kirkpatrick slides down over the last front shoulder. So he just pulled away from Dino a bit on that one. Down the last side he pulls. Right out onto the toe on the last side, Johnny Kirkpatrick. Another couple of shots. And in he'll go John, sheep number 5. Only a couple left for JK at this stage.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at that Dino Smith as you talked about him. He had a little bit of a wriggle. He was right with the pace of Johnny K, and he's just settled down on this one to take a little bit of a breather. And then he will let go again, I'm sure. He's a big, strong lad, but he just seems to not change gear. It just fills up the comb a bit more and just bulldozes it off. So he's got a few blows behind the leader, JK, at the moment, as Johnny rips up over the undermine. Down the last side comes Ricky Stevens. Up onto the last side comes Jimmy Edmonds on 4. On 3 with the finishing touches for Paul Hodge. Down there, Pariki Puna, down the belly he goes. The Napier lad cleans it off. 1, 2, 3, 4, and flicks it out the back for the Woolhandler. Now he drives down the first off leg. Big shots right down to the backbone. 2 good ones up over the backbone there, one either side, and takes off the top knot with 1 shot. They are big sheep. There's a lot of ground to cover on these Wairarapa Toonies this year. And up over the top, Hodges comes. Likewise as Ricky Stevens. 5th sheep on the board. Johnny Kirkpatrick. He's finishing touches to sheep number 5. Oh, 6 minutes are clicked, and he's still got 1 in the pen. But he's not too worried because his quality's still pretty good at the moment. Looking pretty good. Only haven't even got 2, an average of 2 on the board at the moment, these shearers. They're doing extremely well. Dino Smith down and out to the flank for him. Rolling it out the last leg. Sweeping shots right from, he's shifting his eyes with every blow. Make sure he's taking his eyes back to where the hampies enters and shoots it down the porthole. Likewise, Ricky Stevens 3 shots behind. Another couple back is Hodges from Reefton. Into the long blow now, this time for Jimmy Edmonds, just trailing the field a little bit. Pariki Puna's got another one on the board. The 6th and final for him. But it's going to be Johnny K turning for home. Down the last side he comes. Comes across the shoulder now. Works out that little bit of frib wool under that front leg. Down and out of the flank. Right from the middle of the shoulder, right out the last leg. One of the longest blows in the sheep. He just put in there. There he goes. Hits the button in 7 and 4.
And there he is, Johnny K. Watch the rest of them come home. Jimmy Edmonds still 1 in the pen. Just finishing this one off, and he'll be in to get it. Not far away. Down the last side for Paraki Puna. But Dino Smith, he's right on the cusp of finishing this one. Over the tail he goes, looks for the time clock button, and out the hole for the sheep. Well done, Dino. Ricky Stevens, good strong finish from Ricky over the last 2 or 3 sheep. He was there with Paul Hodges blow for the first 3, and he just snuck away with them. So Paul Hodges under the front shoulder from Reefton on the west coast, this young man. West coast of the South Island, that is. Right out to the toe for Paul. Top knot comes off for Jimmy Edmonds and up the neck, but Paul Hodges looks for the button, and there it is for him. Well done, Paul. Looking for a spot in that top 30. as they all are. But we've still got a few heats left, so anything can happen yet. They're going to have to be very, very good to be in that top 30. As always at the Golden Shears, only the best go through, John.
Well, just looking at Johnny Kay, he's got a 26 at the moment. That could sneak up with a final sheep to judge, so he made probably one or two mistakes, but it looks good. 1.3 on the board, 3.8 out the back. You can't do a lot better than that. That's on an average of 6 sheep. Jimmy Edmonds finishing touches for him. Hits the time button, gets the clock.
Give them a hand, folks. That was heat number 8. And heat 9 this time we'll get it right. We've got Nathan Meaney down there on stand number 6 from Australia. Justin Bell on 5. Cameron Hicks on 4. Sam Welsh on 3. Nishan Dixon on 2. And Parata Abraham on stand number 1.
I don't know whether it is just myself thinking, but there's a few old faces starting to appear back here at the Golden Shears. Maybe it's the 60th occasion that they've filled up the entries. Players from the past, good to see them still in the game. Yeah, those presses going down there, Gerald.
Going very well. I was just thinking, actually, there's been a fine. Now they're doing better to make the fine. So very precise here. Fiona getting the field out. So just that'll do. And years of pressing wool. Okay, it's a very, very difficult job. If I held up a big armful of wool and said to everyone in the audience, what would that weigh? There wouldn't be too many that would say an accurate sort of figure back. So you're trying to stuff all this wool in there for 160 kgs, and they're only 3 or 4 kgs out. Well, 3 or 4 kgs in 100 is only 3%. Okay, so you're down to 1.5% variation in looking for the 160. So that's how accurate they are, okay, on the scales. I might think, it's 4 or 5
Let's
k's.
get them going here,
Gerald.
Gerald.
Thank you, Norm.
Okay, ready to go. Shearers to the board. Can't pluck any more wool. It's against OSH rules. Out of there. Okay, green light. Timekeepers right, judges, competitors, go. Into this one. Wairarapa Abraham's the Masterton man here on the front stand. Nishan Dixon for Paeatua. Sam Welch from Waikato. Cameron Hicks from Martin. On the 4th, Justin Bell from Dannyburg on number 5. And we have our Australian down there, Nathan Meaney. Is he eeny, meeny or mo? I'm not sure, but he's going to mow a bit of stuff off this time round because he's flying that big right hand, and look at him go. He's keeping the pressure on the rest of these Kiwis. He's into the long blow, but so is Wairarapa Abrahams and Dixon here on the 2 stand. Sam Welch, he's been a past record holder and from up there in Waikato, and he turns for home as well. Cam Hicks, look at the long extremities on this fella. He's been into the pressing game earlier in the event. He was also in the Woolhandling, I think. So he's in that triathlon. Justin Bell, just a smaller stature. Shearer as he comes under the shoulder and down and out to the flank with the Australian. He's going to get him by a couple of blows, Norman, on the first one. 108.
108 it is, and Sam Welsh backs out onto the board. So does Nathan Meaney from Australia down there. In goes big Cameron Hicks. Justin Bell. Juddy hops in and out of the pen. Nation Dixon, the big fella there on stand number 2, slides into the pen for sheep number 2 as well. Back on the board from Paeatua. I haven't seen this guy around too much, but he can get around him, no doubt about it. Looking at him just work his way around sheep number 1. Nation Dixon, bellies off. And into the first hind leg, Kerry.
Meet number 10, Jacob Moore, Kevin Kanita, Tristan McKay, Kevin Much, Henny Braddock, and James Rookie. Come down, you guys be ready, please. That's heat 10.
So the front stand, Parata Abraham, winner of last night's speed share. Ladies and gentlemen, on stand number 1, your local man as well. Pies under the front leg. Fribs come off, goes back just for another whack, just to keep the judges happy. Right out onto the back leg, another couple of shots for Parata Abraham, but Nathan Meany steps in just ahead of him. So either end, and change of steel there for Parata Abraham. So maybe that comb just wasn't the one he wanted, but this will be. These guys are very, very good with their gear. A lot of time goes into comb selection. So Sam Welsh dives into the pen for his third sheep. Back onto the board, 2 minutes and 41 seconds. So Nation Dixon, change of steel there on stand number 2 as well. And Cameron Hicks hops in and out of the pen. Justin Bell in and out as well, the big fella down there on stand number 5. And away they go down the belly together, stands 4 and 5. Flicks it out as Cameron Hicks, flicking it out as Justin Bell. But either end of the board, that's where this pace is coming from, and having a bit of a ding-dong battle, these two. Parata Abraham winds his way up the backbone of sheep number 3 and turns for home. Beautifully shorn sheep, absolutely polished as he drops down over the last front shoulder. Nathan Meany, his will be polished as well. He can shear that Australian boy down there on stand number 6 as he punches his way down to the flank. Parata Abraham, though, right under the hock, and another couple of shots. He'll be looking for his 4th sheep. Into the pen he steps. Nathan Meany still right there with him, John.
Yeah, they're cracking along, these boys, all right. Yeah, talk about pies. Certainly Abraham didn't need all the pies, because look at the physique of the young man. Down the belly, he's as fit as a fiddle. Flicks the belly out the back. Oh, below for the bow. I think the Australian might have gained a shot on him this time round. Did he cheat on the belly? Will it come back to haunt him on the last side? Who knows? But over the top, only one blow in it. In goes Justin Bell for the change of steel. Sam Welsh out with another one on stand number 3. In goes Nation Dixon. Big, strong, relaxed shearer, but he can still pump the iron. All got their 4th one on the board. Cam Hicks down the belly in the first off leg, just coming off as I speak. 1, 2, 3, up, 2 up the back. Off for the top with 1. There he goes, but to the last side. It's now going to be who's done the homework on the undermine and the long blow. Down the last side comes the Aussie. Nathan Meany, but it's Pies Abraham coming here now out the last leg. Oh, Australia still hanging in down on 6. Just by 1, 2 shots. Change of steel for the Aussie now. In goes Abraham up the front. Just a half a sheep behind of the rest of the field as they turn for home. Dixon, Welsh, all pretty close. Hicks as well. Justin Bell about the last one to turn down over the money. Right across the shoulder, using that left hand to up and down with the wool and move the leg as they speak. Down and out to the flank they swing. Oh, sheep number 5 on the board now for Abraham from Masterton. You are pretty quiet, Masterton. 5 minutes and 17 gone. Around the back of the head swings the Australian down the far end. Nathan Meany putting the big shots and good low scores up on the big screen. Sheep number 5 on the board for the other 4. But the pace at either end of the field looking pretty sharp. This is what we like to see. A real tough contest, Norm, as these young shearers are pumping the iron.
You did right. So just on the sly, we've got a black Ford Ranger at the back there blocking the way somewhere. MKN 816. We need that Ford Ranger move, please. So up on the board, Parata Abraham. 1 sheep left of the pen, but not for long. He's in and out. He just snuck ahead of Nathan Meany now. And Meany hops into the pen as well down the back stand, but the rest of the field swinging through the long blow. So Nation Dixon starting to put the hammer down a wee bit and pull these guys back as well. Long blow time for the big fella on stand number 2 as he slides up the backbone and turns for home. Sam Welsh under the front leg. Front leg time for Cameron Hicks as well, the big tall fella down there on stand number 4. Winds his way out onto the back leg. The not so tall fella on stand number 5, he's on the back leg as well, Justin Bell. Well-known tally man, and into the pen he steps for his 6th and final sheep. Right there with Cam Hicks. Nation Dixon right there as well. That one just stands there. Didn't want to go out the hole, but he sorted it. In and out he steps. But it's Pairata Abraham. That's where the pace is set right here on stand number 1. 6 minutes, 49.50. Gone on the clock. Down the last side he pours. Into the flank and out to the toe. Pairata Abraham. Couple more sweeping blows over the tail, and he'll be looking for the button. There it is. Time taken for your local man on stand number 1. Looking forward to seeing him in action in another round if he can get through. 27.1 at the moment. It might sneak up a wee bit as they judge his last sheep, but when it goes yellow, that'll be his total points. Nation Dixon, first front shoulder. He's starting to open those big shoulders up a wee bit now and turning into the long blow. And Nathan Meany stretches his back. He's all done and dusted down there on the back stand. Last front shoulder now for the rest of the field. Juddy Bell down the last side, he paused, but Cam Hicks and Sam Welsh, blow for blow, these guys. Down comes Nation Dixon as well on stand number 2. Right out onto the back leg, but it's going to be Sam Welsh reach for the button. Cam Hicks and Justin Bell almost at the same time. Nation Dixon's going to have the last say, but not by much as he reaches and hits his clock. Well done. Big hand for those guys, ladies and gentlemen. That was heat number 9. Rolling into heat number 10. 15 heats in total in the open shearing. And let's get them up on the board. On stand number 6 from Martin, Jacob Moore. From Invercargill on stand 5, Kevin Kanita. From Wairarapa, Tristan Mackay on 4. Gavin Much from Whangamomona, but originally from Scotland on stand number 3. Hemi Braddock from Ikatahuna on stand number 2. James Rookie from Te Kuiti on stand number 1.
All right, thanks very much. Here, if we were shearing down here, would be blow for blow too. But we're on the press. Absolutely nothing in it. These two champions, there we go. What's the running time for Fiona Healy? She's going to go for number 10 win. 16 minutes, 40. That's a ripper. Carmen Smith knows the time points are very valuable. She sticks her hand in the ear too. The time points at the pressing is exactly the same as shearing. It's 1 point every 20 seconds. Right, gives me great pleasure to announce the final. These will be the finalists to have a press off here this afternoon sometime, and that'll unfold, so don't go too far away. So your top qualifier for the individual men's, only 2 go through, is from Masterton with 47.7 points, Vinny Goodger, ladies and gentlemen. He is your top qualifier. And with 53.8 from Napier, Ricky Stevens. That will be a blast. How do I know that? Because they've done 1, 2, this will be, I think, their 3rd time consistently that they've been in the final together. In those cases, Vinny has won the last 3 in a row, so Ricky's going to bring a big game plan, by jolly is, to try pull that one off. And we're going to know that soon enough.
Okay, we've got a green light. Shearers to the board, please. All good. Everybody happy. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. We're off and away this time. Up on the front stand, James Rookie from the Te Kuiti. Oh, there's been a troop of them come down here over the years. From the King Country, Hemi Braddock from Ekatahuna, just up the valley a little bit. And over the hill. And he's loving every moment of this. He sure well on the speed shear last night, by crikey. But this is another set of rules here now, because you've got 6 of the big mothers to shear. Gavin Much from up in the Naki, the Whangamomona Terra. Flying the Scottish flag once again. On stand number 3, stand number 4, Tristan Mackay from Wairarapa. Swooping round that first off shoulder. Kevin Kanita from Invercargill down there on stand number 5. Coming over the last side of the money side of the sheep. A little bit back, Jacob Moore from Martin. One of the younger guns in the open here, but you need to get out of being a pop gun and get into being a real house.
because the competition is real tough up here. Down the hole, and what do we do? Not too many moments as Hemi Braddock gets in ahead of James Rookie on the front stand. In goes the Invercargill speedster down there on 5. Jacob Moore, a little bit of trouble sliding that one down the porthole. The lights are on downstairs and the judges are judging as we speak. Here, Gavin Much from Whangamometer round the back of the head, leading the way now. He likes to crack on with the job as he drops into the long blow second time round. As we look at the yellow screen up there, all those names that you see above 30 are no good to us. We need to be under 30. So if you've got a high score, you're in big trouble. And thanks for coming. But we've still got a bit of fun to have here at the Golden Shears, even if you've missed out on the next round. Up over the top comes Tristan McKay. Up over the last side now comes Jacob Moore, who's starting to wind into his task. He's got ahead of Kevin Kanita there on stand number 5. Turning for home and down on the last side comes the Invercargill lad, but as Gavin Much swings out number 3 here on the front stand, James Rookie still trailing Braddock as he goes down into the deep depths of the last side. Look at him pushing that comb, trying to fill it up, trying to keep it above the skin, doing a marvellous job. He could almost eat your breakfast off that last side. Beautiful stuff. Under the shoulder comes the Wairarapa man. Another change of sheep there on 5. Looking pretty good, Norman. We're almost halfway through the job.
You're almost halfway through, and 2 minutes and 50 seconds gone on the clock. So Gavin Much, too much Gavin Much, and he swings through the long blow and heads for home. Back up to the cheek. Down onto the last front shoulder for Gavin Much. Whangamometer. And he's under the front leg. So this guy got a real quick hand. He just attacks everything inside, this fella. And we've seen it time and time again. And it works for him too. Right out to the toe. Another couple of shots. And he's looking for sheep number 4. And in and out of the pen he goes. So he hits that pen door just as hard as he hits everything else, this fella. Gavin Much, the Scotsman, on stand number 3. Way down the belly, leading the field. And down the last side for Hemi Braddock, this young fella. Terrific young shearer. A lot of talent, as have all these fellas up here on the open stage. Round into the first front shoulder of Tristan McKay. Another couple of shots, and he hits the long blow. 2 short blows and a big sweeping blow right through to the base of the ear. Round he goes, and he's going to turn for home very shortly. Kevin Kanita already been there and done that. He's on the last leg, just as James Rookie is. And Jacob Moore, the big fella down the back stand. Way down the belly, he goes on sheep number 4. In goes James Rookie. In goes Kevin Kanita from Invercargill. James Rookie from Te Kuiti. Another sheep on the board for him. Way down the belly he goes. Wipes it off. Beautiful shearer, this fella. Beautiful style. Easy as. Just places the blows, and like a lot of these top shearers, beautiful rhythm. Up the undermine he sweeps.
Radio heat number 11, Andrew Noble Campbell, Jack Fagan.
You right, Emily?
Lacey,
150.
David Ewan.
150. Good luck, Coco.
Hawaii. You guys come down and be ready, please.
So back on the board with heat number 10. 15 heats in total of open shearers here today, John. So fantastic entries once again in the open, as we've seen in all the other grades and all the disciplines we've been involved with so far of the Golden Shears. So they've all come out to play today.
It's been absolutely marvellous, of course. But we've got time gone now of 5 minutes as Gavin Much drops into the long blow on sheep number 5. 1 left in the box. In goes Jacob Moore, who's starting to feel the acid a little bit down on number 6, but he's right on the heels of Hemi Braddock. James Rookie very casually steps into the pen, but he's full of business on the front stand. Down the last side comes the Invercargill flyer down there, working out the last leg, Kevin Kanita. Over the last side comes Tristan McKay, but Gavin Much has got a sheep around him. Rolls it out and down the hole he goes in for the 6th and final one. Keeping the pressure on. He got that one done pretty well. A little bit of time up his sleeve maybe, but he's got to remember that there's other heats to come. He flicks the belly out the back. You don't want to be inside that 7 minutes because that's 21 points. Then you got a few tack-ons with your board points and your outside points. and they can all add up if you have a bit of a bad sheep. Over the last side comes the Yakatahuna Speedster, doing pretty well. Watch this fella come through the grades over years, and he's a pleasure to watch. Look at him burn off that last side. That is as flat as a pancake. Look, not a ripple on it. Down the hole it goes. They won't get nothing off that one outside.
Might just jump in there, John. Thank you very much. So the last heat of the semi down here, press 1, Emily Tikapapa from Scotland. And we have press 2, Coco Namana. So good luck, girls. Presses are ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go.
Yeah, Gavin Much comes out the last leg. Oh, got a bit of a dancer. This one could be end up down the dog tucker shed, but love is too good for that. He's making a good job of it. Just struggled a little bit. He's got in 6 and 55 or thereabouts. A good shear from Gavin from up there in the Naki, the Welsh Taranaki-ite. Who's next in line? It could be Tristan Mackay, as you know, he's still got one in the pen. It's going to be Jacob Moore coming across the shoulder. No, it's Heavy Braddock got ahead of him now as he comes out the last leg there. Katahuna lad putting the big shots in. Done a good job too by Crikey. Good score, good board card. Lovely stuff for Jacob Moore on the 6 stand. Right down and out to the flank he goes. Big ones coming in. Round that first off leg for Tristan Mackay. 2 shots. 3 up over the tail. He said, I want an easy last leg. As though James Rookie comes to the top now. Down and out the money. Look at him now. Straight from the middle of the shoulder. Right out the last leg. One of the longest shots on the sheep. Filling comb. Making it easy. Good rhythm. Sheep behaves itself. Done and dusted here on the front. Righto. Also finished down there is Kevin Kanita. So we've just got Tristan Mackay to complete the task here on stander number 4. Beautiful. A pleasure to watch these guys. You can just see it's like poetry in motion. Peas in a pod cover the shearers. Easy to work with as far as us and the commentary team go, and they're making a very good spectacle for the public. And I hope you appreciate it when these shearers walk off the board, and give them a good round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They're good shearers and, well, great athletes up there.
And their next heat are ready to go up. They can take the stage now on stand number 6, Andrew Noble-Campbell from Pukikawa. Jack Fagan on 5 from Te Kuiti. On 4, Hugh DeLacy from Rangiora. David Buick on stand number 3 from Pornaroa. 2, Damien Boyle, our Australian mate up here. And on stand number 1, Ringakaha Pāwai from Gore.
All right, we'll bring it back down to the press here. Just interrupt when you're ready. So Emily here from Scotland, as mentioned, from a place called Lockenhead. So that's get into it, Emily. The call is she's a favourite as she really stomps those corners and getting that wool really tight in there. The other thing you'll see them do, and Coco has won this event, ladies and gentlemen, a few years ago, okay? Not as in heaps of years, so I know a few's very hard to quantify, but it might have been whatever 4 or 5 years ago. So she's pretty sharp. Now the other thing you'll see when they wind these boxes up, you may have noticed that sometimes they will pull wool out, and I talked about them using their feet to get an idea of the weight. And when that box is sitting up here and they haven't let it down yet, you'll see some of them pull wool out, okay? And what's happened there, and sometimes you'll see them put wool in. Okay, so what's going on there is they've had the advantage of winding this box up. Okay, so they've felt it under their feet, saying, yes, it's about such and such. Then they feel it on the pressure of the handle. And they think, it might feel like that under my feet, but that's too light. And that's when they'll go for these handfuls and start stuffing it in between the boxes before they drop that top box down, ready to load.
Thank you. Okay, shearers to the board, please. Referee's given us the hand. Awesome stuff. We're good to go. Timekeepers are good. Judges,
Competitors, go. We're off on another one. Ringakaha Paiwai. I'm down on the deep south. We've got the Australian Damien Ball on the second stand. Poronga Road, one of the local favourites, David Buick on number 3. Hugh DeLacy from Rangiora on stand at number 4. On number 5, Jack Fagan down from the King Country. And down on the far end, we got from Pukikawa, Andrew Noble Campbell. So a little bit of pace set in that last heat, Norm, these guys. They've got the advantage of Shearing at heat number 11. Can they make the most of it as they swing down into that first off shoulder? David Buick says, I'm going to go for the doctor. What sort of time does he get in this one? Is 38, 40 seconds gone so far. So he's going to be in the high 50s by the time he finishes. Under and down and out to the flank, stroking it along. 4 shots to go. Let him roll out. He's going to make it in 56, is he? Yeah, that's about where it ends up, Norm. That's pretty sharp.
It's pretty sharp, all right. So that's where he wants to be. David Buick, of course, one of the favourites here as well. Jack Fagan, the young fella down there from Tikwiti on stand number 5. Turns into the first time leg. He's got a couple of shots on David at this stage. He's making the most of these beautiful big ewes. Top of the head coming off on stand 5 for Jack. Into the top of the head now for David Buick. Out on the board for Ringakaha Pāwai and for Damien Boyle. On stand number 2, Big Damien. Well-known fine wool shearer around the world. Turns into the first hind leg. And Hugh DeLacy was second in that final last night at the speed share. And he's going pretty damn good, this young fella. Good shed shearer, just starting to set into his rhythm a bit on the sheds. Strong, hard worker, as a lot of these young fellas are. And away through the long blow he goes. Another couple of shots and he'll turn for home. So expecting big things from Hugh in years to come. And he's making a good start. So down over the last front shoulder, just as David Buick heads into the pen. Got a shot on Jack this time, John.
That Hugh DeLacy wouldn't be named after his father, would he?
Oh, very similar name.
Oh, okay. Bit of a hard case as Hugh DeLacy Senior, I can tell you. Here we go. David Buick up down the mine. 1, 2 whoppers. Look at it. Looked easy, the man from up the road in Pongaroa. Down the side of the cheek he goes, around the back of the head. There's been a few Buick shearing here this year. Right in the junior grades and even up into the super greats. So they've had a lot of fun here at Masterton for 2020. Another sheep on the board on down number 6 for Andrew Noble Campbell. 2 shots up over the tail. Jack Fagan, he's into the long blow there on 5. Round the first off shoulder comes Hugh DeLacy on 4. But it's Buick down the last side. The other 2 up the front here. Boyle from Australia is up the neck. Likewise as Paiwai from Gore. But the half a sheep off the pace. And David Buick says, I've got time to change of hambies. 3 and 15 gone. He's in for number 4. Doesn't worry about looking down the board to see where the next pace is coming from. He just knows about his business and wants to make that last 6. But the aim at the moment is to get into that top 30. The next cut, we lose 60 shearers. That's a hell of a cull. We don't get a hiding for it because they just see the points on the board and they know they could have done better. Up over the top comes the Buick. Change of steel now for DeLacy. In goes Noble Campbell down the far end. Up over the top comes Jack Fagan. Gently cruising it on the youngster from Digawiti. Well, not so young anymore. Ringakaha Paiwai. In for sheep number 4. Boyle's got the belly off and down the first off leg. And Buick, though, turns for home, coming across the shoulder. Making it look easy is DeLacy there. A little bit of a giggle and wriggle from that sheep, but he's back on top of it again and round the back of the head he swings. Keeping it going. In they come. What do you got for us, Kerry?
Heat number 12, Nathan Stratford, Dennis O'Sullivan, Mark Granger, Terry Edmonds, Richard Pearson, and Brett Roberts. You guys be ready, please.
So back up onto the board. First hind leg this time for David Buick, sheep number 5. 1 left in the pen for the big fella from Ponaroa and Jack Fagan. Change of steel and in and out he steps. Hugh DeLacy, another couple of shots, and he'll be looking for sheep number 5 as well. Right out to the toe for Andrew Noble Campbell down there on the back stand. Another couple of shots, and he's in looking for 5. He's just a shot behind Hugh DeLacy, and goes Ringakaha Pawai, in goes Damien Boyle. Out onto the board they step together, so turning for home on sheep number 5 with one left in the pen is David Buick on stand number 3. Down over the last front shoulder he drops. DeLacy into the top of the head and up the neck, but Jack Fagan's a couple of shots out on him, and he's way through the long blow, sweeps the wool off the backbone of the sheep and turns for home. Sliding out onto the back leg is David Buick. Beautiful share of this guy. I've said it many, many times, and it's a fact because I've never been wrong before, John. And I'm not wrong this time. David Buick, what an economical style that guy's got. Right out onto the through the belly and into the first hind leg he's going to step, just as Ringakaha Pawai's putting the gas on a wee bit. He's been going all right too, this guy on the show. He's hitting his straps a bit in the open, making all the big finals, and going really, really good on stand number 1. So he's right back there with Hugh DeLacy this time. He was a few shots back off last time. Just got a couple of good sheep left for last. Hopefully he's got another one more good one in the pen. Ringakaha Pawai over the tail. Back with Hugh DeLacy, and just fact he's just a shot ahead of him. And Andrew Noble Campbell back out onto the board of the sheep number 6. But turning for home, David Buick down over the last front shoulder. Just as Damien Boyle flies in and out of the pen. David Buick under the leg, cleans it off. No fribs left there for the judges to penalise him for. Right out to the toe. Beautiful flowing blow, just sweeps the wool off the backside of the sheep, over the tail, out it goes, wham bam, thank you Lamb.
Yeah, 6 and 52 there for the Buick. Hey, that's not a bad shear. There's still the pressure coming on though. Jack Fagan down the last side. He's going to be next off the cut. It's surprising me down there. Andrew Noble Campbell, he says he hasn't given up. And he's a very experienced competitor, and he's coming under the shoulder as Fagan slides his 6th one down the board hole and hits the stop button. To the top of the shoulder is Paiwai here on the front. Over the shoulder now, DeLacy on the 4 stand as Campbell drops his down the hole. A little bit of different style from our Australian here on stand number 2. You'll notice that later on too in the program when we get into the Merinos and what have you in the Trans-Tasman. But he's shearing them pretty well. Paiwai finishing touches there. DeLacy's hung up the steel. Out the last leg of this one. It's just under a shade under 8 minutes. We're going to get it done, ladies and gentlemen. Another good shear from 6 great competitors.
Dead right, John. Great competitors they are. Let's get the next heat up on the board, please. On stand number 6 from Invercargill, Nathan Stratford. From Ireland on stand 5, Dennis O'Sullivan. From Te Kuiti on stand number 4, Mark Granger. From Raitahi on stand number 3, Turi Edmonds. Richard Pearson from Carlton on 2, Brett Roberts on stand number 1 from Matoda. This is heat 12 of 15. Not too many go to John. We've worked our way through most of them, and we're looking for the top 30. Gerald, how's it going down there, mate?
Yeah, I'm going well. There's a fair bit of effort coming here from Emily. She on the front press here, she's managed to get that down. Started off with the old rope in the wrong place, which can happen, those finer details, but she got onto that quickly. You let the safety off, let her go, restarted. And now she's on the broom. It's a big sweep up time. And Coco here, well, she's at this stage here. What she got, town and country, it says the block, Masterton, underlined, and then a wee picture of a love heart. So she loves this hometown of hers as she finishes off these last couple of notches. Emily said it's time for some light duties, and she fires over the way there. She's multi-talent. She's a cocktail barmaid. She's a sales assistant. She's a pub quiz champion. She's a shearer. Favourite sports are darts, soft tip darts, swimming, butterfly, and pressing, of course. Years of competing at the Golden Shears, 7 years. Never won an event, only the people's hearts. So there you go, there's the Emily Takapa. And she's winding the top box up now. I'm going to let loose. We'll stay here, interrupt whenever you're ready. Now they're going to swing this round. Now these safety issues, when you drop this top box, you'll see Coco doing it. You've got to keep a good hold of that handle there, okay? Doesn't look much. You take your hand off the handle and it slips, it starts firing, okay? It'll be done, I don't know how many revolutions per minute, but it's a heap. And it normally smacks you right smack on the forearm. Hopefully it's just a big bruise, but it can be way beyond that with a break.
Thank
You've
you,
got to
Gerald.
keep a good hold. These are some of the things these judges are watching out for.
Thank you, Gerald. Awesome. Shearers to the board, please. Come on, out of there. Osh demands it. You'll get a toe stood on. 75 kilos of sheep will hurt like heck. Okay, we're about ready to go, are we? Oh, I don't know. What do you want to excuse yourself or something? You got your hands up. Somebody holding a bow and arrow at you. Kevin, be strong. So just a wee while the referee's being questioned about the validity of that sheep. They'll be trying their hardest to get one sent down the porthole. If you're in the shed, you'd have to shear it. You can't chuck it over to your mate. We're good to go, Kev? Come on, Mark, let's go. He's not that shy. He's been in shearing competitions for years. Very good. Thank you, Kevin. We're good to go. Timekeeper's right. Judges, competitors, go. We're into the pen once again. They'll try the referee left, right and centre, these top competitors. But as a committee, we install strong-willed people and say, get on with it, lad. You can't pull the wool over it. Can't bullshit a bullshitter. Here comes Richard Pearson on the second stand. Look at him. He's been shearing in the Evergreens earlier on. He's back up for another smash around. But the front man here is Brent Roberts from Matara, one of the South Brigade. Oh, Norm can't wait to get his teeth around talking about this fella. Terry Edmonds from Right to He is on the third stand. Down on number 4 is Mark Granger, and that's the sheep he wanted chucked out, and he's shearing it like a wizard. He comes across the last side. Down on stand number 5, we have Dennis O'Sullivan sweeping down. He's under the Irish flag, and look at him poking out that last leg. Down the far end is Nathan Stratford from the deep south. Oh, he's got a bit of Highlander colour on himself at the moment. He's supporting his rugby team down there by the look of it. Then on the front stand comes the Matara Marauder. Look at him go, this big, strong young fella.
He is a big, strong young fella too. Top rugby player as well as Brett Roberts. And into the first time leg he turns. Been shearing very, very well again this season. Right up the undermine he sweeps. 1, 2. Into the top of the head. Richard Pearson, number 1 out the hole. The big fella strolls in for a second sheep. Terry Edmonds, top of the head. Mark Granger up the neck. Dennis O'Sullivan, all the way from Ireland on the stand number 5, swings it around, lays it into the long blow, but Nathan Stratford's already been there and done that. He's just 1 shot from turning for home on sheep number 2. Turning for home he is, and down over the last front shoulder of a big straighty down there. All wrapped up like a Christmas present under the front leg. And away down the last side he paused. So Dennis O'Sullivan, front leg for him. Brett Roberts, front leg for him. Down the last side he comes, the big fella on stand number 1. Right out to the toe, another couple of shots for him, and he'll be looking for number 3. So he pulled back a couple of shots on Nathan Stratford on this sheep. Dennis O'Sullivan, there he's rolled out in front of Dennis O'Sullivan. Dennis O'Sullivan hops in for his third sheep as well. In goes Tootie Edmonds on the board with 3. Another couple of shots of Mark Granger will be there. Richard Pearson winds his way through the long blow and down over the last front shoulder. Closely watched through the somewhat bleary eyes of Rabbit McLaren up there, the judge on stand number 2. Under the front leg and away down the last side he pours. Tootie Edmonds into the top of the head. Or he's already been there as Dennis O'Sullivan because he's up the neck this time. But Nathan Stratford, John, shearing nicely down the back stand, way through into the long blow he goes, firing the steel in as he always does.
Oh, just thinking that the colour he's got on, most of the top athletes have dreadlocks and put a few ribbons in there, and Nathan can't go dreadlocks, so he's taped the ribbons to his arms, and he's doing all right though. He's holding himself together as he comes down the last side. He just clamps down on that sheep, working across the shoulder. It was being a bit naughty that you could see the daylight up through the door there and was wanting to be gone. But he's an experienced enough competitor to come down the last side and just pop the head forward and rocket out that last leg. Brent Roberts is starting to come at him here. Likewise, Tootie Edmonds down the hole. I think it might be Edmonds slightly edging Stratford and change of steel here on the front stand. Brent Roberts not happy with the cut. Third sheep on the board. Third one out for Mark Granger. Likewise, the Irishman O'Sullivan. Richard Pearson's got a little bit of work to do. Sheep number 4 for those guys. That figures was a bit slow changing. Richard Pearson into the long blow on the third one, second stand. Oh, swings the big leg over now. She is around the Carterton area. Been around for a decade or two by golly. Believe it or not, he's sure in the 65 to 75 group. And he's still smashing it off, coming across the shoulder on the last side. But you could have put a blanket over the other 5. Look at them, they're all on the long blow together. Who's going to swing for home? It's Brent Roberts first. Over the top now comes Tootie Edmonds. Works off the shoulder now does Mark Granger and Nathan Stratford and the Irishman O'Sullivan as well. Working across sheep number 4, almost done. In goes Richard for number 4. He's not that far behind. But these fellas are going to go further because they're having a heck of a battle here. In goes Roberts up here on the front. Nathan Stratford changes steel. Edmonds steps into the pen. Mark Granger right there, the Irishman to follow.
Heat number 13, Lionel Tomata, Daniel McIntyre, Aaron Haynes, Ethan Pankhurst, and Martini Mason. You guys be ready, please.
So sheep 5 on the board for most of the field. Just Richard Pearson working his way through sheep number 4. Long blow time for Brett Roberts. That's where the pace is coming from on the front stand. The big fella winds into the long blow. Fires the steel in towards the base of the ear and another shot. And he's going to be turning for home very shortly. But Nathan Stratford, we're right there with him again. Nathan Stratford, 1 blow behind Brett Roberts. The 2 Southland boys on either end of the field here. Go the south as Brett Roberts cleans off under the leg and away down into the flank. But Nathan Stratford right back there with him. Under the leg for the rest of the field as well. Down they come. Tootie Edmonds, Mark Granger, Dennis O'Sullivan, blow for blow as they wind out onto the hind leg. But Stratford's out. Brett Roberts is out. The 2 Southland boys having a bit of a crack at each other from either end of the field. And in goes Mark Granger, Tootie Edmonds and Dennis O'Sullivan all together. Richard Pearson back out on the board with another one, but he's on sheep number 5 this time. 1 more left in the pen for Richard Pearson, but the rest of the field are on their last sheep. Ooh, Brett's got a bit of a niggler. Up under the chin he goes. Bit of a struggle to get going there, so that just allows Nathan Stratford to get a couple of shots out in front of him as he swings around and into the long blow. 2 short ones, sweeps up to the backbone, steps across with his right foot and turns for home. Brett Roberts chasing hard. Another couple of shots for him and he'll be heading for home as well. But down over the last front shoulder for the wee fella down the far end. Right down into the back leg. Nathan Stratford rolls around under the hamstring. Over the tail. He'll be looking for the button very, very shortly. Time clock has stopped down there for Nathan Stratford. Well done, Stratty. And Corny down the last side. He paws. Right out to the toe. Ooh, Mark Granger. He put the gas on that sheep as well, so he's done and dusted. Right there, just a second ahead of Corny Roberts. And Down comes Tootie Edmonds and Dennis O'Sullivan. Dennis O'Sullivan, the Irishman on stand number 5. He straightens his back. Tootie Edmonds rolls over the tail, and he's all set too. So his points will all go through as soon as that sheep's judged. Richard Pearson, right out to the tail. One more sheep left in this pen for this young fella. Rolls over the tail, and out the hole it goes. So he's just got a year or two on these other fellas, just maybe 3 years.
3 times 30. He's we just alluded to his age there before, but he's a good competitor. Keeps everybody honest. And he swings down now down the first off leg. Still got, hasn't been worried about putting a sweatband on. I haven't seen him grab the sweat towel yet, so he's still capable of doing a few. He gets out down around Carterton and goes to the work in the morning and knocks off at lunchtime. Still doing it every day. Making it look easy though. Around the first off leg he goes. No panic and hustle. The sheep with a big grip he's got and quite strong knees. He just manages to hold the sheep in pretty good order as he swings round onto the last side for the 6th and final time. Time points are going to be against him, but he's keeping the job right on the board for the judges. They're not getting too many off him. Some of those scores are pretty good, low up there, 1.33, 1 on the board. That's an average of 1 second cut over those 6 sheep. So that's a good score. There goes Richard Pearson, ladies and gentlemen. Grand effort from the very experienced competitor.
Right, we'll just keep this going down here. Just give me 1 second, we'll get it started. Okay, we're into the Peers semis now. A fair bit at stake because later on tonight the final will be under the bright lights with a full audience. Okay, so press 1 is Kushla Abraham and David Gordon. Press 2 is Joe Gordon and Adam Gordon. Kushla's maiden name is Gordon. So we have 3 brothers and 1 sister. Family rivalry. In that case, presses are ready. It's going to be fast and furious. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. Thank you.
Thanks, Gerald. So the presses are in it, and let's get these guys into it as well. Down there on stand number 5, Lionel Tolmata from Gore. Daniel McIntyre from Australia on stand 4. Aaron Haynes from Fielding on stand 3. Ethan Pankhurst from Masterton on stand 2. And all the way from Masterton on stand number 1 is Martinia Mason. Getting down to it now. 5 shearers in this heat. 5 in the next heat. And 1 more heat after that. So a good lineup of top shearers again here, and Daniel McIntyre, our Australian representative here, having a crack in this heat, and he can get around crossbreds too, this fella. He can really share. But Aaron Haynes, strong contender there in the middle of the field on stand number 3, and a couple of young fellas up the front, a couple of local young fellas too. Speaking of young fellas, there was a young fella down the back as well. So Martini Mason, Ethan Pankhurst and Lionel Tomata, pretty much the next generation of top shearers coming through.
Well, yeah, that's just out of the senior competition, and they've competed very well. But at the top of the heap at the moment is Rolly Smith with a 23.9. So, you know, I talked about you needed to be inside that mid-20s, or the mid in the section between 25 and 30. And there we go, up to number 20 and his 30 points. So Bart Hadfield, he snuck in. Crikey, we've still got another 10 to add to that. But there's a chance that those places will change as we get on with the rest of the shearing. We have the green light, gentlemen. Could we have you on the board, please? I would have guessed it. Referee to 1. So at the moment, the unlucky one is Lewis Pincole. He's the unlucky one to miss out on the top 30 at this stage of the draw.
I don't think he'll cry too much and won't go home to Chile. He'll stay here in the Waimate. So as Kevin checks it out. Beautiful sheep. You got no chance of selecting the one that's if you're gonna get one thrown back in. Are we good to go now? Oh, there must be a rough truck driver out there or something. Is he out there with a bucket of sand, chucking it a bit around the head? I can tell you they are not. They haven't had time, those truck drivers and all the pen staff out the back. They've been absolutely marvellous. Getting the sheep here on time. You Masterton guys actually selected the sheep. You must have had something wrong with the eyes that day when you were crutching them up. Oh, coronavirus, is that what it is? It snuck in on us. We didn't know. Once again, I'd ask competitors just to be safe with their gear. Make sure that you put it with somebody you know, or make sure it is not on display when you have your vehicle in the car park. Be wise, be safe.
So while we're waiting for the referee, we have our women's shearing invitation members, the girls that will share in this event in the morning: Emily Welsh, Laura Bradley, Sarah Higgins, Pagan Karodia, Emily Tikapa, and Catherine Maluli. Those shearers will share in the morning in the women's shearing invitation event. So looking forward to that one.
Ethan Pankhurst, I didn't see his father chuck him one out in the finals earlier on.
I didn't worry him. He'd just shear anything in front of him.
Yeah. We need to have a word to his boy. But they do have the right to call the ref. If you've seen what the referee's allowed you, get out of the pen. We need you on the front.
All right, we might stay down here for a second while they're doing their last finishing touches of sorting up. You'll notice there's a synchronised pressing at the moment. All the Gordons are giving us some sticks. 3 brothers and 1 sister. The 2 youngsters over here, look at them, full of power. Here we go, it's the big wind down. So Joe's going to go probably 80% of the way, and then the cavalry will arrive. And you know who that's going to be? It'll be Adam, and he'll come in and he'll jump lower on that big bar and give him a bit of a hand. We're good to go now, are we, Norm?
Yeah, finally. Wow, no, not quite. Oh.
We're getting close anyway, bit of a jump here. Has the cavalry's arrived now. Adam's arrived on this baby. Kushner's arrived over here. Come on, big bro, give us some stick. Well, they've got a long way to go. Come on, Masterton, you give some help.
We're good to go up here on the front. Timekeeper's good. Judges, competitors, go. We're off on this one after a little bit of a tetchy discussion with the referee. We've finally got the competitors out of the board. And Martini Mason from Masterton, Ethan Pankhurst from Masterton, Aaron Haynes from Fielding. The baggy greens over there, and he comes out the last leg. He might be the first one to go in for the drop. There he goes, sneaks into the pen, Aaron Haynes. Out the last leg he comes. The lad from up the road in Fielding, and then there's a couple of local lads up here on the front, Martini Mason and Ethan Pankhurst. Under the shoulder and down and out to the flank, Taumata as well. They're trying to keep it sweet, but the pace is on and stands 3 and 4, Norman.
Yeah, that's where it's coming from. So Daniel McIntyre, terrific Australian shearer, into the top of the head and up the neck he steps. A minute and a half on the clock, and he's halfway through his second sheep. Out comes big Lionel Taumata down there, the young fella from Gore. Winds his way up the undermine into the top of the head. Aaron Haynes, quite a strong contender here. Judging, looking at his paper record anyway. Swings into the first front shoulder and drops into the long blow. Up comes Ethan Pankhurst. Martini Mason shearing right. He's away round into the long blow and finishing touches. He'll turn for home, but Daniel McIntyre is leading the field down the last side. He pulls, Gary.
Heat number 14, John Hand, Toe Henderson, Alan Grant, Digger Balm, and Troy Piper. You guys come down there ready, please.
What's the time?
Martini
Holy
Mason
smoke.
finishing touches right over the tail, and he's going to drop that one out the hole.
Might dive in there, Norm. We're
Go for
8
it.
minutes 34 seconds. The two youngsters, it's been synchronised all the way apart from here. They're coming in with a big flurry and a big finish. Look at that, folks. 8:41. She's a fast game. Then we've got David and Kushla. How many seconds behind are they going to be? It's 1 point every 20 seconds. Kushla's still thinking about the house cleaning. Bit of a tidy up. David's standing there saying, come on, babe, that's her. No, are we done? Yeah, that'll do her. Looks across to the young bros and says, okay, you got us on time points at the moment. Thanks, Norm.
Thank you, Gerald. So Daniel McIntyre still leading the field as he drops down over the last front shoulder, swinging around into the long blows. Lionel Tormata. So Lionel starting to put the hammer down. He's caught the rest of the field up. Finishing touches for Aaron Haynes into the long blow, and he turns there right with Martini Mason and Lionel Tormata. Around comes Ethan Pankhurst now, but Daniel McIntyre over the tail, and out it goes. Sheep number 4, John, on the board and stepping back out. Aaron Haynes slides down the backside of the sheep, brings the head through in a good fluid movement. That was well done, Aaron, and round under the leg. Ethan Pankhurst right there. Martini Mason right there on stand 1, and in they go together. Lionel Tormata. But Daniel McIntyre got his gear going nicely, Shearing nicely, got a good rhythm. Up the undermine he sweeps and into the top of the head on sheep number 4.
Okay, we've just had a couple of bounds, Wade. So Joe and Adam Gordon here, the two youngsters. We're looking for a 160, and we got a 158.5. Okay, that's about whatever, 1% out. Kushla Abraham and David Gordon got a 163.5. Okay, so they're both very, very close. Very close. Okay, thanks, Norm.
We've just had an FPOS card handed in. Somebody likes to come up and give us a call for it, tell us what colour it is and what have you. An FPOS card being handed in. Thank you to the kind people that have been bringing monetary items back to the announcers table. Martini Mason up here in the front stand comes across to the last side, working away at his job. Likewise as Ethan Pankhurst, a little bit behind Aaron Haynes now as he steps into the pen, but it's Daniel McIntyre, the first with number 5 on the board. Swooping blows up over the tail from the Aussie. Lionel Tamari had a quick gink along the board there as he flicks the belly out the back. Rolls down that first off leg now. Big shots for the undermine coming up. Just eases his sheep flatter a bit on the board so he can get that comb right up along the backbone, one either side. Steps forward up the neck. That's a beautiful big ewe. Probably in the vicinity of 72 kgs as he goes around the back of the head. If she starts to decide she wants to control him, he will not have much of a challenge. He's going to have a lot of work to control this sheep, but he's sitting nicely at the moment. He rocks onto the last side. Pretty easy going as it's Aaron Haynes comes across the shoulder as well. Into the long blow, both here on the front stand. Pankhurst and Mason. Martini Mason's been shearing for the wool handlers for the last couple of days. So his hand will be pretty soft at the moment as he comes across the shoulder. Working away under the shoulder and down and out the flank he swings as Aaron Haynes steps into the pen. Talmata's right behind him. But Australia's still out in front, McIntyre. Good low scorecard inside at the moment. 2.5 shots up over the tail. In go the front two. Martini Mason, number 6 on the board. Ethan Pankhurst, last to drag out the one out of the box. Down the belly with 3.5 shots. Into the first off shoulder and sweeping round is Daniel McIntyre, but coming back in is Aaron Haynes here from fielding.
The Kiwis kept his best one to last, as he into the long blow goes Taumata. He likes to swing it hard and swing it long, and he's making everyone a winner as he turns for home. He's only 3 or 4 shots off the pace. As across the shoulder comes the Australian, under the shoulder and down and out to the fielding lad, Aaron Haynes. We're down and out to the flank for Taumata as well, but it's Haynes going to be the fastest last side. Taumata's coming at him down the far end, but it's going to be Haynes and 7 and 25. McIntyre and Taumata pretty close together. And we've got 6 or 7 shots left here on the front stand as Martini Mason comes under the shoulder. Ethan Pankhurst has got in front of him this time round. And out comes the shots from Martini Mason. Been shearing well here at the Shears. Well done, shearers. That's heat number 13.
And heat 14, let's get him up on the stand. On stand number 5 from Australia, John Hand. From Kaiwaka on stand number 4, Tor Henderson. From Scotland on 3, Alan Grant. Digger Balm from Otrahonga on stand number 2, and Troy Piper from Amberley in North Canterbury on stand number 1. So just waiting as the referee works his way down the pen. Gerald, what do you got going on down there, mate?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like all the novice pressers just up here, please. If you come down this end and just grab a seat here, we'll have a presentation soon after this piers. So this is where we're up to. Norm, we are into the second heat of the semi-final of the piers pressing. It's fast and furious. We've had all the Gordons, of course, just now. So, press 1, we've got Jeremy Goodger and Vinnie Goodger. Press 2, Conan Harmon Gray and Shane Harmon. 2 brothers, 2 brothers. Presses are ready. Judges, on your marks, set, go. Yeah, so plenty of action. Interrupt when you're ready, shearing commentators. Yeah. Right, watch this. It will be fast and furious. These guys, even though they are the same bloodline, they've done a lot of pressing together. They instinctively know where each other will be and what needs to be done. Okay, what's that like? I don't know. It's just a sort of a spiritual sort of thing where you can sort of sense where they're going to be without actually physically knowing. As Vinny goes to work, look at those big arms of his. Look at that big pile of wool pouring into there. Jeremy saying, okay, I'll just get everything organised. We want the corner of those packs banged out, okay. We're on a second run here. Talking about that, I'd like to say a big, big thank you to Farmlands.
Righto, let's go. Excuse me, Gerald.
Packs New Zealand. Thank you, John.
Righto, we've got the shearers on the board. We're all clear from the referee. The yellow, the orange shirts are ready to go. Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. Oh, here we are, heat 14. Troy Piper from Amberley in the south. Up in the King Country is Dig Balm from Otrahonga. Helen Grant from Scotland. Toy Henderson from Kaiwaka down there on the deep south. Right on the far end of the island. Down there in the far end, another ex-New Zealander, or we say a returning New Zealander, John Hand from Australia. John's sure in the veterans or the Evergreens class earlier in the day. Picked up a little bit of prize as well and got a ribbon to boot.
So he's happy as a sandboy, and he's going to just let loose in this one. And he's first or second to get into the long blow. Diggerbalm, the old tour cow flyer we used to call him. He's swinging for home. He's an Evergreen too, but he just doesn't know when to give up. He just loves the daily challenger to go in and pick it up the handpiece. Under the shoulder and down out to the flank comes Troy Piper. Henderson 5 on stand number 4 coming under the shoulder as well, but it could be John Hand. Norm sneaks into the pen.
And he does, Troy Piper right there. There's Diggerbalm. Tor Henderson, another couple of shots. He's going pretty good at the moment as well, and he steps in and out of the pen. Alan Grant under the front leg and away down the last side before he gets number 2 out. But Piper and Balm bellies out together, one forward, one back, and into the first hind leg they slide. John Hand down the far end. First hind leg for him, first hind leg for Tor Henderson, so not much as they all step through into the top of the head and up the neck. Troy Piper, strong contender, been going really good down south. Into the base of the ear and around the back of the head he slides. Diggerbalm can never ever count this fella out of anything. So round into the front shoulder for Digger. Tor Henderson just starting to hit his straps as well in the competitions. Away he goes. Had a win or two this season. Turning for home though is Troy Piper. Down over the last front shoulder. Around comes John Hand and Diggerbalm, and around Tor Henderson's already been there and done that as he works his way under the front leg and down the last side. But Troy Piper's going to be the first one into the pen by the look of it for sheep number 3. One more blow over the tail and another very well shorn sheep heads out the hole. Tor Henderson right there with him on stand 4. Out they come. Diggerbalm head forward, so the sheep must have been straining, and in there with John Hand. John Hand down the back end with an experienced haircut there is John Hand. Way down the belly he goes. So he's been around a year or two, this fella, that's for sure, John.
Yeah, well, I was just thinking he's roughly about my vintage, and he's shearing a damn sight faster than I'd ever get it off at the moment. As he rolls up under the tail, off with the top knot. Just slipping back off the pace a little bit. He's realised he went out hard and fast on that first one and spooked everybody. And now he's got to hang on in, because there's still another 3 in the pen. Alan Grant finishing touches. He was in the blade shear earlier on in the day in the competition. So he's had a couple of games of just driving the wool off with a pair of snippers. But Diggerbalm turns for home here on stand number 2. Troy Piper right on his tail. But down the front it could be Toa Henderson on the 4 stand. He's starting to hit his straps as he rolls out that last leg. A big looping blowout over the tail and lets it down the porthole. Oh, Troy Piper's right on his heels. Diggerbalm blow for blow with him. Up the neck and around the back of the head goes Alan Grant. John Hand changes a bit of gear. Halfway through the job when he brings out number 4. He hasn't let the brakes off just yet. Can he hang in there for the next 2? Big breaths as he went in the pen, fills the lungs up and keeps the brain working, but Toa Henderson comes up over the top. There's been a lot of rain down in the Southland area this year, and he's probably had to shear in gumboots just to get the sheep dry. Into the first off shoulder he goes, swinging for home. Lean, mean and hungry as he drops into the long blow. Out the last leg comes the Scotsman Alan Grant. Diggerbalm around the back of the head. Troy Piper starting to let the brakes off here on the front. But what have we got? 4 and 20 gone. Henderson to the top of the shoulder. Troy Piper 5 blows behind him. John Hand in the long blow. Diggerbalm in the long blow this time, Norman.
Here, Diggerbalm sucking some big breaths in as he turns for home on sheep number 4. 2 left in the pen. Troy Piper, though, finishing touches right there with Tor Henderson. Down over the tail they go together, and Tor Henderson changes steel there on stand number 4. Changes steel on stand number 1, and in and out they come with sheep number 5.
Might just dive in there.
Yeah, go for it, Gerald.
We've got the Goodges. It's 6 minute 08. The Gordons, quickest time, and the 2 youngsters were at 8:40. This is sensational, ladies and gentlemen. Born and bred. We've got 2 teams from Masterton, 2 sets of brothers. Running time now, 6 minutes 20. Ho, 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 ho. That's saying who signs the checks around the place, I can tell you that. As Conan the Barbarian says, holy smoke, we're still in this game. Did you say the Adams are 8 minutes? Yes, at the moment, physically, it looks like you're a wee way behind, but you're not really. Not on the clock. He lines up another little beauty. The two sets of brothers. It's been a great old battle. And of course, both sets from Masterton here. So it's fantastic to see that. So once again, thank you so much to Farmlands for their continued support here and Woolpacks New Zealand. Back to you, Norm.
Yeah, so up on the board, Tor Henderson just chucks one out. Kerry, we must have another heat. One more heat. So this one, though, out comes Troy Piper and Dick Bum. So Dick Bum starting to pour on the gas this time as he winds his way down the belly. But Troy Henderson, talking about pouring on the gas, this man's overflowing, and he turns into the first cheek, up the back of the head now, and around into the first front shoulder. Top of the head coming off on stands 1 and 2. John Hand drops into the belly on sheep number 6. So the last sheep on the board for these guys, all except for Alan Grant. Alan Grant's still got to get his, but he won't be far away from heading into the pen. Just the last side to come off. Long blow time this time. And Troy Piper slamming up the backbone. Another shot, and he turns for home. So he's just pulled a couple of shots back on Tor Henderson and a couple of shots ahead of Digger Balm. So good, strong finish from the man from North Canterbury. Right out to the toe. Right there with Tor Henderson this time. Tor Henderson, Troy Piper. Troy Piper, Tor Henderson, Troy Piper it is as he hits the stop clock. And Tor Henderson finishing touches. Bangs the clock as well, so it's time taken. Digger Balm over the tail, time clock stopped there. Well done, Dig. Down the last side for John Hand, the young man down there on the end. Sweeps out onto the back leg. Another couple of shots, and he'll be looking for the time clock as well, just as Alan Grant turns into the top of the head and up the neck. This John Hand can straighten his old back, sucking a bit of oxygen, and join the rest of the boys watching Alan Grant as he has the last say in heat number 14. Round into the long blow. Originally from Scotland, living in New Zealand now, this man. Way up the long blow, he sweeps and he steps across with his right leg, finishing touches. Ooh, he's going all right. He's firing the shots in. Turning for home, cheeks off. Wee bit on top of the air, just keep those judges happy. Last front shoulder now for Alan Grant. And under the leg and away down the last side, he's going to head. A big thanks to Bailey's Real Estate. They're the sponsors of this event, so well done to Bailey's. Another couple of shots over the tail. Give them a hand, folks. That's heat number 14, done and dusted.
Right, we'll just dive in there. So Conan and his brother Shane, what was their time? We're at 9 minutes 15. And of course, Conan been on the stage numerous times, but Shane's first time. So that was a grand effort time-wise. Right, we're looking for 160 kgs.
We'll just get these guys up while you're away on that, Gerald. And it's the last heat to take the board in the open heats on stand number 5. We will have Herbie Kirkpatrick, please. From Taumarunui on stand number 4. Marshall Guy, also from Taumarunui, is Willie McSkimming on 3. Axel Reid from Waipawa on 2, and from Seddon, Angus Moore on 1. Gerald, how are those weights looking down there? Still weighing the second barrel by the look of it.
Good. You want to reweigh? Yeah, just while they're rolling, you're good? So, Jeremy Goodges and Vinnie Goodges bail. We're looking for 160, was 168. Okay, so they had a bit much juice. And Conan Harmon Gray and Shane Harmon, 156.5. So that's going to be really close when it comes down to the points. Once again, this year we are having the Peers Final under the bright lights on Friday night. It'll be the festive first event up tonight. Yes. Coco Namana. You dot about, can you come down here, please?
Okay, we have a green light. Can we have the shearers take the board? Looks like the referee's coming forward. It looks like we're pretty good to go, are we? Come on, Marshall. Just a bit worried about what Mr. Peter Rabbit's saying up there. He's starting to get some Australians on his side. That's a worry. There's plenty of rabbits in Australia too, you know. You hope you're not doing the old crossover sort of stuff. Don't pick on the commentators. That is the last thing you want to do if you're a judge.
Yeah, Rabbit.
Just waiting for a final decision on the judge there, the referee, Mr. Kevin Boyd. Then the way. Righto, get him out of there. I can see the colour of it.
Wild Willie.
Shearers to the door. You don't want to start with demerit points before you even throw your hampies in the gear. Okay. Everybody happy? Timekeepers right. Judges, competitors, go. This is the last one, heat number 15 in the Golden Shears Bailey Open Shear elimination round. We want the top 30. You've just seen Hemi Braddock is the unlucky one at the moment. Are these shearers going to change the order? Keen as mustard because they entered first. That's why they're shearing last. So any chance they've got high hopes of themselves making it through. Angus Moore on the front stand from Seddon. Axel Reid from Waipawa on the 2. Willie McSkimming from Taramanui on the 3rd stand. Dropping into the long blow, or halfway through the long blow, Marshall Guy from up in the north from Kaio. And down the far end we have Herbie Kirkpatrick from Hastings. Just a little bit back off the pace at the moment, but he's going to just settle into it. He's probably thinking, I'm a little bit nervous up there. There's a lot of lights, there's a lot of people, and I just need to concentrate on this first one to keep it flat. But the pace is going to get away from him if he doesn't get into top gear pretty smartly, because out the last leg comes Angus Moore. Now Marshall Guy hitting the straps as well. Willie McSkimming and Axel Reid, 3 blows apart there between the first 4. Over the shoulder for the last side, Herbie Kirkpatrick. He'll be calling on all his experiences. He's down here for the 60th occasion. Can he make the most of it and get into the next round, Norman?
Yeah, well, hopefully he can. Herbie Kirkpatrick, shed shearing legend. If I had 1 cent for every sheep he's shorn his life, I'd be a rich man, I'll tell you that. Real tough in the sheds. And over the tail he goes. Out the hole he drops and into the pen. Marshall Guy. This young guy got a ton of talent. Very, very talented youngster, this fella. Got a big future ahead of him. Round into the first front shoulder. Sweeps around in towards the long blow. Willie McSkimming, wild Willie McSkimming up there on the 3rd stand. Way through the long blow, he sweeps, wiping the wool off the backbone of the sheep. Another shot he's going to turn for home as Wild Willie down over the last front shoulder. Axel Reid, same for him, turning for home. And down over the last front shoulder, Angus Moore, he's been there and done that as he winds out onto the back leg. Another couple of shots. He'll be looking for sheep number 3. He's going to be the first one to do so as he opens the door. Heads on in. Angus Moore backs out onto the pen. Another couple of shots and Axel Reid's going to join him as well. But Wild Willie and Marshall Guy head in and out of the pen as well. Turning for home is Herbie Kirkpatrick just as Axel Reid steps backwards with a sheep between his legs. Herbie Kirkpatrick down over the last front shoulder. He's going to be heading in for number 3 very shortly. But Angus Moore up the neck he steps. He's leading the field at this early stage. Still another 3 sheep left in the pen. Anything could happen here, John. It only takes 1 kicky sheep.
Oh, these Wairarapa maidens, they can throw you about all right. They step up over the top. There's the big, powerful Axel Reed. Changed stable at the moment. He used to shear out of Taihape, but gone over to the Wairarapa, just down the road a little bit and around the corner. Marshall Guy. Seen this young fella come through the grades over the years, and he's just got better and better. Always had the quality. Now he's got the speed. And he's throwing the big steel at these sheep as he comes across the shoulder. He's picked up the Angus Moore on the front stand at the moment. Under the shoulder and down and out for McSkimming as well. Axel Reed to the top of the shoulder. Oh, Angus has got a bit of a dancer. It's going to be a Marshall Guy from Kyo next in for sheep number 4. Round the back of the head, and sheep number 3 is Herbie Kirkpatrick from Hastings. Down on the 5. Axel Reed will be the last to go in, the second to last to go in for the change of sheep now. Pulls up his strides and steps into the pen. There's a lot of weight in these sheep, and they can drag your pants down onto your hips and cause you a little bit of concern. Into the long blow now for Herbie Kirkpatrick. That's a long way off the pace, and he's probably just thinking about, I've got to get through this. Round the back of the head comes Marshall Guy. Up the neck is Willie McSkimming. Angus Moores dropped back a couple of shots on this one as he had a bit of a dancer on that last side. Into the long blow he swings. Axel Reed's up the neck and breaks the wall apart. Around the back of the head and down onto the first off shoulder just as quick as I can speak goes Willie McSkimming. Angus Moores hit the top. He's taken the brakes off a little bit now on sheep number 4. 4.5 minutes are gone past. And these guys know that the time's been set at close just over 6. Out the last leg now comes the Kyo lad up on the front. It's going to be set and sneak into the pen first. Change of gear. He thinks, I'm going to put that fresh cut on. Try this other blade out. Under the shoulder now for the Axel Reed as he swings down and out to the flank. And goes McSkimming up on the main trunk line. He'll feel the big diesel coming into it shortly. Come from Tamarua, he'll know about all the pace. Down the belly he swings. Axel Reed out with number 5. Looking pretty sharp though, that Marshall Guy and Angus Moore together up over the top, Norman.
Yeah, Marshall Guy's starting to step into it now as he swings around the back of the head. Just to get a hold of that air, and Angus Moore right there as well, but Marshall Guy swings around into the long blow now. Angus Moore does the same, so Angus Moore knows he's there, that's for sure. Way through the long blow they go together. Another couple of shots and they'll be turning for home. Angus Moore, perfectly peeled sheep. Down over the last front shoulder for both these shearers. And Axel Reed and Wild Willie McSkimming up around the back of the head. Into the first front shoulder for these two fellas. Herbie Kirkpatrick, now he's away through the long blow and turning for home.
Might just butt in there.
Yeah, go for it, Gerald.
Just looking for John Campbell. If he could come down here if he's in the stadium, please, John Campbell, down to the pressing arena. Thanks, Norm.
Cheers, Gerald. So where were we up on the board anyway at some stage? Axel Reed, Wild Willie. They were blow for blow, but Axel's just poured a bit of gas on and just got a couple of shots away from Willie. Down onto the hind leg, over the tail he goes. But, Angus Moore, he's put the hammer down. He's just a couple of shots out from Marshall Guy as he works his way through sheep number 6, the final sheep on the final heat of the 2020 Golden Shears. Turning for home is Angus Moore down over the last front shoulder. Long blow time now for Marshall, so Angus Moore really swinging into it. Got the bit between his teeth. Slides down the back leg, right out to the toe. Good stylish fella, beautiful shearer. Very, very talented, very capable, and he hits the button in about 6:59, John.
Yeah, well, he did a pretty good shear. He had a little bit of a kicker there halfway through, but recovered. He's got away from Marshall Guy. His team's under the shoulder and down out to the flank. Working away out that last leg. Into the last side now turns Axel Reed, but Marshall Guy next to hit the button just a shade over 7. The Willie McSkimming had a little bit of trouble with his handpiece there. It just seems to bog up on sheep number 5. He said, crikey, what's happened to it? But he changed the steel, had a quick laugh to the judge and said, back into it, and got his 6th and final sheep as Axel Reed hits the button, the lad from Wairarapa. Out the last leg, on down on the 6th, on the 5 stand, is Herbie Kirkpatrick. Rocks it out. Here he goes, he's got one left in the box.
Sorry, mates. Right, so this is the individual final of the women's sponsored event by Farmlands and Woolpacks New Zealand. On press 1, we have Emily T. Kappa from Scotland, a place called Lockenhead. From the place called The Block, Masterton, with a big love heart all around it, is Coco Namana. Here we go, folks. It's time. Press is ready. Judges ready. On your marks, get set, go. We're looking for 150 kg bail. Who's going to take out the time points and the likes? We'll go back to the shearing commentators and we'll go from there. We'll let them get to their work.
Righto, here we go. It's Herbie Kirkpatrick, the last shearer. 15 heats are gone before us this afternoon of these open class shearers. We want 30 out of the 90 odd shearers. Down and out to the flank comes Herbie. Come on, he's doing it justice. He's loving his time on the sun up there. A beautiful, clean last side. Rocket out, Masterton. Give him a big round of applause. All those top competitors. We can't have a final without having a good number of competitors to select from. Awesome stuff.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us in this, the 60th anniversary of the Golden Shears and the celebration over the 4 days of competition. We appreciate your support of our competitors and, of course, the fact that you're just here anyway, having a look at this fantastic institution that the Golden Shears has become. Big thanks to our judges as they leave the stage. A big 4 days for all our shearing and wool handling judges, that's for sure. And I'd like you to just put your hands together for our wool handling team down the front. Thank you very much, girls and guys. They work very, very hard for 4 days. So, huge job. Well done.
Para mi gente, con una pasión tan fuerte. Ay, 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 ahora sigo cantando y sigo gozando, yo sigo cantando y sigo gozando.
Property. It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible results for our clients. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
Yeah, our bodies are the tool that make us our money, you know, like that's what's making me my money, is me going to work and shearing sheep. And if I can't look after my body and if I don't you know, go to the mechanics every now and then and get a tune up and just look after things, and then it's not going to work for very long. You blow your wrist, you might be out for 3 weeks. you know, and that might be the busiest time of your year when you're out. So you spend half an hour watching these videos and doing a bit of research on it and doing the exercise and stuff. You might save yourself, 3 weeks off work or whatever, and make yourself a bit stronger in a weak point.
We have got a history of injuries and perhaps not looking after ourselves. There's now tools available, and tahi no tahi is one of them, where you can get that education without too much grief.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you've been in the game 5 minutes or 50 years, you're always learning, and tahi no tahi just reiterates that fact.
The tahi no tahi program, one of the great things about it is we get a little paranoid about maybe being in a group. And so, I mean, you can go online in your own time and sift through it and take what you want out of it or what you may need.
Well, tahi no tahi, from my point of view, is going to be pretty good for our younger shearers coming through the industry. They're looking after them, they're teaching them.
There's a lot of kids out there that they're not too sure what they want to do, but you can make good money, travel. This is a pretty cool lifestyle if you can get up at 5 o'clock every morning and work hard. If you can do that, which a lot of kids out there can, I think we can definitely, there's a lot more people out there that would suit the industry.
Yeah, tahi no tahi will help with our staff recruitment, just letting people know that we are looking out for them. It is a safe place to work. The more we use it, the better it'll get.
For me, it was a good refresher. A lot of those things in those videos you actually forget about. Yeah, I fit it in on the days off. I'm a busy man myself. I like being out on the hill hunting, out on the beach diving. But I use it as a tool to remember things that I forgot throughout my career. It's actually real good to have, to be honest. Yeah.
It makes it easier. If you can share easier, you can share more, and nobody likes doing it hard. Tahi no tahi is really easy to use. It's all online, and it's really simple. Everyone can understand it. It doesn't take too long.
I think it'll benefit rural communities by lifting the standard of work in the wool shed in terms of injury prevention, because there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of frustration when people get injured. So if you can remove all that, so people can just get on with the job, which is what we all want to do, without having to get people to fill in and all that sort of thing. So I think it'll really lift productivity in the workplace in the rural communities. Get on board with tahi no tahi, sign up. It's as easy as knowing your name and your email address.
Shout out to tahi no tahi. Thank yous for what you guys are doing.
Get on tahi no tahi and check it out.
Head over to www.tahinotahi.co.nz and sign up for your free health and safety certificate.
They wanted a bit more entertainment, so we had art competitions, maker models, all these sort of things. But that was only Wairarapa. In the Wairarapa, it wasn't getting out. And somebody said, there's a Miss Golden Shears, there's a Miss New Zealand thing. What would be the possibility of getting a girl in that? Because we didn't have a Miss Wairarapa and everybody else had these things. Anyway, at one young farmers meeting, I remember we discussed it. And Alan Williams and I put our hands up and said, we'll see what we can do about it. Well, who do you go to see about it? There was a lady that lived down the Te Pārai Road that happened to know a little bit about Miss Golden Shears, about Miss New Zealand contest, because she'd been a Miss New Zealand. So we went down and saw Gay this night, Alan and I, and she looked at us and she said, I'm not too sure about this, she said. You're trying to chew a big one off here. And we knew ourselves that we couldn't do it. But she was pretty well in with the Browns and everything else. And she rang us up a couple of months later and said, yes, they're willing to give you a go. What we wanted, we didn't want a Miss Wairarapa, we wanted a Miss Golden Shears. And by this time, TV was the in thing. And, I mean, if we could get a Miss Golden Shears, one of those 12 or 14 girls walking across the stage, where the hell's this Miss Golden Shears come from? that's what we looked at. And they said, oh, well, give it a go. So we had eliminations that first year. And I think Murray will agree with me here that Les Field had a big put into that first year. In fact, he landed up marrying one of the contestants that year, or a year or so later. That was number one, the luck we had. The second one was, because once it came up, everybody said, well, you know, what the hell are they going to get? You know, bloody some stupid wool-handling girls or something. Well, we put a line-up of about 12 girls there, and the winner of that competition went on to be runner-up for Miss New Zealand that particular year, and that was our big thing. I think if we hadn't have done well in their first couple of years, they'd have probably come to us and said, well, look, we're not too well. And that was 1971, and Janine Morales got runner-up, and I've heard from one or two since then that they believe that perhaps she should have won it, to be quite honest, that year. So that set us up for the next 19 years of Miss Golden Shears. Wool, believe it or not, in those days, wool was actually worth some money. And so you grew wool right down to, and if you could get it growing out their nostrils, well, you did that too. And we wonder why it perhaps took 21 minutes to shear those sheep. When I first got involved, really got involved, was in 65. I've been involved a little bit with young farmers. Was the wet year 65, but I can remember Alan Precious said that he came down to shear in the seniors in 1965, and there were 262, I think, senior shearers. In 1965, we had the perfect farmer's autumn. The Thursday before Golden Shears, it started to rain, beautiful drizzly rain, and it just kept raining and raining. And by Sunday night, I think the one or two of the people from the hierarchy were getting a little concerned. And on Wednesday morning, to my knowledge, and I'm sure Laurie will stop me if I'm wrong here, but it's the only time that we've shorn real wet sheep at Golden Shears. They were wet, and that's when I really perhaps got quite involved with Golden Shears. I went in on the Wednesday morning to see what was going on in there, to see how they were handling these wet sheep, and there was one of the committee members, a chap by the name of Brian Newton, said, what are you doing in here? And I said, well, I've just come to see how you're handling the situation. He said, I've got a job for you. And I spent the next 3 days down at the showgrounds. And what they did was bring wet sheep in them. When I mean they were wet sheep in there. And we put them under the showgrounds. Unfortunately, it was an easterly. There was no wind. So they came in there saturated. And 6 hours later, we put them on the truck to send them to the stadium. And they were still 80% wet. And all that wool went straight to Borthwick's. However, we were lucky enough on the Friday afternoon, it did clear. That was, 8 days after it had started. And I managed to get some of them out into the paddock. So for the open quarters, we didn't have top 30 in those days, the open quarters, that Friday night or whenever it was, they had, the wool was still, I think the outside was probably dryish, and by Saturday they were dry enough to thing, but those first Wednesday and Thursday and Friday morning, the sheep were very, very wet. I said, what are you going to do with these? So what I was doing was putting 3 in a pen, and it'd been all right, it'd been a lot of, in the sheep pens, and it'd been all right, it'd been a good breeze, but there was no breeze or anything. So we're putting them in there, and 6 hours later I was taking them out. And on Thursday morning, they bought a grain dryer.
All through
And if any of you know, well, you all know the showgrounds reasonably well, and we blocked we shifted a small mob of about 100 and put them in between the cattle pens where they keep the cattle there, and blocked the end up and put them there and put the blower on them. And I don't know why somebody hadn't thought of this before, to be quite honest. Fantastic. They turned the blower off after 1 minute and looked, and all these lovely white sheep had gone black. Well, I mean, all it did was just blow the dust into the... Well, that wasn't very successful. That afternoon they put some on a truck and took them down to the aerodrome and back the aerodrome in behind an aeroplane, but that didn't really... I mean, you can imagine trying to get sheep dry. It was a pretty hopeless cause. People, and I'd just like to reiterate what Edwin and Laurie said, the people that set that up initially had great forethought. I mean, the complex of the thing has changed a little bit, but I mean, very, very little. You tell me any other thing that's only changed 20%.
Guys, we've got it pretty professional about it. They have tallies they want to hit, and you know, they generally just work to that tally, and well, they know how to do it. If they can set themselves at a pace where they know they'll be within 1 or 2 sheep, it's bloody impressive how they do that, I reckon. I mean, it's bloody hard work though. I mean, they're running a marathon every day.
My main message to farmers would be good toilets, good facilities, maintenance, keeping the maintenance up for everybody. That includes like catching pen gates and holes in walls and springs on doors. It's just common sense stuff. That's all shearers want.
When I was still shearing, I walked into a shed one night about 9 o'clock down in Hunterville, and the place was just gleaming, and it was polished and everything was just gleaming in the shed. It was the first time I'd been there, and I thought to myself, sure, got to do a good job here, mate.
Business, it's all about the people. If we don't have good people, well trained, with good facilities, good resources and clean operating going forward, put stress on them, all of a sudden they might get injured. Operating going forward, put stress on them, all of a sudden they might get injured or something might go wrong there, then I'm left high and dry because I don't have people running a business.
In relation to performance and everything like that, I would start with your sleep. Okay, address your sleep, because without sleep you will not perform properly. Second to that, nutrition. Okay, so just making sure that within your nutrition your hydration is adequate, and also in terms of eating.
It was so popular that the days after that we went to Federated Farmers, or they did, Laurie and Ian Douglas went to Federated Farmers and said we must get this bigger. And it just grew from that, yeah. The popularity of competition shearing. It was always around in the earlier days, but never as fine-tuned as it was in the late 50s, early 60s. Young farmers then went to Federated Farmers, who are a bigger body, financially a little bit better off too, and the president of Federated Farmers, and Roy O'Hara, took over organising what they called Golden Shears. They had demonstrations in town of shearing competitions, and it grew from that. And all of a sudden that Federated Farmers were, of course, 50% ownership of it, if you like, or members. So it went from strength to strength, and I think possibly it was nationwide. People came from far afield to it in them days. When you look back at the old numbers of people coming across from the South Island, huge. But I think possibly it was a new innovation to have a professional, and Golden Shears were really the first to start off, shall we say, a professional competition, doing things right to the book as such. And more or less today, it's right to the book at Golden Shears after 60 years. It moved in 61 to be in the stadium. Yeah, they had the shearing in front of the Queen and Prince Philip in the hut. That was a demonstration. And then after that, it was in the stadium when it was on TV, and people sat in the swimming baths and watched it on TV. Goodness me, yeah. And everyone was smoking. Not everyone, but a big number was smoking in there, and there was smoke everywhere, and the smell of sheep and that in the stadium. But they came back next year and the next year. But it just sort of revolutionised the shearing world. Godfrey was a big help. Godfrey did commentaries on the radio on the first few years, live commentaries of all the heats on radio. When you were out in the farm or wherever, you turned into 2ZB as it was, or 2XB, and I think in them days, you turned on to the radio and you would say he was up to heat such and such, and he mentioned the ones in that heat, which it was great, really. The volunteers there put in, and they built, with the help of Reg Shilkey, built the shearing board, and it was much bigger, the stadium, because we judged the sheep outside then, so there was more seating. I think the figures of 2,100 seating at the stadium in them days, whereas today it's a lot less. But the sheep was something that was provided voluntary by everyone, and it was a voluntary service. Many outfits in the town volunteered their services, but in them days there was 60 million sheep, 70 million. There's half that today, so there's half the competitors. I had a bit to do with quite a few things, and the sheep that were supplied by a farmer were prepared days or weeks before. They cleaned the crutch out and selected them, and they were kept separate. And this farmer had two lots of sheep, ones that weren't prepared, and some shearing gang went out there to shear some sheep that were sent out there, and actually shore the sheep that were supposed to come into Golden Shears, which caused a bit of a kerfuffle, but never mind, it all worked out in the end. There was a stage there where the door came open in a wool shed, and the sheep got out, and it was pouring with rain, and the sheep got wet outside. The show still went on, and I can recall when we had 4 inches of rain, we couldn't get sheep in from the Wongahu, Malcolm Brown's farm, and the river had come up, they couldn't get the trucks in there. We knew that night at 6 o'clock, John Ramson was the sheep officer, and we rang around, and Massey Riverside had 600 sheep for shearers to practice on, trade shearers. So I rang Smith, the manager, and at 6 at night, and said, any chance of using those sheep? We had to prepare them. So we crutched them at 5 in the morning, and at 8 in the morning they were being shorn in the stadium. And it was pouring with rain. That's when we had 6 or 7 inches of rain. So the show carried on, even if the numbers were dropped back a little bit. And it's all about people packing in to help one another. There has been characters there at the shearing. There has been characters, and I suppose tend to go back when they had bets on, and they had half a bottle of whiskey in the changing room, and they drank that before they got up there to see who was going to be first off, as such. They're much more stringent today, but in them days, it was, well, okay, people were getting up in bare feet. And today we've got the appropriate dress and what have you. Yeah, someone came into the stadium and said there's a sheep on the roundabout. That's only 15, 20 years back. Yeah, the door came open on the back of the truck and the sheep got out. And we've been bringing for years, bringing marinas from the South Island, Alexandria, huge cost, just to put a special event on. And okay, they are the best and the finest wool from merinos in the world, merino sheep, so it's great having them on display as such. I think Blatchford was the show president, and he came in with a case of 6 flagons of beer. And we'd done such a good job, he came back with another 6. So we all slept in the sheep yards that night. But that was originally, to me, that was right at the beginning of the competition. There's such a change in the competition scene. Everyone who was there helping ended up being on Golden Shears. I wasn't on the committee until the mid-60s, but I was a volunteer as such. And I've been around now, and I've been in New Zealand for 67 years. And when you get back to the UK, they'll see you're a colonial, aren't you? Yeah, yeah. They were allowed alcohol if you had a keg of beer or whatever there for lunchtime, and they filled themselves up on a bit of a beer, and then they're expected to get back on the shearing board and judge at the competition. You know, doesn't happen today. It's more stringent today, which is good.
Of course, there was no wool stores or anything like that in the Wairarapa at that stage when Golden Shears started. So and all the wool was fadged up because the wool check to a farmer back in the 60s was his biggest check. It wasn't the meat industry like it is today. So the wool was that was important. It was real important that wool was looked after and looked after properly. And so it used to be fadged up. The organisers of the wool would have to find a shed somewhere in Masterton, and they'd put a press, would get a press from Donald's Wool Presses, who were the manufacturers of wool presses in the Wairarapa, and would take it into the shed, and the wool would be put on a vehicle outside the stadium, carted round to wherever the press was put, and there was 2 guys that'd be there pressing the wool for the whole week. And on Sunday, of course, you'd press all Saturday night's wool, and then that wool had to be trucked to Wellington. So you'd have to find some means. Norwood's had an old tractor with a bucket on it, and we'd go round to Norwood's and pinch their tractor and load the wool out. You'd load it out. You'd do a load on, at least a load Friday morning. Sometimes you had to do a load early and a second load to get rid of it, because in those days we were shearing over 5,000 sheep, which was a lot of sheep, a lot of wool. And so that wool all had to be kept separate, and it had to be consigned to the wool stores in Wellington. And so you had to have it, organise the trucks, get the wool, keep it all separate for each individual farmer, and then have it trucked out. So there was a lot of work involved, but now, of course, in recent years, we've managed to get a press into the stadium for a start. I did a bit of work to get that organised, and we had a press at the back of the stadium, which meant we didn't have to drag these fadges and ship them out, which we could just ship the bales out. But now, of course, we've managed to get a press and get access out to the back of the stadium, so the wool comes off the stage, out to the backs, pressed up in the stadium, and there's wool stores in Masterton now where you just truck it up and put it in the local wool store. So from where the amount of labour and work that there was, it's certainly been reduced to where we are today. We started off, because young farmers, we always ran, we put a stage out in front of the board and had tables there, area we could put tables there for the young farmers, because young farmers ran the Friday night. And we used to do the young farmers wool handling, and that was always done. But that stage had to come down on Friday night because they needed more seats to go in. So there was no room to run a open wool handling competition like it is today. Some of us got together and decided we could run a wool handling competition for the open grade. So yeah, then it was accepted. We put it to the committee, and they ummed and ahed and eventually accepted it. And we ran a competition in wool sheds. We started out at Jimmy Williams for a couple of years, and then we went up to Riverside and ran it there. And then we just brought the finals into the stadium. And then eventually we talked the committee into leaving the stage there so we could run the competition in the stadium. And I'll never forget the first year. After about the second year we held it at the stadium, we got 100 entries in the wool handling. And to me that was quite something, because at that stage some of the shearing entries were starting to drop off a little bit, and to have this wool handling, and that brought all those people back into the stadium, and they were all entrants then, and it really made, and since then it's grown from strength to strength, and the wool handling now is a pretty strong competition. And then that's when we went to, Gavin and I actually went to Australia. I went to Australia twice to convince the Aussies to come over here and compete in an Aussie. We already had the shearing test with Australia, but we never had any wool handling. And we went to Armidale 2 years in a row, where they held their competition that year and convinced them over there to send a team. And since then, we've had an Australian-New Zealand test in the wool handling, which is, quite an achievement, I believe. When we had the Worlds, we ran Perindales for one of the Worlds, but that was back in 82, I think. And then other breeds of sheep, it's once they got what they call the national competition, which is where you have Merinos, Sean and Alexander, you've got Balclutha with the long wools, you've got Corridales at Christchurch, and then you've got lambs and second shear, so you've got all breeds, and we shear all breeds here at Golden Shears for the final, and that's where the final of that national event's held, is here at Golden Shears. And so, so we now bring Corridales down from Hawke's Bay, bring the Merinos, as has been said earlier, up from Alexander. We find lambs locally and second shear locally. So we have the mixed breeds in that national event, which is, to me, the ultimate shearer that can shear all those breeds and compete over 15 sheep of those breeds, which is good.
I'm here with Alan from Trust House at the Grill Solway Park, one of the many venues owned by Trust House. Alan, tell us about some of the amazing other venues that contribute back to the community by being part of the Trust House family.
We have a number of businesses throughout the region. We have the Flax and Flaxmere up in Hawke's Bay. In Pahiatua, we have the Post Office Hotel. Here in Masterton, we have the Farriers Bar and Eatery. We also have Jackson Street Bar and Kurapuni Tavern and TAB, as well as, of course, the famous Apache Jack's restaurant. Here today we're in the very famous flagship of Trust House, the Copthorne Resort, Solway Park. In South Wairarapa we have the Pukimano Bar and Bottle O, and we also have the E10 restaurant in Martinborough. In Purirua we have Legend Sports Bars, and we also have some gaming interests in Tawa as well.
And it's not just venues and hospitality. What other community assets does Trust House own?
Yeah, we also own a renewable energy programme over in Kurarau and with the Wairarapa, and that's a Kurarau hydro scheme.
I had no idea Trust House was behind that. So how does the community benefit?
In so many ways. We provide employment and training for over 200 staff. And of course, all the surplus profits that Trust House generates goes back to the communities in which we trade.
So when you're supporting a Trust House venue, you really are directly supporting your community. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
Masterton is so beautiful. We have a spring in the centre of town. Cheers! People really care about keeping Masterton beautiful. Let's test it out. Masterton likes to make old places look like new, check out our new village green in First Street. Masterton has the best recreation centre where you can swim, play and stay fit. Masterton has the best public toilets in our beautiful park. It even talks to you. Sorry. Masterton has the best recreation trails for riding your bike. We're just enjoying the outdoors. Sometimes after all that hard work, you just need to kick back and relax. This is my favourite place in the whole world. Masterton is so beautiful. Even the Epic Islands are beautiful. Masterton is beautiful because we keep making gardens for people to enjoy. Masterton is beautiful because we don't have any traffic lights. And we like to make our roundabouts reach for the sky. Did I mention that at Masterton it likes building new playgrounds? Masterton must be beautiful because everyone wants to come here. Don't forget about Victoria Park. Masterton has the best places for walking your dog. Mr. Dog, why do you think Masterton is beautiful? The Hendy Lake Trust really look after this beautiful place. In Masterton, the mayor helps make our town beautiful. Mrs. Mayor, I think over there would be a great place for a playground.
That's a great idea, Jamie. Let's see what we can do.
Check out these other cool projects all over Masterton. To ask some of our friends why they think Masterton is beautiful. There's a lot of cultural diversity in Masterton. It's a tight community and everyone knows each other.
There's everything that we need in Masterton.
They were surrounded by so much native bush and reserves.
We have a friendly and welcoming community. There's a lot of sports and education opportunities.
Masterton is beautiful because this is our view every day. I wonder where I have to see you to get a playground up there.
Masterton is a beautiful place!
That's it, it's decided. Masterton is the most beautiful place in New Zealand.
It was so loud as we run around this empty town. And we get drowned, headed back to my house, feeling so wild. You got me calling for that real love, like a whirlwind. You got that hurricane love, the way you're taking me up. You got me hooked on your high love, just like a beat in my heart. Oh, you're my hurricane love. Yeah, we just do what we want, and in the end we can make it up. Oh, I just can't get enough of this hurricane love. She's at it again, like a wildfire deep within you. You tell me we're friends, but we just settle to pretend. The way you're taking me up, you got me hooked on your high love, just like a beat in my heart. Oh, you're my hurricane love. Yeah, we just do what we want, and in the end we can make it up. Oh, I just can't get enough of this hurricane love. The way you're taking me up, you got me hooked on your high love, just like a beat in my heart. Oh, you're my hurricane love. Yeah, we just do what we want, and in the end we can make it up. Oh, I just can't get enough of this hurricane love. Down here, the river meets the sea, and in the sticky
property. It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible result for our clients. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
Hi, I'm Brent Gear, and we're going to find out today a little bit more about what Trust House is and how much they contribute to the community. I'm here with Alan from Trust House to find out a little bit more about what Trust House is.
Yeah, thanks Brent. Trust House Limited is a community-owned organisation. We own, operate and manage close to $100 million of community-owned assets. Masterton Community Trust is a major shareholder and we distribute over $4 million back to the communities in which we trade.
Tell us about the Trust House Foundation. How does that work?
The Trust House Foundation distributes annually close to $4 million back by the way of grants through its gaming operations. And we have gaming operations that spread as far as, Pururua, right up to Pahitua in northern Wairarapa.
It sounds like everything Trust House does is about the community.
Yeah, Trust House's core purpose is to enhance community well-being. That's one of the fundamental cores of the organisation. And we're immensely proud of what we put back into this community. Last year, over $4.2 million was returned back to the communities in which we trade in. Myself and all of the staff and stakeholders that are associated with Trust House are immensely proud of what we do.
There was a fear in town that a pretty bad element, shearers are rough people, we'll have to be very careful. So they were certainly covering the bases as far as that goes. Don't forget that it was all very fine for a young farmers club shearing competition where you probably had a maximum of 20 or 30 entries to do all the bits of paper and work out the score and everything. Somebody had to organise a system to do all of that for big numbers. And I don't think they had any idea how many numbers and things there'd be. It was pen and paper work. There were no computers. All of the little ticks on the cards had to be added up. They had to be put on another card, and then the scores worked out, multiplied by the number of sheep and whatever the method was used. Fairly heavily weighted at the time because of the way it was working, and I think we started off with 10 seconds.
Per shear. 10 seconds point.
Yeah, for a point. So time was pretty important. There was over where the TV cameras are now up there, TV screens are up there now, there was a platform up the top. And the idea was that the judges, the board judges, would be able to stand up there on the platform, look down at the shearers like that and judge them. I think that lasted about the first heat or a little bit later because they couldn't see once the shearer bent over and did on his long blow. But nevertheless, the referees and various people who shall be nameless used to be up on top of there, looking down. We reckon they were up there so they could see down the front of the girls' dresses from upstairs. We always worried. It was only a plank of wood on the poles that held the whole lot together. And people up there, we reckoned at one stage that sooner or later somebody was going to get too keen. And remember that the early judges and things used to be allowed to have a beer in between heats and things, so that wasn't always quite as clear what they were actually judging or anything at the time on those first few sessions there. And we thought if they lean too hard, we're going to have somebody on the stand. But fortunately, never happened. And I spent umpteen hours, I was old enough at that stage to do a bit of arithmetic, working out the calculations on an enormous great spreadsheet on paper so that you could take the points on one side and the time on the top, go down the two, and in the middle there you had your result. And all of that, all of those points were thoroughly checked by two people at least in a little room upstairs after each event. So it we had a team of whiz kids at adding up numbers and things up in the top room, getting the results right. But we were dealing with McRae's Romneys, and they were beautiful sheep. They really were superb animals, but they literally had wool on every part of their body that you could imagine, right round the face, right down the legs. And in those days, you had to take all the socks and everything off. And there's a lot of extra work on those sheep, but they were a real test of a good shearer. We had little digital counters, which you may recall, and they were displaying the number of penalties that a shearer got on the board. Now, when we first started doing that, they only went to 99. And a lot of shearers were actually, not a lot, but enough shearers were actually making it tumble over to start on one again, because the machine only counted to 99 with 2 digits. Nowadays, if you actually look at the results there are shearers that are only losing 1 or 2 faults per sheep, and in some cases none. Now that's something I personally am very proud of, that we've not only built up the standard and the status of shearing, but the overall quality of our competitors is absolutely light years away from where we started. One of my fun times used to be when we had the models and things up here, and I remember thinking I was Christmas taking out a woolboard model that was up there on the stage modelling clothes and things, and there was a party out on one of the sheds a bit further out there. So I won't say who the other person was because they might even be here later, but we took these models out to this party. Lovely girls, absolutely beautiful, but they both hit they couldn't handle the sort of young farmers' style of drinking and coping with that. We ended up taking them both home, much the worse for wear, being sick all the way. The Miss Golden Shears was something that we ran for quite a time until really the town people decided they didn't want it because they didn't want their girls to be up there with the sheep, which they considered were somewhat smelly. And I remember my moment of glory when one of the girls walking across the stage, and the lights, to be fair, were pretty bright, shining directly into their faces. And she walked round to the edge of the stage and to turn to come down the stairs. Thoughtfully, we had put somebody on the bottom of the stairs on both sides. I happened to be on the one where she came round. She just blithely kept on walking straight out into space where the stairs were. So I had armfuls of girl at the bottom. Yeah, that went for quite a number of years in various forms. We ended up with making model competitions once that died out. We had some pretty good entertainment.
Yeah.
I can remember Maria Dallas up there dancing around in high boots and a miniskirt, saying she was her boots are going to walk all over you, with Dave McPherson helping her out at the other end.
Where it's come from since about 1957 till now gives me a great deal of pleasure.
They're better than Olympic champions. They're absolutely amazing men and women that have come through and shown their skill and competed at world level. And I think that's something we can be proud of, that we've produced some athletic heroes.
Yeah, our bodies are the tool that make us our money, you know. Like that's what's making me my money, is me going to work and shearing sheep. And if I can't look after my body and if I don't, you know, go to the mechanics every now and then and get a tune up and just look after things and then it's not going to work for very long. You blow your wrist, you might be out for 3 weeks, you know, and that might be the busiest time of your year when you're out. So you spend half an hour watching these videos and doing a bit of research on it and doing the exercise and stuff. You know what, you might save yourself, you know, 3 weeks off work or whatever, you know, and make yourself a bit stronger in a weak point.
We have got a history of injuries and perhaps not looking after ourselves. There's now tools available, and tahi na tahi is one of them, where you can get that education without too much grief.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you've been in the game 5 minutes or 50 years, you're always learning, and tahi na tahi just reiterates that fact.
The tahi na tahi program, one of the great things about it is we get a little paranoid about maybe being in a group, and so I mean you can go online in your own time and sift through it and take what you want out of it or what you may need.
Well, tahi na tahi, from my point of view, is going to be pretty good for our younger shearers coming through the industry. They're looking after them, they're teaching them.
There's a lot of kids out there that they're not too sure what they want to do, but you know, you can make good money, travel. Like, this is a pretty cool lifestyle if you can get up at 5 o'clock every morning and work hard. If you can do that, which a lot of kids out there can, I think we can definitely, there's a lot more people out there that would suit the industry.
Yeah, tahi na tahi will help with our staff recruitment, you know, just letting people know that we are looking out for them. It is a safe, you know, a safe place to work. Yeah, the more we use it, the better it'll get.
For me, it was a good refresher. There's a lot of those things in those videos you actually forget about. Yeah, I fit it in on the days off. I'm a busy man myself. I like being out on the hill hunting and out on the beach diving. But I used it as a tool to remember things that I forgot throughout my career. It's actually real good to have, to be honest. Yeah.
It makes it easier. If you can share easier, you can share more, and nobody likes doing it hard. Tahi na tahi is really easy to use. It's all online and it's really simple. Everyone can understand it. It doesn't take too long.
I think it'll benefit rural communities by lifting the standard of work in the wool shed in terms of injury prevention, because there's a lot of anxiety and a lot of frustration when people get injured. So if you can remove all that and people can just get on with the job, which is what we all want to do, without having to get people to fill in and all that sort of thing. So I think it'll really lift productivity in the workplace in the rural communities. Get on board with tahi na tahi, sign up. It's as easy as knowing your name and your email address.
Shout out to tahi na tahi. Thank yous for what you guys are doing.
Get on tahi na tahi and check it out.
Head over to www.tahinatahi.co.nz and sign up for your free health and safety certificate.
It was Bob Chamberlain when the Shears first started out, and he said the committee's going to have to raise, I think, £2,000 in order to run that competition. And that's what I understood they were requiring in those days. And that was a big sum of money back in 1960. But the team went out and got it in those days, which obviously Laurie was involved, Edwin O'Hara's father, Roy, amongst others. And once they raised that money, then they could start the competition. I think the other thing in those days too, which hasn't possibly been highlighted, but bringing the competition, which up until then there had been shearing competitions around the country, but they'd probably always been run in wool sheds. Now what this was bringing a shearing competition and building a specific board and putting it in a stadium in Masterton so that you could have 2,000 spectators. Now that was a new concept, to actually put shearing in a sports stadium. I was told later on that at one part of it in the latter 60s, there was actually a move to make it more sports orientated and to capitalise on that sport aspect of the shearing, which as far as shearers are concerned is very much it. But from a farming point of view, it was something that was felt would actually glamorise shearing perhaps a little too much and take away from the actual basic fact that we need a sheep shorn cleanly and the wool to come off nicely without any animal health problems, which just capitalising as a sport might not have happened so well. Of recent time, I think it has been accepted as a sport in a minor way, and certainly we've had one or two celebrities now. The likes of David Fagan is probably the one that springs to mind for everybody, and he actually took it to a new level as far as sporting goes. That Young Farmers Committee actually had an awful lot to do with the Shears moving on to another stage. They'd grown up helping at Golden Shears, and they moved on from that helping stage to actually take the senior executive positions in Golden Shears, and they brought new life into the shearing, into the competition. And the young farmers, as has been highlighted, you had an art competition, you had a make and model competition, you had a Miss Golden Shears competition, and it involved the townspeople probably more again within the Golden Shears itself. And in those days, when it was a four-day competition and 650 shearers all up, you started the shearing on the Wednesday. Wednesday night was a young farmers' night, and the young farmers took over that whole night, and they ran the Wednesday night totally. And in many ways, they possibly ran it better than the Golden Shears Committee did on Saturday night, because time tended to get away sometimes. Financially wise, it was Les Field and myself. The sponsorship was a most important part of Golden Shears, and always was. But the days of having three major sponsors suddenly started to fall by the wayside, and we had to get a sponsorship for every event at Golden Shears. And I know, working with Les Field through the early 90s, and by the time we'd got into the mid-90s, every competition within Golden Shears had an individual sponsor, and that boosted our sponsorship base, because without that, the job would have folded. In those early 90s, if we made $300, we thought we were doing well. And I remember coming to the 96 World Championships, and we'd just been breaking even or making a few $100s. That year, there was a sum of $70,000 in cash dropped in at the Secretary's office on Monday morning after Golden Shears. We'd never seen that money before. And our Secretary at the time was quite shocked too, because the Armour Guard people just dropped it off, and here she had $70,000 worth of cash sitting on her desk and no security. So it was quite a concerning time. We upped our game in that regard after that. The first Golden Shears I went to was when I left school and was probably about 16. And to get a ticket on the Saturday night, and I'd got in reasonably early, but I was at the back row of the show. I had help with tipping up earlier in the week, but and that's where a lot of us did start out, was tipping up sheep out the back. And that's something that possibly hasn't been highlighted, is the fact that tipping up out the back was on gravel in those first few years, just in the dust at the back of the stadium. It progressed from that to be under a marquee, and when I started tipping up sheep, we were doing it under the marquee. And then I think it was into the 80s when Golden Shears Committee raised the money to put the building to put the roof at the back of the stadium and have that area concreted. So we actually had a decent area to tip up the sheep and good pens. Before that, it was quite a major job. And now that the part of it's been streamlined again, that the sheep are tipped up as soon as they come down and judged individually straight away. And that through Kevin Applin and his expertise in actually building things. Kevin's done a great job there, and that has streamlined the outside judging at Golden Shears.
canción para mi gente, con una pasión tan fuerte. Ay, 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 ahora sigo cantando y sigo gozando, yo sigo cantando y sigo gozando.
We charged each person to get into the ram ring 2 shillings, which was a florin in them days. And we collected £80, and you can work that out for yourself. It was so popular that the days after that, we went to Federated Farmers, or they did, Laurie and Ian Douglas went to Federated Farmers and said, we must get this bigger. And it just grew from that, yeah. The popularity of competition shearing. It was always around in the earlier days, but never as fine-tuned as it was in the late 50s, early 60s. Young farmers then went to Federated Farmers, who were a bigger body, financially a little bit better off too, and the president of Federated Farmers, and Roy O'Hara, took over organising what they called Golden Shears. Yeah, they had demonstrations in town of shearing competitions, and it grew from that. And all of a sudden, that Federated Farmers were, of course, 50% ownership of it, if you like, or members. So it went from strength to strength, and I think possibly it was nationwide. People came from far afield to it in them days. When you look back at the old numbers of people coming across from the South Island, huge. But I think possibly it was a new innovation to have a professional, and Golden Shears were really the first to start off, shall we say, a professional competition, doing things right to the book as such. And more or less today, it's right to the book at Golden Shears after 60 years. It moved in 61 to be in the stadium. Yeah, they had the shearing in front of the Queen and Prince Philip in the hut. That was a demonstration. And then after that, it was in the stadium when it was on TV, and people sat in the swimming baths and watched it on TV. Goodness me, yeah. And everyone was smoking, not everyone, but a big number were smoking in there, and there was smoke everywhere and the smell of sheep and that in the stadium, but they came back next year and the next year. But it just sort of revolutionised the shearing world. Godfrey was a big help. Godfrey did commentaries on the radio on the first few years, live commentaries of all the heats on radio. When you were out in the farm or wherever, you turned into 2ZB as it was, or 2XB, and I think in them days, you turned on to the radio, and you would say he was up to heat such and such, and he mentioned the ones in that heat, which it was great, really. The volunteers there put in, and they built, with the help of Rig Shoki, built the shearing board, and it was much bigger, the stadium, because we judged the sheep outside then, so there was more seating. I think the figures of 2,100 seating at the stadium in them days, whereas today it's a lot less. But the sheep was something that was provided voluntary by everyone, and it was a voluntary service. Many outfits in the town volunteered their services, but in them days there was 60 million sheep, 70 million. There's half that today, so there's half the competitors. I had a bit to do with quite a few things, and the sheep that were supplied by a farmer were prepared days or weeks before. They cleaned the crutch out and selected them, and they were kept separate. And this farmer had two lots of sheep, ones that weren't prepared, and some shearing gang went out there to shear some sheep. They were sent out there and actually shore the sheep that were supposed to come into Golden Shears, which caused a bit of a kerfuffle, but never mind. It all worked out in the end. There was a stage there where the door came open in a wool shed, and the sheep got out, and it was pouring with rain, and the sheep got wet outside. The show still went on, and I can recall when we had 4 inches of rain, we couldn't get sheep in from the Wongahu, Malcolm Brown's farm, and the river had come up, they couldn't get the trucks in there. We knew that night at 6 o'clock, John Ramson was the sheep officer, and we rang around, and Massey Riverside had 600 sheep for shearers to practice on, trade shearers. So I rang Smith, the manager, and at 6 at night, and said, any chance of using those sheep? We had to prepare them. So we crutched them at 5 in the morning, and at 8 in the morning they were being shorn in the stadium. And it was pouring with rain. That's when we had 6 or 7 inches of rain. So the show carried on, even if the numbers were dropped back a little bit. And it's all about people packing in to help one another. There has been characters there at the shearing. There has been characters, and I suppose I tend to go back when they had bets on, and they had half a bottle of whiskey in the changing room, and they drank that before they got up there to see who was going to be first off, as such. They're much more stringent today, but in them days, it was, well, okay, people were getting up in bare feet. And today we've got the appropriate dress and what have you. Yeah, someone came into the stadium and said there's a sheep on the roundabout. That's only 15, 20 years back. Yeah, the door came open on the back of the truck and the sheep got out. And we've been bringing for years, merinos from the South Island, Alexandria, huge cost, just to put a special event on. And okay, they are the best and the finest wool from merinos in the world, merino sheep, so it's great having them on display as such. I think Blatchford was the show president, and he came in with a case of 6 flagons of beer. And we'd done such a good job, he came back with another 6. So we all slept in the sheep yards that night. But that was originally, to me, that was right at the beginning of the competition. There's such a change in the competition scene. Everyone who was there helping ended up being on Golden Shears. I wasn't on the committee until the mid-60s, but I was a volunteer as such, and I've been around now and I've been in New Zealand for 67 years. And when you get back to the UK, they'll see you're a colonial, aren't you? Yeah. They were allowed alcohol if you had a keg of beer or whatever there for lunchtime, and they filled themselves up on a bit of a beer, and then they're expected to get back on the shearing board and judge at the competition. Doesn't happen today. It's more stringent today, which is good.
Property. It's one of the most fiercely competitive markets in New Zealand. And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition. We pride ourselves on being better, on doing our best to build on our hard-earned reputation every day. We're New Zealand's largest full-service real estate brokerage. We work across residential, commercial, rural and business sales, property management, leasing, renting and more. So our ability to connect New Zealanders to each other, to opportunities, is second to none. Since 1999, we've had a dedicated team of country experts whose skills and know-how have made us leaders in the field. We represent every sector of the rural landscape, from large-scale farms, stations, forestry, vineyards and specialty rural properties to lifestyle blocks and homes in the country. And we treat every single one with our legendary professionalism and integrity, whatever the scale. Over time, our country team has formed strong links within rural communities, supporting many charitable organisations, schools, sports teams and events across the country. You'll find us in all major cities, provincial towns and regions from the far north to the deep south. All of our agents have a passion and a knowledge for their local region. They collaborate with other agents and officers and support staff from the wider business to attract more sellers, to bring in more buyers and to close more deals for our clients. No one knows this market quite like us. We go above and beyond, time after time, day after day, year after year, to achieve the best possible result for our clients. Importantly, the team is also backed by comprehensive market research, a highly effective auctions team and valuable marketing tools like Country Magazine. That's why we're the nation's #1 rural real estate brand. Bailey's Country. We're altogether better.
I'm here with Alan from Trust House at the Grill Solway Park, one of the many venues owned by Trust House. Alan, tell us about some of the amazing other venues that contribute back to the community by being part of the Trust House family.
We have a number of businesses throughout the region. We have the Flax and Flaxmere up in Hawke's Bay. In Pahiatua, we have the Post Office Hotel. Here in Masterton, we have the Farrier's Bar and Eatery. We also have Jackson Street Bar and Kurapuni Tavern and TAB, as well as of course the famous Apache Jack's restaurant. Here today we're in the very famous flagship of Trust House, the Copthorne Resort, Solway Park. In South Wairarapa we have the Pukimano Bar and Bottle O, and we also have the E10 restaurant in Martinborough. In Purirua we have Legend Sports Bars, and we also have some gaming interests in Tawa as well.
And it's not just venues and hospitality. What other community assets does Trust House own?
Yeah, we also own a renewable energy programme over in Kurarau and with the Wairarapa, and that's a Kurarau hydro scheme.
I had no idea Trust House was behind that. So how does the community benefit?
In so many ways. We provide employment and training for over 200 staff. And of course, all the surplus profits that Trust House generates goes back to the communities in which we trade.
So when you're supporting a Trust House venue, you really are directly supporting your community. Cheers.
Cheers, mate.
They wanted a bit more entertainment, so we had art competitions, maker models, all these sort of things, but that was only Wairarapa. In the Wairarapa, it wasn't getting out. And somebody said, there's a Miss Golden Shears, there's a Miss New Zealand thing. What would be the possibility of getting a girl in that? Because we didn't have a Miss Wairarapa and everybody else had these things. Anyway, at one young farmers meeting, I remember we discussed it, and Alan Williams and I put our hands up and said, we'll see what we can do about it. Well, who do you go to see about it? There was a lady that lived down the Te Parai Road that happened to know a little bit about Miss Golden Shears, about Miss New Zealand contest, because she'd been a Miss New Zealand. So we went down and saw Gay this night, Ellen and I, and she looked at us and she said, I'm not too sure about this, she said. You're trying to chew a big one off here. And we knew ourselves that we couldn't do it. But she was pretty well in with the Browns and everything else. And she rang us up a couple of months later and said, yes, they're willing to give you a go. What we wanted, we didn't want a Miss Wairarapa, we wanted a Miss Golden Shears, and by this time TV was the in thing. And I mean, if we could get a Miss Golden Shears, one of those 12 or 14 girls walking across the stage, where the hell's this Miss Golden Shears come from? That's what we looked at. And they said, oh, well, give it a go. So we had eliminations that first year. And I think Murray will agree with me here that Les Field had a big put into that first year. In fact, he landed up marrying one of the contestants that year, or a year or so later. That was number one, the luck we had. The second one was once it came up, everybody said, well, you know, what the hell are they going to get? You know, bloody some stupid woolhandling girls or something. Well, we put a line-up of about 12 girls there, and the winner of that competition went on to be runner-up for Miss New Zealand that particular year, and that was our big thing. I think if we hadn't have done well in that first couple of years, they'd have probably come to us and said, well, look, we're not too well. And that was 1971, and Janine Morales got runner-up, and I've heard from one or two since then that they believe that perhaps she should have won it, to be quite honest, that year. So that set us up for the next 19 years of Miss Golden Shears. Wool, believe it or not, in those days, wool was actually worth some money. And so you grew wool right down to, and if you could get it growing out their nostrils, well, you did that too. And we wonder why it perhaps took 21 minutes to shear those sheep. When I first got involved, really got involved, was in 65. I've been involved a little bit with young farmers. It was the wet year 65, but I can remember Alan Precious said that he came down to shear in the seniors in 1965, and there were 262, I think, senior shearers. In 1965, we had the perfect farmer's autumn. The Thursday before Golden Shears, it started to rain, beautiful drizzly rain, and it just kept raining and raining. And by Sunday night, I think the one or two of the people from the hierarchy were getting a little concerned. And on Wednesday morning, to my knowledge, and I'm sure Laurie will stop me if I'm wrong here, but it's the only time that we've shorn real wet sheep at Golden Shears. They were wet, and that's when I really perhaps got quite involved with Golden Shears. I went in on the Wednesday morning to see what was going on in there, to see how they were handling these wet sheep, and there was one of the committee members, a chap by the name of Brian Newton, said, what are you doing in here? And I said, well, I've just come to see how you're handling the situation. He said, I've got a job for you. And I spent the next 3 days down at the showgrounds, and what they did was bring wet sheep in, and when I mean they were wet sheep in there, and we put them under the showgrounds. Unfortunately, it was an easterly, there was no wind, so they came in there saturated, and 6 hours later we put them on the truck to send them to the stadium, and they were still 80% wet. And all that wool went straight to Borthwick's. However, we were lucky enough on the Friday afternoon, it did clear. That was, 8 days after it had started. and I managed to get some of them out into the paddock. So for the open quarters, we didn't have top 30 in those days, the open quarters, that Friday night or whenever it was, they had, the wool was still, I think the outside was probably dryish, and by Saturday they were dry enough to thing, but those first Wednesday and Thursday and Friday morning, the sheep were very, very wet. I said, what are you going to do with these? So what I was doing was putting 3 in a pen, and it had been all right if it had been a lot of in the sheep pens, and it'd been all right if it had been a good breeze, but there was no breeze or anything. So we're putting them in there, and 6 hours later I was taking them out. And on Thursday morning, they brought a grain dryer down from Palmerston North. And if any of you know, well, you all know the showgrounds reasonably well, and we blocked the, we shifted a small mob of about 100 and put them in between the cattle pens where they keep the cattle there, and blocked the end up and put them there and put the blower on them. And I don't know why somebody hadn't thought of this before, to be quite honest. Fantastic. They turned the blower off after 1 minute, and looked, and all these lovely white sheep had gone black. Well, I mean, all it did was just blow the dust into the... Well, that wasn't very successful. That afternoon they put some on a truck and took them down to the aerodrome and back the aerodrome in behind an aeroplane, but that didn't really... I mean, you can imagine trying to get sheep dry, that didn't work either, really. So they did their best, but it was a pretty hopeless cause. The people, and I'd just like to reiterate what Edwin and Laurie said, the people that set that up initially had great forethought. I mean, the complex of the thing has changed a little bit, but I mean, very, very little. You tell me any other thing that's only changed 20%.
I'm here with Alan from Trust House, outside one of the newest houses that Trust House provides in the community. Alan, tell us about the Trust House Affordable Housing Program.
Well, thanks, Brent. Trust House provides affordable rental accommodation for people in our community most in need. We provide rental accommodation in the Tararua and Wairarapa regions.
It sounds like something the government's been trying to do. How do you work with government agencies?
Interestingly, Trust House was the first fully registered community housing provider in New Zealand back in 2015, and we've been working very closely with the government around many of the community housing initiatives to make sure that the houses that we provide for the people in our community are warm, safe and dry.
And what are your future plans for community housing?
Yeah, we would like to expand the social housing portfolio that we currently have, but probably more importantly, what we would like to do is make sure that the houses that we currently have are fit for purpose for all of the members of our community, and that we're continually redeveloping and refurbishing the properties that we've got.
And how can people find out more information about community housing that Trust House provides?
People go onto the Trust House website, trusthouse.co.nz. All of the information on Trust House rental accommodation and the people to contact is readily available on there.
the Friday evening session of the 2020 Golden Shears right here in Masterton, New Zealand. Tēnā koutou everybody, welcome back. It's been a full-on day, and I've got one of the commentators here to help fill us in on a debrief of the day. Toma, how's it been from you and the commentators team?
Well, from 7:45 this morning we cranked into it with the open Woolhandling. We had an amazing amount of entries. We've had a couple of finals. We've had the junior shearing final and the intermediate final. We've got our wool pressing. Our wool pressing has gone for 2 days. Usually it's a one-day thing, and there's just been that many entries. It's been two, Mavis. And tonight we've got our top 30, and that's going to be amazing. We've got some wonderful shearers, some wonderful entertainment coming up this evening. You don't want to miss it.
That's right. So we're starting off, though, the evening tonight, and this has turned into quite a big deal, hasn't it? The pressing final on stage at the front of the stadium.
It most certainly has. Usually the pressing is down the back of the pavilion, but tonight it's up on the board, up where the shearing and the wool handling is. It's really exciting. Everyone's just down there starting to take their seats now. Mavis, I'm so pumped about it. Let's go.
No, it's been a great day, and one of the things that I think has been really great is having all these past champions out here mixing and mingling with these young ones, you know, passing on words of wisdom, giving them the eyebrow salute, and just really being part of the environment, part of the vibe. So you're quite right, it's going to be quite an evening tonight. But I do want to just emphasise that not only have we got the pressing and the top 30, which will be super duper hyped, but we've got the Australian, New Zealand, Trans-Tasman wool handling test.
Oh, I love beating the Aussies, but they've been very, very strong these last few years, so I'm not as cocky as I usually am, but I'm
that's
still
not
backing.
like you, Tom.
No, but I'm still backing our team. Come on, the Kiwis.
Yeah, that's right. And there's a great contingent of Australians here this evening. So tonight's shaping up to be a relatively cool night. There's going to be entertainment, as there always is. Friday night is our entertainment, our variety night. So we mix it up quite a bit with the shearing, the wool handling, the pressing, and just some sounds to get everybody rocking along.
Yeah, well, there's a few beverages going to be sunken in the next sort of 3 hours, Mavis, and I wish I was one of them, but I'll wait till later.
Yes, it's good to abstain, Toma. Not a bad thing, not a bad thing. But Masterton is full. There's people everywhere, competitors, family, friends, and just people coming along to have a look for the first time. So if this is your first time on the World Wide Web viewing the Golden Shears, please enjoy it, have a great time, provide us with some feedback, but most of all, just enjoy and appreciate the athletes that we have in this sector. So for that, let's let Toma go. He's got to head off and do some work. We'll talk to you soon.
Kia ora. Beautiful.
Couple of you are gonna be smashing, for I'll leave this town.
Okay, well, I've shovelled Tummer out the door to go and prepare himself for the evening, and really pleased, Hugh McCarroll, to welcome you to the green room. I don't want to sort of overstate your contribution to Shearing, but it certainly has been extensive. And then this afternoon to win the Evergreen's title, Grade 3, and I want you to explain to everybody what that means, has been absolutely well-deserved. So, Hugh McCarroll, have a chat to our global audience.
Thank you, Mavis. Yeah, I was very fortunate enough to win the Evergreen's Grade 3, did you call it? 76 years and over this morning. Huge thrill, and the lovely part about it for me was that my family all came down for the event.
Nice.
But that put a bit of pressure on.
No pressure, Hugh.
Came down to have a look and see what it was all about, and it was fantastic having Snow Harrison in that. Competing tonight, because Snow Harrison competed in that 1961 final, and
he did.
Came sixth. To have him at 86 years old still competing today was fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, both of you. Look, I have to explain to the audience. If you saw us trying to stifle a smile, Hugh's family all came, put their noses up to the window, the screen, and we're doing that. You didn't see them.
Oh, yeah, I saw, but I didn't see who it was.
That's all your lot, Hugh.
I see.
Yeah, they were so proud of you. So you've been here since the beginning, you and Snow. What a great legacy for Golden Shears to have you both here. But tell me, what's been the biggest shift that you've seen, or what are some of the real quantum shifts?
Well, I'm not sure that there's been any quantum shifts, really. I think it's been just a gradual evolvement and refinements made. I mean, those first few years, I mean, the stadium is still the same stadium, same size pretty much. The conformation of the stadium is still much the same, and it's just been the refinements and more professional, I think, probably. Competitors have become more professional, and some of the things that happened in those early days you probably don't see happen nowadays.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm not sure. Not altogether a bad thing, but some of it was quite funny, really, but yeah.
What's your funniest story, Hugh? I'm going to put you on the mat now.
Yeah. Well, I was just relating one this afternoon, telling our friends who brought us down, David and Carol Hodge, about... I first started judging in 1983, and in those days, wives and all came with the judges, and there was a heap of judges, and you had rest times, and you could you had periods when you weren't judging, so you could go and have a rest if you wanted to, or go and do something else. And we were staying it was in the Empire Hotel in those days where they kept the judges, and we were staying in this, we were in this room, Biddy and I, my wife, and in this room in the Empire, and I came back to the Empire this afternoon. I thought, I'll have a bit of a lie down, have a bit of a rest. You know, it's been pretty strenuous, this judging. And,
yes.
And Biddy was up to town shopping, as she's well known for, and I didn't have the key, and I couldn't get into the room. But you could go out onto the fire escape, and they had those windows with the weights on the sides that you could lift up and get into your room. So I duly went out to the fire escape and lifted this window up and into the room, and it was the wrong room. It was Alistair Keown's, one of the other judges' room. And he was there having a rest as well. So we had a bit of a chat and passed the time of day, and then I came back out the window and back along to my room, which I knew was next door, and I went. So I lie down, and I must have gone to sleep. But anyway, later on when we get together afterwards, Alistair says to me, put me in a bit of a spot. He said he got a knock on the door shortly afterwards, and he said, "Who's there?" "Police." And so he said, he thought, "Oh no, this is some of these other judges having me on." So he just said, "Yeah, just go away." And they persisted, and finally he told them in probably his best French vernacular to leave. But they persevered, and finally he had to let them in, and it was the police. And behind the building, the fire escape, was a big car park, and across the other side of the car park, I think, were council buildings or something, and someone had seen this guy come along the fire escape in the window, then come back out again and go along in the next window. And they thought this was suspicious, so...
that is a story, Hugh McCarroll.
Yeah,
Mr. Goody Good, totally you are, to be sharing that with us. All those team members that you've been the manager of over the years will take great delight in giving you a bit of stick about that, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Hey Hugh, it's been lovely to have you here. So the 60th birthday though, let's just round it off. How do you feel this has all gone?
Oh, this is fantastic. It's a fantastic... I was very fortunate the other day, did a program with Project about Golden Shears, and I was able to tell them, you know, what a fantastic show. This is probably the greatest shearing show in the world, and I've been to plenty. To stand the test at the time like they have, you know, really is a fantastic achievement, and to catch up with, you know, a lot of these guys that are, you know, the camaraderie and everything's tremendous. And, so, and to have my family here for this event and to win it was, you know, just the icing on the cake.
Pretty special. And Hugh, you know, really, I can't let you finish off without some mention about Biddy.
Well, she's been an enormous support, and some of it, sometimes she's not that positive about something because she gets a bit sick of it all, but she has supported me tremendously over time. In fact, in the lead up to this shearing event today, I've been over to the farm. My son-in-law and daughter Gillian are their farm, and shorn a few sheep, and on a couple of occasions she's had to come and be the fleecer.
Oh, good for her. She would have loved that.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
but
you know.
Yeah, no, I can't say enough about that. But,
no.
And she tells me this is the last one, so...
oh, who's the boss round there?
Yeah.
Hey?
Yeah.
You or her?
You know.
Come on, Biddy.
No, she's pretty assertive.
Gee, I can vouch for that.
Yeah.
I can vouch for that. Yeah. Hey, Hugh, again, congratulations on that win. It certainly wasn't an easy win. You had to work for that.
I sure did, yeah.
You sure did. And you did it well. But again, on behalf of Golden Shears, on behalf of Sam and his team, you know, I just want to say to you, thank you so much for the support that you give to not just Golden Shears, but the industry as a whole. It's an outstanding record of service, Hugh, so we're very proud of you and we're very pleased to have you here. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that very much. Thanks, Mavis.
No worries. Thank you.
Yep.
Testing 1, 2. If we could have our...
Hello. Can we have the pressing peers finalists down here to the commentators table, please? The pressing peers finalists. Thank you.
Vinny and Jeremy Goodyear. Vinny and Jeremy Goodyear. We need you guys to report in. Vinny and Jeremy Goodyear. Vinny and Jeremy Goodyear. Can you guys report to the commentator's desk, please? Vinny and Jeremy Goodyear.
I want you to sing out to me. Ready to go.
And that's why we at Bailey's continue to work to rise above the competition.
Let's hear you sing them all. Well, I teach them the Reds game. I'm down in the hollow.
Okay, so countdown really is on, Doug. The lights are going down, the music's still raging out there, but people are starting to get ready for the start of the program proper. But I thought it'd be quite good to just have a recap of a few things of the day with you. You're our stats man.
Yeah, well, exactly. We've got a sort of underway with some of the bigger titles quite early. We actually had the junior and intermediate shearing finals today, as well as the junior Woolhandling. They're usually held on the Saturday.
Yeah.
Of course, in the junior one, we saw the two Welshmen there, first and second, Alice Rees and Sam Jones.
Yes.
I'm sure they'll be drinking that one back home pretty heavily for the next few days, and just whether they'll get another one here, I'm not too sure. And then, of course, there was Tiana Phillips with that very emotional win in the junior Woolhandling.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, and then we had guys like Hugh McCarroll, you know,
Yeah,
Golden Shears title in the over 76s this year. That's 53 years or something like that since he won his intermediate title here. I don't think we'll ever see someone winning Golden Shears title with it.
Yeah, that's right. So look, Doug, I know that they're ready to move out there. Maybe we come back sometime soon, but let's go back to the stadium so that they can begin proper.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Everyone, my name is Kieran McAnulty and it is my absolute pleasure to be your MC this evening, the Friday night of the 60th Golden Shears. To all of you here tonight, to our sponsors and to the tens of thousands watching around the world, no mai haere mai ki te whakaoreore, welcome to Masterton. Are you ready for some shearing? Every single year in the last 60 years, the Golden Shears has improved in the entertainment that we give you. And tonight is no different. We have the team, the peers, the wool pressing, where they try and get 170 kgs into this fadge as quick as possible. It is not easy. Then we have the top 30, the 30 best shearers in the world vying for a place in tomorrow's semi-final, with an eye to going to tomorrow night's final. Then the Trans-Tasman Woolhandling Test, which New Zealand has won here at the Golden Shears every year since 2016. Can Australia do it tonight?
There's one bloke down here that thinks they can. We'll have to wait and see. And then a very special treat. Some blade shearing. The way they used to do it back in the day. All of this is before you tonight. So before I hand over to our commentators, I just want to point out, please make note of the fire exits. In the event of an emergency, follow the instructions of the wardens. But now it's time to sit back, relax, and enjoy the Friday night of the 60th Golden Shears. And to take you through the night, our commentators for the evening, Tuma Mullins and Gerald Spain.
So just while Tuma and Gerald are getting themselves organised, please, just a couple of announcements. The competitors that will compete in the Women's Shearing Invitation are Emily Welsh, Laura Bradley, Sarah Higgins, Pagan Karodia, Emily Tekapa and Catherine Maluli. That'll take place tomorrow, so those competitors just need to be aware of that. And these other competitors need to be aware of other teams. Mary Pakeha team is Martini Mason, Ricky Stevens, Conan Tekini, Jacob Moore, Alex Smith, Tristan Mackay. So those competitors will compete in the Māori Pakeha team tomorrow. And the Tui Invitation team tomorrow is Tyson Hemmer, Darren Alexander, Tegwin Bradley, DJ Crawford, Robert Mudgeway and Dean Hurley. So all those competitors need to be aware that they're in those teams. That would be great. And just to be here on time, check your program. So Gerald Spain, Tuma Mullins, take it away, boys.
Well, kia ora everybody. Welcome to Masterton. We're going to have a hell of a show tonight for you. My name is Tuma Mullins. This is my co-commentator, Gerald Spain.
Thanks very much, Tuma. Here I'm from the deep south, so it's an absolute pleasure to come up here once again to do the Golden Shears. We've had a mighty program, haven't we? It's, of course, the 60th year. You'll be aware of that. And by jolly, that's rattled some cages. We have had people arrive from all corners of New Zealand as well as the globe. Something a wee bit new, okay? Normally we have pressing up here, and the pressing is the individual means. This year, the committee's decided to lift the ante, okay? We're going to have some pressing, as you're well aware, but it's going to be the peers, okay? So it happens really quick. There's two of them going. Now, it just so happens, I'll welcome them up down the middle, and they'll take their press when they get up here, and they'll be aware, but let's bring them down. So, from Masterton, ladies and gentlemen, they have battled hard to get here. Joe Gordon and Adam Gordon, ladies and gentlemen. Give them a super round of applause. They make their way up. Well done, guys. They were in the final last year too, folks. And from Masterton, your defending champions, Jeremy Goodger and Vinny Goodger. Give it up for them, please, ladies and gentlemen, your defending champions. So they're just going to get themselves prepared and organised. I've noticed, okay, and it's a very good reason, and this is new to me. See these wee things down here I'm just kicking? That's some brakes, okay? That's how fast and furious this gets, folks, okay? They have stapled those presses to the board. There could be like a little bit of rugby going on, okay? We haven't got a lot of room to move. And we're aiming for a 170 kg bale. That takes a fair bit of pressing. I can tell you that. I'd like to say a big welcome to Carl Cox and Peter Cox. You've upped it. 180 kgs, are we going to fit that in here? No wonder you've strapped these down. Right, let's just get that clear. 180, Gordon boys, 180. 180 kgs, that is the most we've done for the last 2 days. 180, fellas? No, didn't even flinch, did they? 180. Saying it 3 or 4 times because I'm a wee bit surprised myself. I've seen these presses bursting with 160, 170. Okay, are you ready? You want some action? You right, fellas? Presses, on your marks. Get set, go. All right, here you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be very, very difficult. 2 Masterton sets of teams, 2 brothers, okay, sets of teams. So instinctively, you'll see this. Instinctively, they know where each other are. They don't have to talk to each other. They're bloodline. Okay, you'll just naturally do this. I'll naturally know where you are. And that's how it's going to unfold. So these are some of the exciting things. Of course, Vinny goes for the wool. Why would he do that? Because look at the size of his arms. He has a massive big wingspan. And he starts loading that press up. These boys are really, really quick. Jeremy Goodger, he's putting in the capless pack there. One step for Vinny. Just smoke that. Those young fellas over there, here we go. That was a super, super handful there by Joe. Oh, Jeremy says, I've been missing the limelight. He is back. One little hop and into the press he goes. How many armfuls did he put in there? Just the one, folks, okay? And he was already onto the tramp. There's Adam, there's Joseph. They're loading up both sides at the same time. Up goes Adam. Joe said, come on, young fella, get in there. You're my older brother, you heap some power in there. Get those legs going. They've got to squash the corners, okay? They've got to get those corners down because that bale has to sit on its own when it's pulled out later on. At 180 kgs, it's going to sit there, all right? It's not going to go far. And you're going to need 2 people to pull this baby down. No doubt about that. So here we go. Over there, it's still Adam in the press, and he is not just tramping it and stepping up and down on it. He is pouncing on it, okay? A big pouncer. See that? Up on the frame, down we go. Up on the frame, down we go. You got to drive it in there. Here we go. The crochet needles are out. The knitting needles are out. Start the big motor. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause. That's worth a round of applause. Look at that. There's lots of Ks there. Lots of Ks. What you can do, I can do the same, Jeremy. That's what Joe's thinking. Here goes the youngster. The power, the brute strength, and that's a super handful as well. The Gordon boys, the Gooches. A replay of last year's final. Now, what's happening time-wise? It's 1 point every 20 seconds, folks. So the person that's going to be off here first, they're going to save the time points. What are these judges that I welcomed up before, what are they doing? Well, they're looking for safety aspects of the pressing, okay? So these presses will have longevity in the industry, and technique, and lots of other little things that are happening around the place. And then we have the weight of the bale, okay? They've got to try to get to 170 kgs. How do they know that? They know it by under their feet, because they do this all the time, okay? They're pressing bales day in, day out. They get the feel of the bounce of the wool, and all wool is different on how much it will spring back to you. Does it suck much energy out of you? It sucks heaps out of you, okay? It's like running up a sand dune, that soft, runny sort of sand where it just keeps on falling away from you, and you're feeling like a little cartoon character, and it just sucks the life out of your legs. That's what happens when you're squashing all this wool in here. 180 kgs of it. That is smoking them. Obviously, you haven't had a lot of beer just yet or wine. This is not going to go that long, ladies and gentlemen. So you're from Masterton. We've got 2 teams from Masterton. This is just about as good as it gets, ladies and gentlemen. Hometown brothers, sets of brothers. Right, they spin that round. They decided there was enough in there. The other backup they have, or feather in their cap, is whoever winds that box up, plan B says, yes, I think we have got X amount of kgs in there. If not, you'll see them stuffing another couple of handfuls in, because they've got to be really close to this target, okay? If they think there's too much, they'll pull a little bit out. I said they won't talk to each other, but they are. He said, hey, bro, you're going pretty well. Right, what are the Gordon boys? They're going to do the big wind-up soon too. Joe says we need to get this pack down as far as we can. I'm going to jump on it. Clean up round the edges. Adam says we just need a wee bit more in there. It's 180. It took a lot of power and a lot of energy to get 170 during the semi-finals. It's 180. Just keep stamping on her, bro. That's what we want. They're on the wind-up. But hey, we've got the crank down now. Look at Vinny. Oh, she's 180 kgs, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased the whine and the two-e's are starting to take effect. So they should. It's time to be noisy. This is when they're really strong, okay? They need to really fire up those muscles, those fast twitch muscles, the, the endurance. They've got to have a tremendous endurance to keep on doing this. There's the stuff that I was talking about earlier, folks. They've decided, the Gordon boys have decided there's not enough in there. They need more weight, so they're filling that gap. That's what I spoke of. The plan B is, what does it feel like when we wind that top box up? Plan C is, go as fast as you can, because the Goodyear boys have hit the front big time. Any time for encouragement for the Gordon brothers would be appreciated. That's what we like. The pins have got to come out. We can't press them. Running time. Won't be much. Right. Jeremy's got to get those pins in. There's little grooves on that cap there. They slide those pins through them. If you haven't done it correct at this stage, those pins don't go through too easy. There's too much wool around the place, okay? So you've got to push and shove and carry on like a mad thing trying to get them through. You'll see here. Here we go. The Gordon boys are into it. We've got the young, fired, full of adrenaline, full of testosterone, Joe and Adam. Hey, ho, ho. That's what we like. Stay with it. Stay with them. Stay with them. Stay with them. That's it. Stay with them. This is their hour in need, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Oh, he's talking. Don't be so greedy, brother. Slow it down. Get it down to one click. He's saying, no way. We've got 600 or 800 people in here. Time to show off. Time to do a wee bit of hot dogging. He's thinking, hey, we'll drive for glory and we'll putt for gold. Just the nice short ones will do. Meanwhile, over here, under the radar, the Goodyears, once again defending champions, clipping up, just doing what's required. The top box is saying, holy smoke, I can hardly get off there. There's only holding about 2 or 3 inches holding me down. There we go. Jeremy said, that's good. Vinny says, I'll tidy up these corners. Presentation is, you can lose points for that, and you don't want to be losing points. Nice, good square bow. Here we go. It's claybird shooting time. Boom. Boom. Holy, they are tight. That's the hardest I've seen. That's why they strapped it down, folks. Here. He says, make some room. They would improvise because they are very skilled. They have done this a lot. They never panic. Doesn't matter what's happening. Jeremy Goodyear, Vinny Goodyear have put their hands in the air, ladies and gentlemen, and they deserve that round of applause. Peter Cox has a bit of a look round, says, oh, good housekeeping, boys. Right, the youngsters over here. Come on. Joseph said, get out of my way. Brother, you're starting to run out a bit of sting. Get on to light duties. Get the broom in your hand. This is where you've got to let the brakes off. They might take a shortcut here to catch up time. Are they going to do it? No, they're going to let a bit of pressure off. They're thinking, we're going to do a shortcut at 180 kgs. We're going to have a rope flying all over the outfit. They let her go now. It has a huge desire to come out of there. Great thing, the old Shearing and Woolhandling and pressing family. They're getting encouragement here, folks, from the Goodyears. Come on, boys. You can do it. Stay with it. Stay with it, boys. So what they've done here, because it's... See how they've swung those pins under the frame, okay? That is because that wool is screaming to get out of there. There's a lot of pressure. And wool packs are tough, okay? They are part of our sponsors. This is a Farmlands Woolpacks New Zealand sponsored event, and they have sponsored this for a lot of years. They are a long-serving sponsor here at the Golden Shears. And it tests the packs out, all right? And it can start ripping, so they lock it down, because 180 is a lot. The other thing that Farmlands and Woolpacks New Zealand have done is we had the novice, started with last year, the inaugural year for that, novice pressing, to get these youngsters involved. And they just took that on, said, yeah, we'll do that as well. So they do all the pressing right through. Pairs, singles, novice, ladies, the whole shooting box. They're a major sponsor here and we appreciate it immensely. Right, back to the pressing now. He's locking her up with these staples. Once again, claybird shooting, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to have a go, now's a good time. Well, I think we'll go for a bit of a double rise. Boom, boom. Come on, we want a boom, boom, madam. It's Joe in there. They're starting to look like brothers now, all right? I'm getting them mixed up. Both getting a bit red, a bit sweaty. Tidying up the corners. Time points, 1 point every 20 seconds. Bale weights, I'll cover that in a wee minute. All right, you've had half more can, another half a glass of wine. Let it go. Let it go. Joe said, have you branded the bale? Oh yeah, oh yeah. He said, I've done that. They'll go and shake hands as they would. They've done battle. It's like a good game of rugby. It's over and done and finished. Now, some of the other aspects, before you do a bit of a weigh up, they've got to brand the bale, okay? It has to be nice and neat and tidy and has to be exactly the same as the brand itself. So this is Golden Shears A2/S 2020. If that's not correct, right down to the dot, they'll lose points. If they don't do it at all, of course, no one knows where the bale belongs when it turns up to the wool store. It can end up in my bank instead of someone else's. And that's okay, but not ideal for the farmer that's lost out. Right, we've got to get underway because Alan Pritchard's saying get these bales on here and see what's going on. I did a wee book on body language and I got a reading there. Did anyone else get that? Come on, Gerald. Stop telling stories and get on with it, please. We're looking for 180. Looking for 180, which is absolutely perfect. And Vinny Goodger and Jeremy Goodger, 181. $181. 1 out over 100 is 1%. That is probably 0.3% out. That is one handful of wool. I mean a handful, not an armful, a handful. Oh, the youth of it. Looking for 180, 187.5. They're strong, they're young, and they're fired up. Right, she's up to the judges now. There's more to it than that, of course. If the bale was heavier than it needs to be, you lose points, but less than if it's light, all right? Because there's less work to get a light bale than a heavier bale. So that's how it sort of rolls. Well done, Vinny. Well done, Jeremy. Well done, Adam. And well done, Joe. Good work. Give them a super round of applause as they go and towel off, ladies and gentlemen, and grab a cold shower. On that note, sit back.
Well, that was a pressing final to blink and scare the pants off you, Doug.
Indeed, these guys are the unsung heroes of the industry in many ways. I've worked in that job many, many years ago. I can only just remember it, of course, but yeah, no. There's the wall stacked up there.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, that 180 weight is probably a lot more closer to industry practice. And, you know, they've often had weights here of 150, 160, but to take it to 180 in that pairs, I thought was pretty fantastic. And how cool, two sets of brothers, the Goodger boys and then the Gordon boys. So we'll await what those results are. But Doug, we were going to talk a little bit earlier about a bit of a recap of the day today.
Yeah, indeed. We didn't quite get to the veterans, of course. We had, as I did mention that Hugh McCarroll had won the over 76s, 53 years after he won the intermediate title here. So it's a pretty good span. We had Peter McCabe, another one from Bay of Plenty. Interesting, we had those two guys from Bay of Plenty where there's not a lot of sheep around Tauranga anymore. But Peter won the, was it 66 to 75 years. And Dave Brooker, who's the current manager of the New Zealand Trans-Tasman team. You'll see him up there tonight with the Woolhandling team after the test match. He won the 55 to 65 age group.
Yeah, no, so that was a pretty cool recap of the Evergreens. We had Rose Puha, who won the Woolhandling, and then we were privileged enough to have Hugh come into the stadium, into the green room here, and give us a chat about, you know, some of the memories he had and how wonderful it is to have his whole family here this evening. So it's kind of nice to be able to park that now, Doug. And it's about heading into the oh, sorry.
Heading into the top 30 shootout. There's a big feature of the Friday night for the last, God knows how many years now. Well, 5 heats, 6 people in each heat. It's only decided on the points once they're all added up at the end, so it doesn't mean the winner of each heat, for example, goes through or anything like that. We see from the qualifiers today during the heats, there were 87 took part in the heats.
Wow.
During the day, excellent number, one of the best numbers for many years. And of course, man out in front, Rolly Smith, you know, paying $1.16 at the TOB, and they appear to have that right on the button at the moment. 2 points clear at the top of the table from the heats, just almost in another class. That word has been used a few times today. It's interesting to note that out of the competitors to shore, there were, I think, 13 that have been to that final before. There was only a couple of them that have missed out qualifying in that top 30 at this stage. We've got all of the winners of the last decade back to when Cam Ferguson won it in 2010, but of course Cam isn't here. But basically there's 4 previous winners of the Golden Shears Open Championship out there giving it a crack at the moment.
Doug, is there any surprises or any surprise miss-outs? Because, I mean, you know, sometimes that's where the biggest shock kind of comes from. Oh, my goodness, so-and-so missed out.
No, at the end of the day, there's some very good shearers that you might say are in the top 50 in the world. Some very good ones that have missed out, but basically all the current form guys. I guess there's one that's been in the final 2 or 3 times in just recent years, Murray Henderson, but then he hasn't been doing a lot of shearing at all.
No.
And he did make a final at the weekend, and it, without being too unkind, it did show that he hadn't done a lot of shearing lately. So, I mean, I guess on that basis it wasn't a surprise to see him not make it, but as we know, Murray's a very consistent shearer and one of those sort of guys that could pop up at any time. Like so many of these other characters, very few wins outside of the top 4 or 5 guys in the country. There are guys doing enormous miles every summer, knowing that really they're more looking for someone to miss out on the day than their own form. They can shear as well as they can, but there are times they're still not going to win. Yeah,
and I guess that's just a repeat of where we've been too. I mean, I remember when David Fagan kind of really, or Sir David, really dominated the circuit, and, you know, you turned up hoping that he would make a mistake rather than anything else. So, you know, it's interesting, isn't it, how it all works around again.
Yeah, indeed. I did a bit of a calculation the other day. Amongst the top 4 guys in terms of number of wins around the country at the moment, there's about 320 odd wins in open competition. If you think that these guys, top guys, do about 25 competitions in a summer, that's sort of 13 and a half years of wins in those top competitions between them. So it doesn't leave a lot of room for anybody else.
No, some great stats there, Doug. And did we have many women coming through these open grade at all?
No, we've had obviously Emily Welsh shearing today.
Yeah.
But I think she was the only one shearing in the open heats today. Mainly, there's a few good ones that are performing well around the lower grades as they usually do.
Yes.
That standard is coming up every year, and we are going to see a woman probably, I would say, in the next 4 years or so, we are going to see someone break out of that grade and start being really competitive in the open grade.
Yeah, because there was some talk very earlier on about this is one of the few sports where women and men compete in the same class, if you like. There's no differentiation because, you know, with gender.
Yeah, indeed. And you're seeing people share records at the moment that are quite phenomenal. Tallies that would never have been dreamed of years ago. So you had Pauline Belay doing that record back in around Wairarapa in December, and the 4 stand later on in late January there, just phenomenal. Megan Whitehead doing over 600.
Yeah, and now I see we've got Marie Preble from the UK also planning a record. So, you know, it's all starting to become a little bit more normalised, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's where if you've got the ability and the speed and everything else, and you're starting to get the motivation, well, really the world is ultimately your oyster. If you've got the whole package together. We say here to win a Golden Shears Open final, you've got to have the whole package, the top 2 inches, everything you like to win that title, and then more and more people are switching on to that sort of factor.
Yeah, right. So as we wait now to the top 30, it doesn't look like it's too far away. Just want to remind people we've also got the Trans-Tasman test coming up, and Aussie's pretty competitive. We've got Aroha Garvin in there. She's been an outstanding competitor over the years, so looking forward to what that's going to bring as well. And then, of course, the blades. How wonderful to be able to have the blades on a Friday night here.
Exactly, and seeing the current world champion Alan Oldfield. We all know won that title in France, beat the Africans, which was a real big effort back in July.
Effort, yeah. Okay, Doug, thank you very much for giving us that bit of a rundown. I think let's join the stadium and see how it's all going to pan out down there.
Yeah, I'm sure the next hour or so will be really exciting.
Ka pai. Thank you.
Aloha.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the KTs. Give them another hand.
Oh, yeah.
Some little tackers in there. Hey, Gerald, can you do those moves?
What do you think? I think Toomey can. I can do a bit of a duck walk. That's as about as good as it gets, I think. The man from the deep south. I'm a bit conservative, a wee bit professional that way, really. A bit boring, probably, in a way, to be honest with you.
I reckon the Aussie team would be doing pretty good at that. The Aussie team. Then later on, they'll be coming on. We've got a Trans-Tasman test. You know how we hate losing to the Aussies, Gerald. But it's not going to happen, so we'll be fine.
Yeah. We like to be professional as commentators, but sometimes we have to lean a wee bit with our commentary to say, come on, you Kiwis, we're going to get these Aussies and give them a bit of a beating and send them home again. But plenty of action, of course. We've got the top 30 in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. And as Tuma said earlier today, we've got to cut that down to 12. So you've got to have your gear going well. You've got to have physically, mentally, you've got to be spot on, Tuma, eh?
I'm just looking at the food. Looks pretty good.
I think you dance well with some of those tinnies in you, mate, actually. I've got a strong feeling. I don't know you that well, but I reckon you'd be able to pull a couple of dabs off.
Okay, so we've got 5 heats for the Open Top 30. There's some huge names in there. There's a few names that didn't get through. But I tell you what, I think we're going for a bit of a blinder, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully you guys have got plenty to drink. These tables here are usually the worst. These tables here, or the wool buyers, they're usually the worst.
Might be too. We've been explaining the positiveness about wool, haven't we, early during today? The understanding of this incredible fibre that has all these positive things going for it. It's a tremendous insulator. It's a natural fibre. It's all these sorts of things.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the shearer is going to be coming up through the centre here, so if we can make a little bit of room for them. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please make a bit of noise as we bring on these shearers, these competitors, these titans. On stand number 6, we have Tor Henderson. Kaiwaka, ladies and gentlemen. This man eats kumara and oysters for breakfast, and he is ready to rumble.
Put your hands together for Lockie Barnes from Hastings, ladies and gentlemen. He's made the top 30.
Stand number 5, a young fella up into the open class from Gore, Lionel Taumata.
From Napier, the legend of former world champion shearer, Johnny Kirkpatrick's in the house, ladies and gentlemen.
On stand number 4, from Tikuiti, Floyd Neal, ladies and gentlemen, he's ready to rumble.
Talking about rumbling, also from Napier, Paraki Puna.
Okay, we'd just like to bring in our commentators. Gerald, who's our commentators over there? These are our co-commentators, ladies and gentlemen, to keep you informed.
Our team, isn't it? We're a great team too, so we are. Kerry Irvine on my right. Kerry, you want to stick your hand up? Here's Kerry Irvine. Norm Haraway, John McBride. There we go. They'll be the ones that take you through the racing commentary and a few of the details that have been around a whole lot of shows, so they can keep you well informed of how things may be going up here.
Come on, Gerald, let's get out of here. I want to see some shearing.
Yeah, let's do some dance moves, mate.
Well, boys, set the stage. Thanks, Toma and Gerald. First heat of the 2020 Golden Shears up on the stage. This, folks, is the 60th anniversary celebrations. We've had huge number of entries across all events here in the last 3 days. Still tomorrow to come, so absolutely fantastic. These are the top 30. And a real interesting dynamic right now in heat number 1 already. We've got Lockie Baines, Paraki Puna, Floyd Neal, Lionel Taumata, Toy Henderson. Really, you could say, inexperienced in the open grade. And then we've got that very, very experienced hitter, Johnny Kirkpatrick, up there on stand number 2. So some real young shearers here in heat number 1, and it's great to see them compete here at the top 30, because getting into this top 30 you've got to be right on top of your game.
You certainly do, and the bit that I like here about it, we've got some new people in there. Nothing wrong with the old shearers, but shearers require new blood in to keep the industry going, and we're very privileged to have a good bunch of people coming through from the lower grades. It just goes to show you the tuition and the heart to get up there and work hard every day and make every post a winning post in this industry. We're struggling in the wool industry at the moment for dollars and cents, but when you come to an occasion like this, ladies and gentlemen, it's a ripper. We go with a green light. Okay, here we go. The first heat. Timekeepers are good. Judges, competitors, go! And we're ready to rumble this time round. Just keep an eye on the score sheet up there. We will be showing a few of the points, but the outside points will probably be held back. We're just not sure how the computer is going to run at the moment. So the time clock is right up the top there, the heat time. And at 1 point per 20 seconds, that's 3 points per minute, 8 sheep. I suggest we're going to have about 23 points and time points as we get through this operation. The second cuts have been judged by those grey-shirted gentlemen and ladies we have coming across the stage. They're looking for anything as thick as your finger, as long as a credit card, and that's what they deem to be a point to come off. And outside, the same thing, the demerit points for anything that's roughed up or left on. We want these animals to go out in pristine condition, and look at the time going now, 51, 52, 53, 4 for Johnny K. Who's going to be hot on his heels? Down the far end, it's the man from the deep south, Tor Henderson.
On the far north, yes, he is, Tor Henderson. Way down the belly he rolls. Johnny Kirkpatrick flicks it out behind him, so is his experience telling already. He's going to put the cat among the pigeons and make these young fellows work for a place in the top 12, that's for sure. Johnny K, top knots off, and he's up the neck already. So he'll go out strong, put the pressure on them. Hopefully they'll fold, and he'll breeze through into the top 12. Parakipuna coming up into the neck area now, and Floyd Neal right there, the big fella on stand number 4. Another big guy down there, Lionel Taumata. First season in the open grade for this young man from the deep south. Go the south, Lionel. And up the front, Lockie Baines. He's a horse of a man from near Wairarapa there, and around into the front shoulder. Oh, he's from Hastings, actually, but originally from that big place up the back there. Another couple of shots for Lockie Baines. Turns for home. Cheek comes off just as JK cleans off the back leg on